Morning. Okay. You're muted. I think you come in muted by default. That's our setting. It says Zoom setting down on the bottom. Oh, you can't hear me? If you can hear me, can you raise a thumbs up? You cannot hear me. Wow. Well, Testing, 1, 2, 3, test, test. Testing, 1, 2, 3, test. Barb? Okay, Barb, I see your mic muted.
Hello.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. I'm not having a heart attack, but I'm at least a little bit upset because the first person to join was Tomas. He's using Linux and the sound is complicated. He couldn't hear me and I couldn't hear him, and he's still troubleshooting that problem. So it's nice that we're communicating. And everything's go. We're streaming. This is weird. I'm getting a phone call. I'll see if I can get this phone call. It's so weird that it's the area code strange. Hello?
Yeah, is this Tom?
Yeah.
Tom, hey, Randy, how are you? I'm just trying to get into this meeting.
Oh, yeah. So who are you? Or could you do it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm from Florida.
Oh, okay, and are you? Yeah, tell me a little bit more about yourself. We're just doing like the back end staff preparation. We're not really starting the official meeting until 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay, you guys from Wisconsin, I got it.
Yeah.
Eastern time. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm one of the co-founders of the Green Party, actually.
Oh, awesome.
Been quite active. Yeah, running for president in 2024. So.
Okay.
Looking forward to the meeting.
Yeah, great.
So we're. If you want to.
Oh, should we? If you want to come in, we'll let you in. Okay. But as long, yeah, we're just going to be doing, step. So as long as you don't ask a lot of questions and you want to just listen in, we'll let you in.
We're just hanging out.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, no problem.
So
my camera's working here. I don't know. My wife put a tape over it, so I just took the tape out.
yeah, like for example, I got to make Barb. Oh, there you are. You're in the waiting room. So I just clicked on admit you. You're going to have to unmute your microphone. We'll probably get some funny sound feedback thing here. So I'm going to turn down my. So see it.
That image is very fuzzy.
Hey, our video cameras are not all that great, so I'm whatever.
No, I think it's probably on my end. Like I said.
Oh, yours. Yours is fuzzy. Yeah, gotcha. Okay. I'm in Texas right now, but I live in Wisconsin. I've got a sister in Florida. Let's see. Well, I've got relatives in Pensacola, but my sister's in Boca. They pretty much get out, like a lot of people, they get out of Florida in the summer and go up to Michigan, or now I should focus. Yeah. Okay. But hey. Oh, and you're muted, which is probably good if you just stay muted. So we can get some stuff done. But and if you want to hang up this phone call,
sure.
Okay. Nice. Thanks, Randy.
Sounds good. I appreciate you taking the call. Thanks.
Awesome. All right. Okay,
Randy
Barbs.
and Barbara.
All right. So now, how do I gotta make you a co-host. So be careful here, participants.
I never really examined these buttons before. Go faster, go slower.
Oh, those are just symbols,
Oh, so like they appear on a screen or something? Okay.
Okay. All
I
right.
admitted him.
Oh, that's interesting. We did it at the same time. Okay.
Good morning. You're muted.
He's muted still.
How's that?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Barb, okay. So I'm gonna make Tom co-host. I don't know if you might as well try it, Barb. See if you can make Thomas Ward a co-host, so that I'm not doing. You know what I mean? Just so you go to participants.
I clicked on.
And then T-War, and then more.
Yeah, but that's not one of the things I get up. I have chat, stop video, spotlight video, allow record.
All right, so maybe I'm the only one. Maybe, yeah, okay. So make sure I got the right person. Co-host. Okay, right. Cool.
I got
There's
a
all these
security
messages
badge
coming
now.
in. I'm not looking.
I got a stop recording badge now.
Oh, yeah, be careful. Yeah. Okay. Did anyone? I checked the stream. Oh yeah. Do you guys see that little? Does everybody have like this red button that says live and custom live streaming service? In the.
Yep.
Okay, and if you hit the down arrow on that, you can copy the streaming link, and you can watch us like a minute after a minute delay.
Okay. Cool.
Why are we recording now?
Oh, because I just don't want to get into this thing of. Here's what I will do. I will remove all this leader stuff, but I just want to. I'm just paranoid. I just don't want to be changing settings. In other words, it's set up. we're good to go. I don't have to do anything between now and the meeting. Got it? So don't know. So you're on your best behavior right now. Theoretically, people are watching this.
How do I change my name in Zoom?
Just right click on, go to, I think if you go, well, actually, yeah. A lot of people are going to be asking that. So can you find the participants?
Yeah.
Yeah, I should do the same thing. So I'm going to do it. So click on participants and then select, well, on the line that is you.
I could rename you even.
Then rename.
Okay. So there's a tab that says more.
Right. Now we're going to get that. We're going to actually ask everyone to put in their city, right? So put in not just your name, like maybe your first name, last initial, and then the city abbreviation that you're in. I just think that's kind of a nice thing so people know where you're from.
Boom.
Cool.
Excellent.
Yeah. So like okay, cool. Now Monty can't get on. I can't believe it's like, come on, Monty. Just who wants to help Monty get on?
I just had a one-click link. Doesn't he have one of those?
Yeah, I mean, hello, but I'll help him get on.
I'll try to help him.
Oh, you'll try to help him? Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be cool.
There's not anything else I need to do right now. I'm going to collect my thoughts a little bit.
Sounds good, Barb.
Hey, Monty, can you hear me, Monty?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Monty, just go to the website. Oh, okay. Yeah, the one-click link. You didn't get an RSVP.
I might have. I just resubmitted my RSVP.
Okay. All right. Anyhow, I'll give you. Well, actually, I was.
Patti just put it in the Gath chat.
Yeah, I don't see anything in my.
All right. You know. Okay. Hold on. Thomas Ward volunteered to help you get on. So why don't I delegate that? Let him. So
my concern is if I can't figure out how to get in, how is anybody else going to? If I by RSVPing. Okay, well I just did that, so apparently I should have one in my.
Yeah. You should have one in your primary email account. Yeah, well, no, it's a good test. You're right. It's a good test. Now, I advocate.
Yeah, it's not there.
Okay, so I advocated that we just put this on the button. So if we consent to putting the connection information online on the main button, you know, the button on the.
Yeah, there were a couple of links I clicked that I figured would be it.
No, I'm
Tom,
just.
Hey Tom, I got a question for Monty.
Wait, I think I'm in now.
Oh wait, yeah, I hear something, right?
Yeah, it looks that way.
Okay, how did you get in?
Somebody posted a link in one of the chats. I can't.
Okay. There you go.
witgp.gath in.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, probably Tom. Did you post that into the?
Patti posted it.
Okay. All right. So Monty's got this point. Monty's point is that not everybody gets the RSVP. The other thing, Monty, is you should have gotten a direct email. It's interesting. So your Nation Builder, we should look at your Nation Builder settings. So whatever your Nation Builder email address is, you're not reading that, because I'm pretty sure we emailed you connection information. So But do we want to consider doing that? Like, just put that on the table as an idea that we put that on the website. We actually publish how to get online, the one-click link. Barb's collecting her thoughts, so I don't think that's going to happen unless you push it, Monty.
Oh, yeah, I just now finally figured out, well, found the page and unmuted myself.
You should log into Nation Builder and find out what your primary email address is and make sure it's one that you actually read.
All right, deal.
Are we still in the Google? We should hang up. Oh, you okay.
Yeah, I had to kill it because I was about to say, hey, Dennis, you're making quite an echo over there. And then I realized why and just killed it. Okay.
Do you guys want to tell me what happened after I left the meeting last night?
Almost nothing.
Oh, okay. So I'm concerned about the eligible voters list. I did pay my $10, so I hope you guys added me on there.
I saw that. Looking for the link. I saw that in my email.
Oh, cool. I like the T-shirt you got.
Yeah, my problem is, this is what I found out that 2019 styles. This is an extra large, and it fits me what I'm used to of being a medium or small. It's like what, and I know part of it's me, but not all of it. They changed it.
Right.
Anyways, it looks good on skinny people. But thank you. Is what I should have said.
So Monty,
yeah.
Why don't you check the live stream and see if it's working? Greg, who?
I did already. I went there.
Is that Greg Banks?
I actually just killed it, Tom. Because I'm in here now.
Oh, it's like we don't know which Greg that is.
Oh, we'll find out soon enough. Wait, is there who's Greg besides Banks?
Yeah, there's only one Greg. You know.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kidding. I have no idea.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to be looking for me.
So Monty, I'm making you a co-host.
Okay. Besides being able to mute people, what else am I going to need to do with that?
Hi, Greg.
Which Greg? Who is this Greg?
It is Greg Banks.
Oops.
Okay.
Hey,
cool.
Greg.
Gotta unmute yourself.
Hi, Tom.
Hey, Greg, do you know how to, good morning. Do you know how to rename yourself in the participant? Yep. Okay. If you could rename yourself maybe with at least the first letter of your last name, and then put in the city that you're in.
Okay. Wow, quite a turnout already.
Yeah.
Hi, Thomas.
Hi, Greg. Hello, Cody.
Are we? The general rule is we don't necessarily admit everybody. We don't have to admit everybody. I guess it's kind of a judgment call, right? But officially, we're not letting everybody in until 1:45. Oh, it is 1:45. Jeez. Yeah. Okay.
So who's been admitting people? You have
all co-hosts.
Okay. Good.
Oh, we should maybe. Oh, I have a mute all button at the bottom? Who else has a mute all button in the participants? I'm just curious. Like, Tom, do you have that?
Yep.
Okay, so if we get somebody making a lot of noise, we could mute all and then unmute the speaker, right?
Uh-huh.
Assuming that works. I've never tried it. You know, Patty's got more experience with the muting.
Great wig, Monty. Can't hear you.
That's actually his hair. He's got his hair.
I consider it more of a headset rest.
Oh, okay.
Where I can look down and I don't lose my headset.
Yeah.
Plus, I don't wreck my neck while in my sleep. That's the main reason I do it like that.
All right. Thanks
Randall.
for working on our local website too, Monty.
Oh, you're welcome. Don't feel like I did much there yet, but at least I'm in.
May I ask what's going to be done with the recording?
It'll be on YouTube. I mean, right at the end of this, and then we'll chop it because the beginning section will probably get chopped out, and then the link will change.
It's actually being live streamed right now. So there's a couple of backups. This'll.
Yeah.
It's being live streamed. Where is it being live streamed to?
Do you
YouTube?
see the red button up there? It says live.
Mm-hmm. Is it being live streamed to YouTube?
Yeah, you can actually link to it right there at that button by using the drop down.
Okay, thank you.
That reminds me, is there something on our website showing the how it links to YouTube so people can watch on YouTube if they'd like?
Yeah, there is right on that. But we'll check the button, the main button for the event, and you'll see.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So how's our waiting room? Anybody in there? Okay.
Yeah, there's a link on YouTube. That's how I got in live stream before here. Is because there was a link in the article on the website. I don't know how to know.
So it's real good to see everyone. And for those that don't have it already on their name, we have a request to add your town or city or village to your username so that folks know where you're at. So
I'm good.
Cody, Randall, Monty, you could, Joyce, if you wanted to, you could add your city.
All right, I'm doing this on my iPad. I'm not really certain how to do this on the iPad.
Oh, yeah.
I can exit and rejoin though.
No need for that. Understandable. Where are you joining from, Cody?
I'm in Plover, Wisconsin.
Okay.
Long names won't work, so you can use the chat to put it in if your name is long.
Okay, so far we have 3 different ways of doing that. One, there's 3. The other 2, you guys should probably switch.
Hey, Cheri.
Okay, now there's 2 with parentheses. The election continues.
I don't think we can drill down on that convention too strongly, you know.
No, I need regiment and regularity. It's got to be uniform.
Well, will someone make? Oh, I guess I have to make Dave a host. Okay.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning, Dave.
Morning.
How y'all doing?
Good. We have a minute taker for this meeting, don't we?
Patti said that you were. Oh, you mean in terms of notes?
Yeah. Is that Kurt or who has?
That normally would be Kurt. Yes. Is Kurt going to be here?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah. If he doesn't show up, I will volunteer to take minutes unless there's another obvious person to do it.
Would you be willing to give him a quick text or call even and just try to figure that out?
Could someone do that? I'm not sure I've got that information right at hand.
Okay. See, Barb, could you reach out to Kurt and see if he's planning to be here and take notes? See, Barb, you're on mute.
I can do that.
Barb said she's doing it.
Huh. Okay. So, Pixel 4, would you please put your first name, last initial, and city on rename yourself?
Greg, how did sunchoke propagation go this year?
Good. I have a friend in Upper Michigan who's a retired teacher, and she's been promoting it up there to, you know, feed the people. Yeah, so important, especially as, you know, people get more and more hungry as this whole virus thing drags on and no money for the people kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get another sample from you next spring because I left mine in the basement too long and they died.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we just harvested a bunch of them, and I've been experimenting with them because they can be very gassy, you know. And
yeah.
So, but I love them to just slice into chips like fried potatoes.
Yeah.
And use them for dipping like hummus and that kind of stuff.
Very cool.
Yeah, I ate a whole big one the other day, or maybe even two, a big one and a small one, and oh my gosh, I thought I was gonna explode.
Okay.
Does anybody here have an interest in kefir or kefir? I've been trying to give it away for extra grains away for years, and living up north in a place where there's a lot of poles, it was hard to get rid of it because if anybody ever heard of it, they already had some. But every couple of weeks, I spin off enough to start a new batch. If anybody wants a kefir starter, as it were.
Do we have anyone in the waiting room? I don't think we have anyone in the waiting room, do we?
And by that I mean milk kefir. I can't tell how to tell Tom.
It said we have 4 people in the waiting room.
Yeah. Okay, so Mike McCallister just.
I just admitted everyone in the waiting room.
Are you able to display the how do you display the contents of the waiting room?
it's just part of the participants list.
Thank you.
Oh, so if it's not there, then there's nobody in it. Okay, gotcha.
I see Jeff Reese, my fellow D6er, has joined.
And I see Cody's from Plover, kind of close to where I was just talking about. Cody, I was living in Necedah for a long time, the last 10 years or so. I wish I'd have known you then.
Dave and Barb, I have a novel idea. So often when we have meetings like this, it takes a long time for us to get started. But I'm very impressed by the fact that we've got 20 people here already before the advertised time for the beginning of the meeting. So maybe by, you know, say 5 or a little after, 5 minutes after, I think we should be able to get right into the agenda. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I'm a little impressed. We got, what is it, 4 times 5? We've got 20 people in here, and I couldn't find my way in without calling Dennis. So I'm a little impressed with us at that right there.
Hey, and you're our tech guy, so.
Yeah, well, that's how come I can't find my way
Monty?
in, because I got a maze over here. I didn't know which door to open.
Morning, Jennifer.
Calling Dennis, so. Ditto.
So, yeah, sorry, Bill, to take a minute to respond to your excellent suggestion. Yeah, I think it'd be great if we start more or less on time. I'm just doing some final social media posts, you know, let people know the gathering is today. They can still register to join. Now I want to share the live stream link as well. But yeah, I definitely agree. I think that we can start with a round of introductions, and I know we are expecting more people. So yeah, I think if we can kind of, well, the introductions will take a good 15 minutes at least. So I think we can basically start whenever. Like I said, I just want to get this live stream link posted.
Yeah, I can help out starting with introductions right now. It's 10 o'clock. Thank you everybody who joined us early and who's still joining us now. I really can't thank people enough for thinking about us and taking this time on a Saturday to be with us. So I think that it would be a good idea to start out, you know, introducing your name, where you're from, and maybe a little bit about what inspires you to come into the Green Party. I think so many of us come in with issues that are really important to us. And so it's kind of nice to know what really lights people's fire. And that could be multiple things. Like I definitely was in the peace movement and doing environmental stuff, and also educational issues when I joined. So I'll just have us go down the list. And
Barb, let me echo. I think that's a great idea for introductions. I would just add, please keep it to 1 minute or less, so that we can get through our intros in a timely fashion, because many of us have long and impressive activist bios.
Yeah, that's true.
But you know, since there's 20 people and counting, if everyone takes 5 minutes, you know, we'll be at lunch before we start our agenda. So yeah, so please keep your remarks to 1 minute or less, and that's all. Pass.
So I'm Barbara Dahlgren. I'm the co-chair of the Wisconsin Green Party right now for my final day with you guys as co-chair. And I'm from West Dallas, Wisconsin, which is right next to Milwaukee. And I already said a little bit about myself. So Tom is next. Tom, there's so many Toms. Hang on.
Yeah. So I'll go quick. So I just nominate myself. So my issues, so I have this in my head, focusing on peace, climate change, and then the economic area of monetary reform and public banking, and my contribution to the Green Party being involvement in committees and IT support from the Milwaukee area. Pass.
Bill Breihan.
Bill Breihan from Milwaukee. I'm the operations treasurer for the Wisconsin Greens. I'm retired now. I had 40 plus years involvement in the labor movement and the socialist movement. And I'd just like to say that the Green Party is a great place for socialists to be today, since we are all basically eco-socialists. Pass.
Dave.
Hey, Dave Schwab here. I am in Madison with the Four Lakes Green Party. I'm co-chair of the Wisconsin Green Party. I use he, him pronouns. Barb and I will be facilitating the meeting today. And I've been involved with the Green Movement for a long time. Recently, I've worked on the Jill Stein for President campaign. I worked on the Howie Hawkins for President campaign and the Lisa Savage for U.S. Senate campaign. I've also worked as a volunteer on many local campaigns here in the Madison area and in Wisconsin. And I'll talk a little bit more about our ballot access fight a bit later. Pass.
Monty.
Hello. I've been with the Green Party for a long time. My name is Monty, and I'm in West Dallas. And kind of first tried to get started around 1990-ish. Then made another effort around 1998. I keep dropping out and coming back. I tend to volunteer for more than I do. And I'm an anti-ismist. Pass.
Tomas.
Hey, I'm Tomas Ward. I'm in Plymouth in the North Kettle Moraine country, and I'm involved as a sporadic volunteer with the Greens, doing some IT stuff, some election stuff, and always appreciate the green candidates that run. Pass.
Let's see, Jeff Reese. Jeff, are you there? We may have to come back to Jeff.
Addendum. If you don't have your town on your name, I'm going to do it for you. If you don't want me to, say something now.
Oh, that sounds like Jeff.
Oh, there you are, Jeff.
Jeff, we can hear you. Jeff, we can hear you now. Can you introduce yourself?
Only 17 people that voted for Howie in this past.
Bad connection.
I think the sound, I think the connection is bad.
I'm here.
Jeff, we actually can't hear you very well.
Okay.
It sounds like there's a connection problem.
Anyway, I'm living in
My computer, it's saying Jeff's bandwidth is low. Bandwidth.
Yeah, Jeff, we can't really hear you very well. So if you could try to resolve your connection problem.
I think it's mainly
yeah,
the
okay.
volume's low.
No, it's laggy. It's laggy. So so Jeff, if you could try to improve your connection, and we'll try to come back to you. Otherwise, maybe you can type up an intro and put it into the chat. But we got to keep moving here. So who's next, Barb?
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Jennifer Kodrowski.
Oh, me? Okay, no. What was I supposed to say? Okay, well, I'm Jennifer. I'm in Brookfield, over by Milwaukee. And well, I've been working on the Milwaukee Green Party website to update it. The phone keeps falling down. I'm trying to prop it up. And well, unfortunately, kind of got bogged down with the homework from school, so I've been neglecting to do that. So, and why am I green? Well, I was at one point I was looking to see who was running for president, and then I just happened to discover Jill Stein, and I was like, oh, the Green Party sounds good. It sounds a lot like me, so here I am.
Thanks, Jennifer. We've got Andrea next. Andrea.
Yeah, hi. So my name, I'm Andrea Bilger. I'm in Madison, Wisconsin, and I voted for Jill last time, voted for Howie this time. I'm really kind of horrified by the choices we're getting, and I'm unlike it seems like much of the country. I'm pretty terrified about what's coming in this new administration. I don't think it'll get reported, but there'll be more war. There'll be the TPP resurrected, and our environmental laws will be subject to fines by corporations, which I think is really horrific. So I really like the green policies. I can't think of one I disagree with. I was asked to look into green educational policy by a friend in California who is concerned about too much religion in the schools, I think. And then I saw how detailed and good the National Green website is in terms of just laying out policy on so many fronts and getting into real detail, and happy to be green and happy to be here. Looking forward to the talks. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrea. Let's see, people are being rearranged, so let me make sure I get everybody. Barb Eisenberg. Let's unmute you.
Oh, how's that?
Very good.
Oh, okay. I'm assuming I'm just introducing myself. I'm Barb Eisenberg as opposed to Barbara Dahlgren, if you want to distinguish us. Two different Barbs in the Milwaukee area. I've been involved with the Greens since about 2000 when I found Ralph and the party, and was with the party through the amazing years of, the early 2000s, which were great, 2006, and we had some great candidates for governor, and I've been less active and more active, and hoping to, and now I've been treasurer for the Milwaukee Greens for a couple years, so I'm staying involved that way. But really enjoy any time I get to spend with Greens, because you're my people. Thanks.
Thanks, Barb. Next, we've got Corey.
Hello, Corey Hageman. I live in Janesville. I teach 5th grade in Beloit. I got into the ideas of the Green Party sometime after 2000. 2002 was the first election I could vote in, but I read Crashing the Party, Ralph Nader's book, at some point before 2004, I know. I just, maybe for 5 years, I've been on the email list, and this is the first year that I went out and got some signatures. And I enjoyed doing that, and I just want to get a little more involved. Obviously, as a teacher, education is important to me, but my real priority is just having government that people can trust again, and good government that works. And I think it's kind of a symbiotic relationship. Government has to improve, but then trust will improve, and then as trust improves, government can improve. So, thank you.
Thanks, Corey. Next is Daniel. I don't know if we have more than one Daniel here. Daniel H.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Daniel Hashke. I live in Madison. I've kind of came into the Green Party after being burned out by Bernie Sanders not making it through the Democratic candidacy and trying to not compromise my values, and really appreciating the fact that the Green Party is focused around like 4 concrete pillars, so you know like what they stand for. And I helped out with getting signatures for Howie Hawkins this year, and that's kind of how I started getting involved with the Green Party.
Thank you, Daniel. Dennis Boyer.
Hello, Dennis Boyer here in Iowa County, Southwest Wisconsin. I started with the Greens in about the mid to late 1980s.
Thanks, Dennis.
Great to see you, Dennis.
Yeah.
Dennis has written a couple of pretty green books.
Yeah, he also helps out with our elections committee and some of our other committees periodically. So thank you. Next, we've got Greg Banks.
Hi, everyone. So I also became involved with the Greens in the early 80s, and have served in many capacities over the years. It's been such a blessing to be able to serve that way. And I think, what resonated with me with the Green Party was the holistic approach to, the environment and grassroots democracy, and just all the areas that the Green Party touches in our lives. So as a spiritual being, that really resonated with me, and I've been involved ever since in one way or another. And I'm in Milwaukee, Greater Milwaukee Green Party. Go Green.
Thanks, Greg. Next, we've got Jeff Jacobs. Are you with us, Jeff? Oh, you're muted.
Me? Jeff also has an intro in the chat.
Oh, okay. Oh, I've not been looking at the chat. Sorry. He says, I'm Jeffrey Jacobs, activist and former assembly candidate from Oshkosh, Wisconsin, looking for opportunities to run for office in the future. Jeff, that is a very humble recognition of yourself, because Jeff camped out in his front yard for a month to get his signatures and made the local news, actually made the regional news about it. So thank you, Jeff, for all the work that you've done on campaigning this year. It's been quite, it's been very unusual to say the least. Thank you. Let's see, next we've got, I have to get back to the participants. Jeffrey Lewis.
I've been asked to be the timekeeper, and just to remind everyone, we need to move this along to be able to complete our business agenda this morning. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. A great reminder. I wanted to make another quick announcement, which is, so if your name should include your first and last name, so that we know who is in the meeting with us. It's important just that we make sure who we know who we're with. For example, someone in the participants list is Pixel 4, which I'm sure is your device. If you click on participants, and then at the top of the participants list, it should be you. So if your first and last name aren't there, then please hover over your name, click rename, and then enter your first and last name. It would also be great if you could then enter your location. You can enter your pronouns if you like. And yeah, and I also see at least one person who just has a first name in there. Okay, I think that's been fixed. So great, thanks everyone. Pass.
We were at Jeffrey Lewis.
Yeah, Jeffrey Lewis. I live in Madison and have been more or less connected with the Greens probably since in the 90s for sure. And my primary interest is around kind of a moral, place-centered economy, and an economy that serves connecting people to each other and to the places that they live.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Do we have Haley here?
Hi, I'm Haley Bazak. I live in Glenwood City, which is close to the Minnesota border, close to the Twin Cities. I'm newer to the Green Party. I've been following the Green Party since the previous election, but have not been active thus far.
Well, welcome, Haley. I think we've got Jessica next.
Hello, I'm Jessica. I am relatively new to Madison, been here 3 years now, and very new to the Green Party. I joined a week and a half ago because I saw somebody saying we need a real alternative to the two-party system. I was like, dang, that's really true. And of course, the Green Party aligned most closely with what I already believe it's important to fight for. I am technically a college student, not very good at it, especially this semester. So I'm hoping to take a break next semester and see what I can do for the Green Party. I would really like to volunteer, but I'm not exactly sure what skills I have to offer. But yeah, very, very excited to be here. Pass.
Yeah, welcome, Jessica. Next, we've got Joe Nathan.
Hey, people. Hello, Greens. I'm here in Ashland, Wisconsin, and I got involved in the Green Party at the Millennial with Ralph Nader and Winona LaDuke, and took about 15 years into the desert of New Mexico and Arizona, and really focused on indigenous anarchism and food sovereignty at that point. And right now I'm family and farm. We run a sustainable. You're on TV, Adok. Yeah. This is my son, Adok. Busted in. Well, yeah. I feel a little bit like we've gone through the dark of the night on these last 4 years, and I'm maybe naively optimistic about. I feel like if we can just get the next corporate fascist in, the real fascists are out, and I don't know. I'm hopeful that the democracy in America can produce changes, and looking for a better future, and the Greenway is that way. And that's the long and the short. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Joe Nathan. Next, we've got Carrie Bruss.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Cheri Bruss, born and raised in West Dallas, Wisconsin, currently living in Waukesha County. I'm relatively new to the Green Party. I just joined earlier this year, but have been involved in environmental, anti-war, and feminist activism for some time. Happy to see you all here today.
Thanks, Carrie. Mary.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I joined a year and a half ago. I grew up in Columbus, Wisconsin. I currently live north of Madison. It was the Green Party's plank on monetary reform, calling for stopping bank lending of all our money supply and having the government create the money. And that's why I have a conflict this weekend. It's the American Monetary Institute annual conference on another channel, but I wanted to tune in for a minute with you all because I appreciate your work so much, and I'm happy to be part of Wisconsin Greens.
Thanks, Mary. Next, we've got Melissa.
Hello, everyone. I'm Melissa Minkoff. I'm from Madison. I only officially joined the Green Party this year, but as a longtime supporter of Ralph Nader, I've been familiar with the Green Party, and I helped campaign for Ralph Nader in the past. And so as somebody who is really concerned about foreign policy and the environment, the Green Party platform has always kind of meshed really well with my personal ideals. And that's about all I can think of to say. Thanks. Glad to be here.
Thank you. Let's see. Mike McCallister.
Hi, I'm Mike McCallister. I live in West Dallas and am co-chair of the Greater Milwaukee Green Party. I've been involved with the Greens since roughly 1999 and have been a fighter for independent working class political action for practically my whole life. I am currently an alternate to the National Committee and am trying to immerse myself in the movements for a Green New Deal and justice. I sign all my emails, peace, justice, and solidarity. That's what brings me to the Greens. Welcome to all the new people today. Great to meet you all.
Thanks, Mike. Patti.
Hi, everyone. I'm Patti Ashby from Milwaukee. I joined the Greens in 2016. I was a Republican, then I was a Democrat, and then I became a Green. Just lifelong learning, I'd say. Anyway, I am the Greater Milwaukee Membership Committee Chair, and I'm also the Wisconsin Green Party Membership Outreach Chair, and I am passionate about seeing the Green Party grow, and am committed to seeing a third party option. So it's great to see so many here today. Thank you all for being here, and I'm looking forward to the day.
Thanks, Patty. Next, we've got Randall.
Yes, my name is Randall Fultonevich. I live in Waukesha, Wisconsin, by way of Lombard, Illinois. I am extremely passionate about destroying the military, about universal basic income, eliminating homelessness, criminal justice reform, as well as saving the environment. Pass.
Thanks, Randall. We have Randy Toller. Oh, there's something wrong with the audio. I'm not hearing anything on my end. You can introduce yourself in the chat, or try and get the audio issue fixed.
He's muted.
Well, he was unmuted too.
And he does have an intro in the chat.
Okay, cool. We will come back. Next is Rick.
Hi, my name is Rick Lurchie. I came to the Greens in the early 2010s, looking for an alternative to the Democratic Party. I moved back to Wisconsin from North Carolina in May and rejoined the Greens, and the party meshes with my values, and I'm also a socialist, and I just want to get rid of capitalism. Pass.
Thanks. Next, we've got Sam, Samuel Chance.
Hi, I'm Sam. I'm in Madison. Officially joined the Green Party this year, but have been a supporter of green politics and leftist politics, anti-war. You know, I mean, a lot of the same views that have been already expressed. I don't need to express them myself again. Glad to be here. I'll pass.
Yeah, good to see you, Sam. Next, we've got Thistle.
Hey, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I live in Madison. I am a longtime environmental activist. I've been coordinating the community garden at Sherman Terrace, where I live, for the last 5 years. And I really believe in the power of finding common ground and coming together in our local communities to learn about the ecosystem that we depend upon and to become, you know, caregivers to each other and to the ecosystem. Been doing green politics for years, but I've just recently joined the Wisconsin Green Party. It's good to be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Thistle. Next, we've got Thomas Smith.
Hi, so I'm Tom, and I joined just very recently, like within the last week. So I'm basically just here because I'm looking for a better alternative, better party that actually represents the issues that I care about. So before this, I was a Democrat, and now I'm trying to find something better than that after this previous few years. So yeah, I'm in the Wauwatosa area, so yeah, probably gonna try and find some volunteer opportunities at some point.
Welcome, good to have you. We also have Cody.
Hello, I'm Cody Arndt. I'm from Plover, Wisconsin. I've been disillusioned with our government for years, since high school. I voted Ralph, voted Jill, voted Howie. I've self-identified as a Green. It's put up or shut up now, so I figured I might as well join and actually see how I can help more.
Awesome, thank you. And Eric DeVries?
Yes. Hi, can you guys hear me?
Mhm.
So my name's Eric. Obviously, I'm here because like some people have said, I'm disillusioned with the two-party system and how it sort of seems to exist to limit the choices that people have for presidential and candidates down the ballot. I do a lot of video production, and I'm actually starting a new talk show soon that I'm producing and directing. So, and well, there's something I'd like to talk about later, but we can connect later about that. It's about basically I'd like to get someone to appear on the show as a Green Party representative to do sort of like an election recap video. So we can talk about like where to go from here. I've already got a couple other panelists from the Madison area, so, but I don't want to take too much time talking about that, but yeah.
Thanks, Eric. We had a few more people join us. Bruce, if you just want to let people know who you are and how you serve here with us and a little bit about yourself.
Hello, finally could make it. Well, I've been with this party since it formed in Wisconsin, and currently serving on the coordinating council for District 5 and as representative to the National Committee and co-chair of the National Platform Committee. Glad I could make it. Glad everybody else could.
Thanks, Bruce. So Bill has let me know that we are past our time for intros on the agenda. Barb, do you have a count of how many people are left?
Everybody has talked except for Jeff, who had microphone problems.
Oh yeah, okay, so Jeff just sent a intro, says, I've been with the Greens for the past 4 years. This is Jeff Reese from Fond du Lac. Unhappy with the current political system, and I hope that we can reform our elections with RCV, that's ranked choice voting, and getting money out of politics. Cool, thanks Jeff, and thanks for bearing with us through the technical difficulties. So if there's anyone else who needs to introduce themselves, then please shout out in the chat, and we'll give you a little quick time to introduce yourself. But we should keep moving because we do have a lot to cover today, and we've got some great guests coming up later. I'm not even sure if we've announced yet that we had previously announced that Howie Hawkins, Angela Walker, and Lisa Savage will be joining us as special guests. And we just confirmed in the past day or so that Cheri Honkala will also be joining us at 2:15. So we now have 4 awesome guest speakers, which is exciting. It also means we have a little less time to get everything else done in, but I'm confident that we can do that. So again, if there's
Dave,
anyone...
excuse me, Dave, didn't you also say that Randy Toller or somebody else had a bio in the chat, a little introduction in the chat that couldn't get through?
Oh, I am not sure. Yeah. Let's see. Randy Toller.
Yes, he
okay.
does. It's really long. It's the longest chat item there is.
Okay. I'll read it quickly.
1022.
Okay. Yep. Randy is from Florida as a Green co-founder, and says plan on running for president 2024. And I look forward to meeting you all at the next convention. Well, all right. Welcome, Randy from Florida. And I also saw, looks like Tomas Ward and Ted. Did Tomas introduce himself?
Yes, he did.
Okay, great. And then Ted Savage, do you want to very quickly introduce yourself, say where you're from, and in 30 seconds or less, why you are interested in the Green Party?
Sure. I'm Ted Savage. I'm originally from Illinois, but I moved to Madison after going to school at La Crosse. And after the 2016 election, I got much more involved in politics. And then I was really interested in the Green Party because I really believe in what you guys all stand for. So I am just a newcomer, but I am excited to be able to participate and listen.
Awesome. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. It's great to have you all here, and nice to see a lot of new people, and just hear a lot of great reasons to be here that I think really resonate with a lot of us. I was like nodding along the entire time. So we have an agenda that we had shared the agenda on our website. We now have a finalized version of that draft agenda. So if someone, one of our officers, could share that as a Google Doc, just so that people can look at the agenda while we're moving through it, that would be great. So the first item that we have is welcome and introductions. And then as co-chairs, Barb and I will say a few words. So let's get right down to it. And as Bill said, we're already a little bit behind with the intros. It's a good problem to have because we have a lot of people here. Let me start with the current political situation. So I'll put it this way: the zombie two-party system is staggering forward, and the neoliberal establishment of the DNC has a serious control over the Democratic Party and won really a weak, underwhelming victory over the Trump Republicans. And as Joe Biden promises Wall Street donors, nothing will fundamentally change. At least that's what they want. The Biden transition team is full of corporate neoliberals and neoconservatives who will attempt to restore the pre-Trump neoliberal order that led to Trump's rise. And the change that we desperately need will not come from the top, and it will not come from the Democratic Party. The two-party system is the problem, not the solution. And more people are realizing that, and realizing it's a game of good cop, bad cop, and the people always lose. So the good news is people are ready to leave that system if we give them an alternative. Even in the unprecedented fear and smear campaign that we saw this year, where everything was all about Trump and how terrifying he was, we've been hearing all this talk about, a fascist coup or something like that. Really, the fear levels have been through the roof. And yet a recent poll found that 60% of Americans say that we need a new major party. That's pretty incredible when you look at the manufactured narrative from the corporate media, from the corporate political establishment. That's still a landslide majority of people are saying, the system is terrible, these parties are terrible, and we need an alternative. So the Green Party has won over 1,200 elections and is the most successful independent left party since Eugene Debs' Socialist Party. Just recently in 2020, as I said, an extremely difficult year for many reasons. The intense propaganda against us, as well as the pandemic that made grassroots organizing and even signature gathering extremely difficult. And yet we won some important victories. So we elected a 26-year-old Green, Emmanuel Estrada, as mayor of Baldwin Park, California, in East LA County. He beat a 20-year incumbent mayor and becomes one of the youngest Green mayors yet of a city, I think, with 75,000 people. So, that's the story that you never hear in the media is green success in local elections. We've had a lot of it, and we need a lot more. We need to build resistance in both the political and social arena from the bottom up. And I'm talking about real resistance that won't stop until we get the change we need. Not, controlled resistance and controlled opposition that ends up doing whatever the Democratic Party leadership demands. And this year we got a taste of how far the establishment will go to crush real resistance. First, they forced us to gather thousands of signatures in the midst of a pandemic with absolutely no concession from the state whatsoever to protect our health or the public's health. They're telling us this is a deadly pandemic. Then they're telling us, oh yeah, and go out, and go collect thousands of signatures on the street. And then after we turned in twice the necessary number of signatures, Democratic Party operatives invented a false reason to throw out our signatures on a technicality. So we've already covered that story in depth on our website. But the short version is we were kept off the ballot via the sort of heavy-handed authoritarian tactics usually deployed in countries such as Belarus. But the difference is that the US corporate media decries the suppression of political opposition in Belarus, but celebrates the suppression of political opposition in the US. And the reason the corporate two-party system and the corporate media suppress Greens is because they know our agenda is popular and it poses a threat to the continued rule of corporations and their agenda of profit over people, planet, and peace. And we have many challenges and many opportunities right now. We need to keep building the Green Party from the bottom up and build it stronger at every level. That's the local level, state level, the national level, international. But let's start with where we are. And we need to break through the media blankout and find ways to be our own media and get our message out. Because even when we can get in the media, as I said, it's extremely biased against independent politics and against Greens in particular, because it's a threat to the corporate message. So we need to find ways to be our own media and, break through because our message is popular when people actually hear it. We need to build coalitions with like-minded people and groups while constantly advocating the necessity of political independence from the corporate two-party system. And many of our like-minded groups are, going to learn once again that the Democratic Party is not their friend, and that they're not going to get the change they need from the two-party system. We also need to push for electoral reforms such as ranked choice voting to break the cycle of fear that drives lesser evil voting and keeps most voters stuck in the two-party trap. I say most voters because a lot of people just don't vote because they're so alienated from the system and they don't see it producing any change in their lives. But many of those who do vote are only voting out of fear. And yeah, so this campaign, Joe Biden ran as not Trump. It was totally a fear campaign. Anyone who even suggested that people demand something for their vote were intensely attacked. So we know the Democrats won't give us a Green New Deal. They won't give us Medicare for all. They won't end the wars. They won't give us any of the economic human rights that most other developed countries enjoy, such as childcare, healthcare, safety nets, tuition-free public education, and many others. What they will try to give us is corporate trade deals like the TPP, more war, more corporate welfare, neoliberal austerity, so more cuts for the 99%, more corporate welfare for the 1%. And we're already seeing that if people have been paying attention to Biden's transition team, to his likely cabinet picks. Again, it's, the party of war on Wall Street has won again. So we are almost past the era where everything is about Trump, fortunately, but the system will keep failing the majority of people because Trump was a symptom of a failing system. He's not the disease, he was the symptom. And we're still facing accelerating climate crisis, rampant inequality and injustice, and the existential threat of a nuclear-armed endless war machine. And the good thing is that the Green Party has the solutions to these problems, and more than ever, Greens see the system for what it is and know what needs to be done. So we have a lot of work cut out for us. Thank you all for joining us here today, and I really look forward to building the Green Party with you. So I want to hand it over to my co-chair, Barb Dahlgren. Barb is ending her term as co-chair today, which is sad for all of us because she's done a phenomenal job, but we still have her for the rest of this meeting. So Barb, I'll hand it off to you.
Thanks, Dave. And I want to qualify that with, I'm not just going to cut out of the Green Party and say, you know, see y'all later, hope that you do okay without me. I'm very interested in sticking around and volunteering, helping out in really whatever ways that the Wisconsin Green Party needs, because I think that this is really the best way to go as a party. I'm really proud to be a Green. We're really the only party that doesn't make any shortcuts. We're not getting money from billionaires. We're not going to try and steal elections. We're not doing any of the stuff that the two-party system does all the time. We're not vote suppressing people. We're not doing any of that. We want to see the facts as they are. We're basically the party of science as well. We're not afraid to know that what the truth is in general, if that has to do with climate change or anything else, that if we're wrong, then we move on from that and we make sure that we're consistent with whatever the truth is. So another reason I'm proud of being in the Green Party is that we've always questioned authority. We don't just take for granted what the New York Times says, for example, when they told us that there were weapons of mass destruction so that we had to go to war. We question that, and we continue to question them. We continue to question all of these authorities that tell us what the reality is, and it keeps getting worse and worse and worse, where we get these insane lies, and then we turn into the bots and the trolls. They start calling us these names. So, you know, I'm proud to be here today as a Russian bot or a troll or whatever they want to call me, because I'm here with all of you seeking the truth and seeking what's actually legitimate and correct. And I definitely have a few words to say about this summer. The first of which is I want to thank all of you who helped us out with petitioning, with calling and texting people, with all of the things that you all helped us out in order to turn over about 4,000 signatures into the Wisconsin Elections Commission. That was phenomenal. And during a pandemic, and many of you being first-time petitioners, I'm a veteran petitioner. I've done it for many seasons, and every single time it's tough. It's tough to go up to complete strangers and ask them to support your political party. And so many of you did that for the first time, even as the stakes were raised. And so I really appreciate that from you guys. I really appreciate that so many of you are willing to join us and immediately become leaders. If you recognize, we started by talking about everybody and their interests, not just the co-chairs and, you know, some leadership on a pedestal. We don't really have the PR look to us like a Democratic or Republican convention might have, because we're a legitimate democracy. Everybody legitimately gets their time to speak. Everybody legitimately gets their vote. It's one person, one vote in the Green Party. And whoever wins is the legitimate victor. That's just the way it is. We use ranked choice voting in many of our processes if we have more than 2 candidates. And so we really live our values here. We have created a party that we want to experiment in the great experiment that we have in the United States, where if we say we want ranked choice voting, we actually test it out here. We make sure that it's fair and it works. And that's why we have so many people who want to have ranked choice voting around the country, is because we've already tested it. We've shown that it works. So Dave has said so many great things. I don't want to double so many things that he said, especially because we have a lot of business. But I do want to take a second and think about what we experienced this summer. We experienced a multi-billion-dollar industry in the media and multi-billion-dollar campaigns crushing down on us and dragging us through the mud. Our little multi-$100 Green Party here with a completely, for the most part, completely volunteer group of people. Rachel Maddow on MSNBC called us out. The Washington Post, owned by the richest man in the world, called us out, and USA Today called us out as well, that we were somehow being anti-democratic, that we were supporting the Republicans. We bothered the billionaires this year to the extent that they had to call us out on national television and in the national press. And if that doesn't tell you that we're actually getting something done, I don't know what will, because these forces have been so powerful in trying to destroy us. And yet, look at all of us here. I can see so many of your smiling faces, and we have not been crushed. Not only that, it actually emboldens us to fight harder. And I don't know about you, but when the Democrats tell me that I don't have a right to exist, that when I don't have a right to have my candidates on the ballot, that doesn't really it doesn't make me want to vote for Democrats. It makes me want to fight harder to get the Greens on the ballot and to get us into those positions. And even with the pandemic, we had many victories in Wisconsin this year. Because of our leadership on the Conservation Congress, we had 3 Greens in the Environmental Committee. And because of that, we passed several Environmental Committee rules, proposals. And one of those even made it onto the statewide ballot this year, which is the anti-mining rule, which passed again. This isn't a miraculous feat that Wisconsinites are anti-mining. Everybody knows that. It's passed year after year, but now even the leadership can't deny it, and they need to let it move forward. We elected Angelito Tenorio in West Dallas as alderman. We also supported some other candidates who, even though they weren't elected, they gathered hundreds and hundreds of people behind them and are still working in the political realm. And they're not stopped by not winning this time. They have all the support, and they're just like a snowball gathering more and more snow. Their campaigns have not just ceased and gone out. They're continuing to grow, and they're going to probably run for election again. So even with the really sad situation that we have this year with the pandemic, with the continuous war and environmental destruction, the things that that make a lot of things seem bleak. I'm certainly just emboldened to keep going and do more and grow this party and find the people that are willing to do the work like I am. I think that it's just an incredible show of courage to see your faces today, to have you join us today. It was an incredible feat of courage for many of you to publicly say that you were voting Green. People are often publicly shunned. We often lose friends by telling people that we are going to vote Green. It is a show of courage to let everybody know that you are going to exist and you're just going to stand there and exist when the powers that be don't want that existence at all. So the first step is showing that we exist. And I think that we have proven that over again, year after year, that we are here. We're here in Wisconsin. We're here in the United States. Greens around the world know that we're here too, which is great. And we're going to keep moving forward because we don't really have much other choice than to survive and to thrive. So I look forward to thriving with you in the next year. And I really hope to see you all on committees, on the coordinating council, and as volunteers. So thank you all for joining us, and let's get this started.
Thanks, Barb. Yeah, and thanks for all your work over the past 2 years. You know, we couldn't have done it without you, and you know, your work on the petition drive was nothing less than heroic. We, at this point, we are a little behind on our business agenda, but I'm confident that we can move through it quickly. But why don't we take a, you know, do people want to take a 2-minute break just to, you know, run to the bathroom or, you know, get up and stretch for a couple minutes? Can we see in the chat, you know, reactions to that? 2-minute break sound good? Do we need a little bit longer? Okay. Yes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, good. All right, let's just say 3 minutes and not argue about it. So if folks can come back by 11:03, and we'll get started on the you know, officer committee chapter reports, and we'll try to go through those quickly so we can get to our other business. All right, see you at 11:03. All right, so it's 11:03. So let's get started with the Finance Committee report. Yeah, so Bill and Patty, do you want to present the Finance Committee report?
Can someone screen share the one-page financial report as I have previously requested? I don't have the skill set to do that. Then people could follow
do
along.
that. Yeah, I got it. So okay. All right, are you seeing it?
Okay. So do I have everyone's attention? Are we back and ready to go?
Yes.
Should I just proceed? Okay. The Wisconsin Green Party has two financial officers, an operations treasurer and an elections treasurer. I have served as the operations treasurer for the last year, Patti Ashby as the elections treasurer. We prepared this financial performance report, which was reviewed and approved by the Wisconsin Green Party Coordinating Council at its most recent meeting on November 11th. This report will cover the period since our last statewide membership meeting, our spring gathering, which took place in April. We have two bank accounts, checking and savings. Let's start with checking. On April the 1st of this year, we had a balance of $1,569. I'd like to draw your attention to the income column below. First thing to note is that virtually all of the Wisconsin Green Party's income consists of dues and donations, primarily dues. We are a membership organization. We are funded entirely by our members and supporters. And our members do pay dues. Nearly $2,000 under income for April is dues money, almost in its entirety. People joined or renewed and paid their annual dues during or following that well-attended spring conference and nominating convention. And that really made all the difference in the world for us. Except for some fundraising income in July related to petitioning, all of the rest of the money in the income column consists of dues payments. A big thank you to all who have paid dues and have stayed current with dues. And by the way, you can pay your dues by check sent to our post office box, or better yet, online at our website. Now to expenses. We spent money on only 4 things since our last state meeting. That is 4 broad categories. First is Nation Builder. This is our online server we rely on for virtually everything related to membership, dues, recruitment, donations, volunteers, communications. There is an annual fee, in this case, $1,142. Second, petitioning. Our total expense for petitioning for this summer was $1,148. Then there's postage and printing, which for these months ran to $230, and then $25 for bank fees. Our ending balance for checking was $2,484, meaning we had a net gain of over $900 for this period, thanks to the conscientious commitment of our members. This will well position us for the campaigns we have coming up as soon as next spring. Now, in addition to checking, we have a reserve fund of a little over $12,000. We've had to tap into that fund in the past, but not this year. So the balance is now $12,180, giving us a total of $14,665.17 in assets, checkings, and savings combined as of October the 1st, 2020. Thank you, and I will take questions if there are any. Pass.
All right, thanks, Bill. I'm wondering if we can put questions into the chat so that we can keep moving with our committee reports, and then Bill and Patti can just see if there are any questions in the chat and try to answer them there.
It would be great.
Okay. Thanks, Bill. Great report. And so next up, we have the membership committee. Patti?
Hi, everybody, and welcome. It's truly inspiring to see so many here today. I introduced myself earlier. I'm Patti Ashby, and I'm the chair of the Wisconsin Green Party Membership Outreach Committee. Our committee meets on the first Thursday every month through Google Hangouts, and our primary focus is to grow the Green Party in Wisconsin through membership campaigns, outreach, and organizing events like this one. The last 6 months have been busy for the committee, starting with organizing the spring gathering, which initially was set to be held as an in-person event in Madison, but because of COVID-19 was delivered virtually through Zoom on April 18th. And many of you here today attended the event, which was a tremendous success and resulted in an impressive number of new members joining, and also former members renewing their Green Party, Wisconsin Green Party membership. Another success has been Barbara Dahlgren's Green Socials, which she's been hosting online weekly on Mondays at 5:30. And the socials are great because they offer an opportunity for Greens and anyone interested in engaging with the Green Party to connect and chat informally, not only about Green Party issues, but whatever else is on your mind, such as gardening, books, and so on. And you'll find information about the Green Socials on our Wisconsin Green Party website, or sorry, Facebook page. Currently, our annual membership renewal campaign is underway. The Wisconsin Green Party does need your support, not only financially, but also through volunteerism. We've all just said earlier, we agree that the corporate two-party system keeps failing us. So it is apparent and essential that we invest more time and energy in growing the Green Party in Wisconsin and across the United States. The membership committee is tasked with growing the party from the bottom up. And to do this, we need passionate volunteers who not only represent the Green Party as visible activists, but also behind the scenes where the groundwork for growth is being laid. What is our strategy for growth? In 2021, we hope to establish more local chapters. So there are Green Party members working on the ground across the state, attending and organizing events in their area. If you are interested in starting a chapter, please do contact me, and the Membership Outreach Committee will help you with launching it and ensuring its success. With our outreach hats on, we'll continue our work to grow the Green Party through direct interaction with those who reach out to us, expressing an interest in connecting and learning more about our mission and platform. New interest in the Green Party is always robust. So if you have even just a few extra minutes each week to email or call a few people who might become members, you can have a valuable impact on growing the party. Or if you are one who's more comfortable with behind the scenes work, we always need volunteers to help maintain and update our member database. And lastly, as Barbara has said, because the Green Party does not accept corporate donations and we rely solely on contributions and membership dues for our revenue to grow, we need current members to renew your membership. And if you're new to the Green Party, I hope today's event will inspire you to become a member and hopefully volunteer as well. And I just want to say thank you and welcome to those who have joined just recently in the last few weeks. Bravo for you. You can renew or become a member today on the Wisconsin Green Party website on the contribute page. I'm going to put my contact information in the chat now, so don't hesitate to call me or email me if you have any questions. I'd love to chat with you and see where we can fit you in so you can help the Green Party grow in Wisconsin. Thanks everybody so much, and enjoy the day.
Thanks, Patti. And thanks for all your great work. Yeah, so next up, oh, and let's continue to put questions in the chat related to our reports. You know, we're having some good conversation there, and since we're a little behind on time already, I think that is the best way to proceed. So the next report that we have up is the Elections Committee. Barb?
Hi again, everyone. I currently serve as the Elections Committee Chair. The Elections Committee is responsible for seeking out candidates and working on endorsing candidates. We have a questionnaire that every candidate needs to fill out before we even discuss them. And then we make our recommendation for an endorsement, and the coordinating council actually does the endorsement. So that's pretty much the bulk of the work that we do. But also when we had to petition, pretty much any time we have to petition, we help to organize petitioning drives. We work closely with candidates who we've endorsed to help with their petitioning and campaigning efforts. We have a lot of people going door to door with literature on a usual year. This year has been less of that. And clearly we've had a lot of additional struggles this year trying to fulfill what is usually a fairly reasonable petitioning schedule in Wisconsin. And I say that because I came from Illinois. For those of you who don't know, I've been living here as a transplant for like 12 years now. But when I started petitioning in Illinois, and we had to collect almost 50,000 signatures to get anybody on the statewide ballot, 2,000 to 4,000 doesn't seem like much. But but since it's been a pandemic year, that has definitely complicated things as well. We did not get the petitioning relief that Illinois did on any level. So it was very tough to work on getting people on the ballot this year. And even when we did everything that we were supposed to, and I'm talking especially with the presidential race, whenever we had difficulties, we knew that, for example, that Angela Walker had moved in the middle of petitioning, which is not illegal, by the way, as far as I remember. Moving is still legal in the United States. But even though we contacted the WEC right away and followed their recommendation to the letter, we still got challenged, and the highly partisan WEC decided that even though all of our signatures were stellar, that they couldn't find anything wrong with the signatures themselves, that they would vote 3-3 to keep us off the ballot. So that's how we ended up in the Supreme Court this year. And if there's any more questions about that, I'm happy to talk more with any of you later. It's definitely been a huge effort this year. And just a little bit about petitioning. We had over 70 volunteers help us with petitioning and calling and text banking to get out the signatures from people's personal homes. So some other parties might have sent out petitions to every single person. We didn't really have the capability to do that. So we called a lot of our membership and asked them, would you be able to print out the petition? And 65 of you responded to those calls, and even more of you actually sent in petitions to us. So we really appreciate all of that hard work this summer. We also had a bunch of candidates this year. And I should let you know a little bit about the elections committee here. We meet the first Tuesdays of the month. Of course, the new elections committee can always change that for the next year. We have had several people serving on the committee, including myself, Barb Eisenberg, Tom Rodman, Adam Kasalki was serving earlier this year, Mike McCallister, Dave Schwab, Dennis Boyer, and hopefully I got everybody. And the candidates that we worked with this year pretty closely were Alex Brower in Milwaukee for City Comptroller. And he has already asked for our endorsement for his next campaign, which has already begun for school board. We're in the process of that endorsement as well. For those of you who are interested in running for 2021 races, school board is one of the biggest ones across the state. So if you are interested in running for school board, you can definitely reach out and contact me. We also worked with Angelito Tenorio in District 1 for the aldermanic seat here in West Dallas, and he won his seat. We also endorsed Cassandra Erickson in Brown County for the Brown County Board, and she won her seat. And besides that, we also endorsed Adam Kasalki for Greenfield School Board, Jeff Jacobs for 56th District Assembly Person. And I think that's it. And we also have 12 elected officials that are currently holding office across the state of Wisconsin. So we are working to increase that in the next couple of years. We're definitely seeking candidates for statewide offices in 2022. Those are really important races coming up, and it's important to start thinking about those now. But also in 2021, we have school board races every year. We have smaller local races that people will have the opportunity to run for. So in service of getting people prepared to run for office and to help volunteer, we will be doing, this is our big announcement, that we'll be doing a campaign school this year on December 19th on Zoom. And so we've done these the last couple of years in person, and we've just had a lot of great people thinking about running for office come over, and many of them have actually decided to run. So they've always been a great resource for people, and very inspiring, because often we have elected officials who've already done the whole process come and join us for those as well. So I think that's pretty much all I have. If you have any questions for me, just put them in the chat. I would love to hear from any of you about joining the elections committee or volunteering with us. The elections committee is what makes this a political party. The fact that we not only have some political ideas that we support, but that we really put people behind those or in front of those ideas and run for those offices. Something that I've been pretty passionate about throughout my time here is to start running more people for the Conservation Congress, which there are positions that come up every single year in every county. And it's such a small, the stakes are so small, you don't need to really campaign for it because it's literally on the day of you can run for that office. And there are not very many people who attend these meetings. I'm elected to the Conservation Congress now, and we have we have 2 other people elected to the Conservation Congress across the state. But these are really seats that could go green very quickly. And so I look forward to helping flip the whole state green in the next year or 2. So I look forward to hearing from you, and let's keep moving on.
Thanks, Barb. Great work as always. All right, so next we have the IT committee. Tom, if you could give us a quick IT report, some of the major developments.
Okay, I'm looking at the clock. I'll try to maybe 3 minutes. I'm not organized as usual. So I guess in terms of help, we're always looking for volunteers, and so we don't really have somebody that's qualified as a database administrator that knows SQL and that sort of thing. That would be a nice to have thing. We need somebody who has good video editing experience. We need people like me. I think I have kind of a system admin view. We need both software developers and system admin types, and but any kind of help is great. So what is the IT side? I've been trying to kind of architect this so that if I got hit by a bus, that I've trained enough people. Like for example, in this meeting, I tried to get backups for myself, but that's difficult though, and we still have some vulnerabilities where we need to do more cross training. But in that, my philosophy is to set up ownership by the Green Party as to having one key person that owns everything, and then when they're gone, we're in trouble. So for example, our domain, we're getting that cleared up in terms of having the party actually renew the domain and the DNS and so forth. Okay, 11:24, I'm at 2 minutes. All right, so I'll try to stay high level here. What do we do? What do I do? I support email campaigns, kind of like MailChimp, but we're using Nation Builder, so we do a lot of that. Dave's probably the most experienced in that. IT overlaps into everything, so all the different groups I'm involved in and IT's involved in. So we, so again, outreach, so encourage and try to train people. Another thing I do is just train people on basic computer skills so they can get up to speed and do texting, calling, and emailing outreach to new people that are hitting the website. We're trying to organize all our documents, moving them off of an old style wiki onto Google Drive, and having a sensible architecture on Google Drive. We're always looking at new tools. I'm biased towards free libre open source software. And now I'm at about 3 minutes. So just the more the merrier we have. I have monthly meetings, and unfortunately we don't have as many people as I would like, but Monty's helping out, Tomas is helping out, Mike McCallister helps, Greg Banks, Barb. I appreciate all the help that I've had so far. Thanks. Pass.
How can people join or get a hold of you to join the committee?
Sure. So, well, my last name's Rodman. You can find me. I have a trodman.com. There's also mailing list. Why don't I put my contact info in the chat for that phone number?
Yeah, that'd be great. And also, I was just about to make a call for if people are interested in joining any of our committees, we would really love to have more volunteers. And so I will just put in the chat, you can volunteer for committees. And so this wisconsingreenparty.org/committees, it has more information about our state committees. So you can have a look at sort of what the responsibilities are. And, that is where the work gets done for our state party. So we would love to have more help and people bring their, experience and skills to those committees. Even if you don't have a lot of experience, as people mentioned, we do a lot of training as well. And so our committees include the Membership Outreach Committee, which Patti talked about, the Elections Committee, which Barb talked about, Finance Committee, as Bill talked about. Then the Communications Committee has been less active, but that is responsible for things like emails, social media, newsletters, website, print materials, merch, and we would love to have more help with the Communications Committee and get that more active. Same with the Platform and Policy Committee, and that works on updating our platform as well as drafting policies and statements on current issues for the party. So we would love to have more help there and get that committee more active. Then there's the IT Committee, Information Technology, that Tom was just talking about. And also, our newest committee is not yet on this page, but it's the Dispute Resolution Committee. So if people have experience or interest in the area of dispute resolution, then we could use your help there. So yeah, please just go to that website, wisconsingreenparty.org/committees, and you can indicate your interest in any of them, and write a little bit about why you think you're a good fit, and what you would bring to the committee. And yeah, if you have any questions, then feel free to reach out and ask. But yeah, all of our committees could use more help. So thanks everyone for those presentations. Why don't we jump to the National Committee?
Do I get to say anything about platform?
Yes, you sure can, if there's anything to report.
Okay, platform committee, I'll talk a little bit about the state and national levels. The state committee, we've had trouble trying to keep a committee together. Now we have 3 or 4 people. We meet on the 3rd Wednesday of the month, so we have a meeting coming up soon. Platform is an extremely important part of our party. Many of the people who come to our party do so after they stumble upon either the national or the state platform. Both are fairly comprehensive, but they're both living documents. They need to change because the platform is where we draw our policies from, and these are the things that people run on. I mean, it'd be nice to run just on our values and things, because we are a value-based party, but people want to know what's going to happen when we get into office. So that's the purpose of both the national and the state platform committees. Currently, I've been looking ahead to the next statewide election, where we need to get somebody elected through one of the state constitutional parties, which is governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, or treasurer. That's usually how we get our ballot access, usually through the state secretary or the state treasurer. We need to have that because next the presidential election, we don't want the Democrats messing around with us, and they won't if we already have ballot access. So it's very important in 2022 that we get somebody, either treasurer, secretary, or even a governor candidate that can get like 1% of the vote, which is not a very high threshold. But we need to be prepared for that for our candidates. So we need to know that our policies, platform planks are up to date. So I'd urge people to join the platform committee and look at their platform. Not very long, about 5 pages, but we haven't made many changes to it in recent years. So our platform needs to be up to date. To that end, I put together a 2-page summary of our platform, only about 26 items, and with a further goal of trying to narrow it down to like 5 key points. Because when you run a campaign, you want to keep things simple. So you want to address, like you think, the 5, even the 3 best possible policy things that you could run on. I'm not going to do that myself because I'm just one person. So I put together this list, and I'd like some feedback on it, what people think about the items that are there, what are the most important ones, what might be missing. So you can contact me directly. Oh, yeah, oh no, that comes in backwards. I'll put my thing on the chat about that, and I'll send it to you, and hopefully I'll get some feedback. But I also hope that people will join the committee, not only to work on the platform, but we also need an active committee that can deal with policies. I mean, because things are changing all the time, and we need to be ready to address them. This would be a great benefit to our spokespeople, our co-chairs at the state level, if they have some people researching things for them. On top of that, the National Committee, which I'm also co-chair of, our next session for accepting new platform amendments begins on April 1st, 2021, next year, for a 6-month period. Again, it's a living document. It's 80-some pages long. I encourage you to read it. And again, it's a source of many of the members of the National Committee that we get, not the National Committee, but the National Green Party. It's an inspiration to a lot of people. And I know it's not completely up to date either. There's always things that need to be added or adjusted or reworded at the national level as well as the state level. And the amendments for the national party come from each state party. So they have to start here. So we need, if there's something in the national platform that needs to change or be upgraded, that needs to start here in Wisconsin. So that's another reason to have a good platform committee here in the state, so we can address the issues in the national platform, which again is important to our national candidates, especially the presidential candidates. So I'll post my contact information in the chat, and hope to see a few new faces on Wednesday. And Tom will probably be putting that out. We do a video meeting, and somebody will be putting out info on that soon. Okay.
Thanks, Bruce. Do you have a very quick national committee report for us too?
Okay, the National Committee hasn't been all that active lately because of the elections. Nothing really to vote on or discuss. Although there's a discussion list where people talk a lot about current events, but the actual voting list where people discuss actual proposals, the National Committee has been fairly inactive for the last couple of months because of the election. The current most important issue right now before the National Committee is our annual budget for 2021. It doesn't look like our funds are going to go up very much. And we have a total employment of 3 full-time equivalent people, which is peanuts compared to even local organizations. So we really, at the national level, don't have a lot of funds. So if you can afford to contribute to the state party, also consider donating to the national party. But there's another issue in regard to that is we are a membership-based state party. People become members because they pay dues. There is a sizable number of other state parties that think that the national party should be the same. And I've considered for some time that sometime that Wisconsin should perhaps put together a proposal to make the switch. There'd be a lot of resistance to it because some state parties have state registration where you register in California or Delaware or anything as a member of the party, and then by our rules at the national level, you are a member of the national party as well. And proportionally, delegates to the national committee are based on those party registrations, which is kind of unfair to states like Wisconsin that don't have party registration. But the more important thing is that the national party is basically broke. It has been for years. And until we can get a base of people at least contributing some kind of minimal $5 a year membership and plus their contact information, which is probably just as important, we're never going to have a floor, a budget floor that we know that we can count on every year. So I think it's an important principle. And I think the Wisconsin Green Party should at least present a proposal and get people talking about it.
Great. Thanks, Bruce. Cool. So I think that brings us to the end of our committee reports. And so next up, let's have some very quick local reports. I know we have two local chapters that we can hear reports from, and then we can move on to announcements. So I'll just start with the Four Lakes Green Party, which is the local for Dane County and South Central Wisconsin. So we have had an interesting year. One of our main focuses this year has been on racial justice, supporting the George Floyd uprising and the Black Lives Matter movement. Locally, there have been a lot of different flashpoints around this, such as police officers in schools, which the Madison School Board voted to remove this year, which is a significant step forward. However, we also are facing a very bad project to try to spend around $150 million on a shiny new jail in Dane County. So that's a huge expense to expand our capacity for mass incarceration. And there are many misguided things about this project, which is supported by the liberal Democrats who run Madison. But there is very significant progressive grassroots opposition to the jail project. As the most segregated city in the most segregated state, with the greatest disparities, and that is not only for the African American population, but also the Native American population. We have so much work to do, and unfortunately, the people who want to close their eyes and pretend that Madison is some liberal utopia are actively trying to perpetuate the cycle of injustice. So that's been a big issue. Another big issue has been the F-35s. Again, there is extremely active opposition from a broad coalition of groups against bringing F-35 fighter jets to Madison, and treating our city as a military base and a dumping ground for toxic industrial wastes, specifically PFAS. And yet the Democratic power establishment has pushed this through, with Tammy Baldwin in the lead, and acting like bringing multi-billion-dollar fighter jets to a base in the middle of a thriving city is some sort of jobs program. I mean, it's perfectly encapsulates, I think, everything that we were talking about before in this really diseased system where we're governed by two parties at war on Wall Street. Anyway, I could go off on that, but unfortunately, the decision was taken to try to base the F-35s here, but the opposition and resistance continues. As with many things, and we are looking at city council elections coming up in the spring. We're looking at least a couple of county board seats that are open. There's been tremendous grassroots activity in Madison, Dane County area this year. So we are hoping to, continue building coalitions with those groups and others, and really, take this from a one-party town and bring in an actual progressive party. So I will pass with that, and I'm not sure who's giving the Greater Milwaukee chapter report. Yeah.
That would be me.
Oh, Mike. Okay.
Hi. So one of the things that we do in the Greater Milwaukee Greens is at the beginning of the year, we set ourselves a series of long-term goals, which are intended to guide our work for the coming year. And back in the early part of 2020, we set 4 long-term goals to increase the number of candidates we endorsed over the number that we were campaigns we were involved with in 2019, to double our paid membership through bottoms-up grassroots organizing, have at least 3 social events in the course of the year, and to organize a coalition and a campaign for a local Green New Deal. We met our candidate goal, and as Barbara mentioned, last spring we helped elect Angelito Tenorio to the West Dallas City Council. We have been growing our membership by reaching out. Our members have also been participating in the 100+ days of Black Lives Matter marches and rallies in and around the city of Milwaukee. We are involved in the movement to seek justice for the 3 young men shot and killed by Wauwatosa police officer Joseph Mensah in the last 2 years, and for Jacob Blake, Joel Acevedo, and Dontre Hamilton, and the countless other victims of police violence across the country. We worked hard to put Howie Hawkins and Angela Walker on the ballot. I don't have to talk about that anymore. While the pandemic has made it difficult to gather for festivities in real life, we've already talked about the Hangouts, so I'll cut this short. And at our next meeting next Saturday, we will begin to discuss the possibilities for a Green New Deal campaign in Milwaukee. If you're in Greater Milwaukee and you haven't reached out to, haven't been yet, we meet on the second Saturday of every month, except when there's a state gathering. So we will be meeting next Saturday at 10:30, starting at 10:30 in the morning. Our meetings don't go for just 2 hours. And we currently use this very same Zoom platform until the libraries start letting us meet in their meeting rooms again. Watch Facebook and the Greater Milwaukee Green Party discussion list for details. If you want to know more about those, our social media activities, you can write me at workingwriter@prodigy.net. I'll put that in the chat. We're also looking for a couple of volunteers to handle outreach to the media and writing press releases and all that kind of stuff, and a social media coordinator who can help out with the website and website, Twitter, Facebook, and all the other presences we have. So we will begin to work on new long-term goals in December, and in January we will have officer elections. There will be 2 open seats for co-chairs next year, and folks, we encourage people to think about those. I can tell people about how things are going to go forward. That's all I got. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thanks a lot, Mike. Okay, great. So I believe that takes us to the end of our reports, and we are still a little bit behind on time. So, any questions or discussion, let's have in the chat. Now we want to make some announcements, and then we will take a break and, head to a slightly more participatory part of the meeting, where we will have a hearing and discussion of bylaws changes proposals, and then we will do our internal elections. At least we will the nomination and speeches and discussion part. So more on that in just a second. So first I wanted to make some announcements. And I'm sure Barb and other officers will chime in if I miss anything. So first of all, we use Stack, and how that works in Zoom. If you would like to speak, then write Stack in the chat, and you'll be added to the Stack. And we allow people to speak in the order that they get on the Stack. The only exception would be if a question is asked and you have the, immediate answer to that question, such as factual information. Then you can say direct response, and, that way we don't have to wait a long time before getting the answer to some, important information for our decision making. Or another thing is you can put the answer directly into the chat, and that saves even more time. But direct response is not because, I want to, respond to that point immediately, so I want to jump the stack. Please don't use direct response for that. We use Stack so that everyone can, speak in the order that they raise their hand, basically. And the other exception is that we try to use what we call progressive Stack, which means that we, try to hear different voices. And, for example, if there are people who haven't yet spoken, we might go to them first before someone who has already, spoken before. Next up, a note about membership. So as mentioned before, we're a dues-paying membership party. Everyone is welcome to join our meetings as an observer. If you'd like to participate in the discussion and decision-making, then you should be a member in good standing. And what that means is that you are up on your annual dues. So if you have donated or paid dues within the last year, then you should be a member in good standing, and you'll be eligible to participate in the decision making, and you'll get a ballot to vote by the end of today's meeting. If you are not yet a member, or you need to renew your membership, please do that now. And that way we can make sure that everyone is up on their dues. And as Bill and Bruce and others mentioned, that's how we sustain our party. That's how we're able to do what we do as a non-corporate party with no sponsorship from the corporate elite. We're funded by regular people, just like the ones in this meeting. And another quick note is, as Bruce mentioned, we can use more donors and more sustainers for the National Green Party. I'm a sustaining monthly member of both the Wisconsin Green Party and the National Green Party, and I encourage other people to do the same, because we need more resources, but we're punching above our weight at all levels, and we accomplish a lot, given that our budget has been so small, and we could accomplish more with more. All right, next about the, and if someone could share the contribute link. And I should also mention that it's a suggested sliding scale. So if you look at the different levels on the contribute page, and please make an honest assessment of what you can afford to contribute. There's a question about, is there a waiver process? Yes, if you can't, if you really can't afford to give anything, you can request a waiver, that has to be approved by the coordinating council. There is a low income or a financial hardship or student membership, which is $12 a year or $1 a month. Most people should be able to afford that. If you really can't, then you can request a waiver. But again, nobody's funding our party but ourselves. So please, do what you can. And many people do the individual membership level, and many people do higher level. So thanks to everyone who's contributing with your membership dues. So regarding decision making, we won't be really making decisions on any proposals today. We'll have discussion of some bylaws changes. Typically we try to make decisions by consensus. If we don't have consensus, then we can bring things to a vote, and we can pass proposals with 60% of people voting yes. But that, like I said, isn't as relevant today. What's more relevant is our election process. So we use ranked choice voting for candidates, including for internal elections. So for single winner elections, it would work pretty simply. The person with the most, or if someone gets a majority, then they're elected. If no one gets a majority, then the last place finisher is eliminated, and their votes are reallocated. Those ballots are reallocated to the second choice, and so on and so forth, until someone has a majority. I think a lot of us are familiar with ranked choice voting, but if you're not, then I'm sure that people can share resources in the chat, so that you can learn. It's pretty quick. We also use ranked choice voting for multiple winner elections, which is also known as single transferable vote. And what that means is that once candidates reach a certain threshold of votes, then they would win a seat. This is, for example, how we allocated our 4 delegates in the presidential nominating process earlier this year. We were able to allocate those delegates proportionally, but it works the same. You rank the candidates in the order that you prefer them. Your favorite candidate first, second favorite second, and so on and so forth. There also is the option to vote for none of the below. And what that means in this context is that if you may not like any of the candidates, and so you would just put your first rank as none of the below. Or you may like some of them, but not all of them. So you might rank your first candidate first, your second candidate third, but then you would rather not elect any of the other candidates. So,
excuse me, Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were working on designing this last night, and we consensed on this enhanced ranked choice where you simply remove the people that you don't want on the ballot. At least that's the intention.
Actually, you just don't add them. You get a list of people, you can put them in any order you put them on your ballot. is your rank?
Yeah, sorry to get into all the detail, but maybe we'll follow up with an explanation at the top of the ballot pass.
Okay. Yeah, that would be helpful because, you know, in our bylaws, this is referred to as none of the above voting. Yeah, so that's an option, you know, always when we vote. So as long as there's a way to, you know, indicate that, you know, I only want to vote for these candidates and I don't want to vote for the other candidates, then that should work. All right, so I know people might be a little confused by that, so it sounds like Tom is going to explain that once our ballots are ready. So then finally, we will be voting on congressional district representatives to our coordinating council. So the coordinating council is our decision-making body. It meets once a month, or sometimes on special occasions to, you know, make important decisions for the Wisconsin Green Party. And all of our state officers are members of the coordinating council. And we also have one representative from each congressional district, and of which there are 8. We have up to 8 at-large representatives, and we also have each accredited local chapter is entitled to elect 1 representative. Today will be, or the ballots that we'll send out today will include the officer elections for co-chair, the 2 treasurer positions and the 2 secretary positions. It will include the at-large coordinating council positions, and that will be a multi-seat election conducted using ranked choice voting, as we just discussed. And then each congressional district will have a congressional district representative election. So, excuse me, if you're in CD4, then you'll be voting on the CD4 rep. So that will be a single winner election conducted using ranked choice voting, but only people within that congressional district are eligible to vote on that one. The local chapters will elect their local chapter representative in the near future, so that won't happen today. We'll also elect National Committee delegates to the Green Party U.S. National Committee and National Committee alternates to the Green Party U.S. National Committee. So that is the extent of today's elections. And the one other thing that I wanted to say is that we are very much looking to start chapters in every congressional district across the state. You know, we have 8 congressional districts, and you know, we currently have active local chapters in 3 of them. We'd like to expand to all 8. So if you would like to run for congressional district representative to the coordinating council, then please think of it as an organizing position where, in addition to being on the coordinating council, you'll also be involved with organizing a chapter within your congressional district. And, you know, we can work with you on making that happen. So anyway, that brings me to the end of my announcements. Barb, do you have any others to add?
I guess just a few. First of all, we are going to continue Green Socials on Mondays at 5:30 until further notice. So we hope to see you on Mondays. Also, we have all kinds of merchandise. It's not really advertised online because we don't usually like ship things out to people, but it's not an impossibility if you are not around the area where we have these objects and you would like them. You would have to pay shipping if you want to get them in your area, but we do have t-shirts like the one that I've got here. So you can get a stylish Green Party t-shirt. We have all kinds of buttons that have a similar look to them. And if you are in the greater Milwaukee area, you can get buttons and things like that as well. And also literature. And we do have some printable literature on the website too. These objects are, and more, are usually created by the communications committee or decided on by the communications committee. Sometimes also with the help of the membership committee. If you'd like to help design these things, that's a good area to work on. And I always have to mention it because we still haven't finished out this contest that has been, we've been talking about doing for, I don't know, almost 2 years now, and we haven't actually gone through with it, is that we had a proposal to create a mascot for the Green Party, a turtle mascot, because we are slow and steady, but we will eventually win in the end. They're a very green animal, and they're just a legacy. They've got a long legacy of representing ecological wisdom and a good environment. So if you'd like to help out with creating a turtle mascot and join the contest, you can definitely email that to me. I'll put my email in the chat, and we will have all of our submissions up on the website soon. If we could get some help with that as well, that would be great. And I think that's it for now.
Okay, great. Do any of our other officers have any announcements to add? Okay, not hearing any. And I'll just add that, we will still be accepting self-nominations from the floor before we start our elections. So we'll share a list of the open positions and, candidates who've already thrown their hat in the ring. And, if folks want to self-nominate from the floor before we get started, then you'll have an opportunity to do that. But for right now, let's take another short break, and then we'll come back and start our discussion on the proposed bylaws changes. And then we have a break scheduled for 12:30 to 1 for lunch break. So it's looking like the elections will probably mostly happen or maybe entirely happen after the lunch break starting at 1. Yeah, let's take that quick break right now. Let's do another, 4-minute break, and if people can come back at 12:10, and then we can try to get through this bylaws discussion real quick, and then we can get some lunch. All right. Thanks, you all. See you at 12:10. All right, so it's now 12:10. One of the pieces of business we have today is discussion of a couple of proposed bylaws changes. So you can find this under the meeting agenda on our website. And this is kind of the most in the weeds that we will get in this meeting. So bear with us, try to make it as quick and painless as possible. So our process as set out in our bylaws is that if we want to propose changes, then first we bring it to one state meeting for discussion, and then we bring it to the next meeting for decision. So right now this is up for discussion. Yeah, there are two proposed changes. So the first one, if you go to the link that I just shared and scroll down below the agenda, then there is something about the proposed bylaws changes. The first one is to add Article 2, Section 8, removal. Proposed text: any member of the Wisconsin Green Party may be removed from membership in the organization for gross misconduct or violation of the adopted key values, platform, or code of conduct adopted by the party by decision of the membership or the coordinating council. Notice of such a proposed removal must be sent out prior to the meeting where it is proposed. The candidate or elected official in question shall receive a notice before the meeting at which the decision is to be made and a hearing if requested. The background is that this is copied from the language on removing a candidate or elected official from the party, and it creates a similar mechanism for holding rank and file members accountable for gross misconduct. And while we fortunately have not felt the need or the necessity for this type of mechanism in past years, it is important as our party grows that we create mechanisms for accountability and to protect our party from bad actors. First of all, we'll ask if there are any clarifying questions. So if you have any clarifying questions, please get on the stack and we'll call on people in the order that they get on. Okay, so I see Sam on the stack. Go ahead, or Sam Chance. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, so I guess what I'd be wondering is, as far as the it being sent out prior to the meeting, them being notified prior to the meeting, would that be an hour prior to the meeting? Would it be 5 minutes? Would it be a day? Because I could obviously see that being used in a way where it's like, okay, it's 5 minutes before the meeting, we're going to vote on you being removed. You get the notification. You don't really practically have time to respond to it. Pass.
Okay, yeah, good question. Thanks. So then we also have Cheri, Bruss, and Barb Dahlgren on the stack. So go ahead, Cheri.
Okay, I have a question. How are we to meaningfully distinguish gross misconduct from the ordinary conflict of dissenting opinions one might expect to encounter in a democratic organization?
That's a good question as well. So Barb is next on the stack. Go ahead, Barb.
I wanted to try and take a shot at answering some of these clarifying questions, if that's okay. We have in our rules that usually you need a week prior to a meeting to send out notices about meetings. So in a timely manner would probably be a week, but we could have a friendly amendment to this saying that it has to be a week prior. gross misconduct versus just general butting of heads in a political party, I would think a lot of that has to really be decided in the meeting. We do have some channels for dealing with conflict, like our dispute resolution committee. So if, let's say, Cheri and I have a conflict with each other, before it gets out of hand, we could ask to have the dispute resolution committee hear that conflict and do some conflict resolution long before it gets to the point that, you know, we're doing something so terrible to one another, or really abusing the lists of our group and the communication channels of our group, so that hopefully we avoid any major issues like that. Pass.
Thanks, Barb. So next, Thistle is on the stack. And then we also have Cheri. Cheri just spoke, so I will put myself on the stack first so I can respond to Cheri's previous question. So we'll go Thistle, then me, then Cheri. Go ahead, Thistle.
Yeah. Who is going to decide who the bad actors are and what is gross misconduct? Who decides that?
Okay, good question. So as Barb mentioned, we have a dispute resolution committee. And when there is a conflict within the party, then that can be brought to the dispute resolution committee. So we have dispute resolution processes that are adopted from the national party, so that you know, people who are not involved with the conflict can attempt to mediate. And you know, there are two different kinds of conflicts. One which involves a dispute over a decision made by the party and deciding whether that such a decision is legitimate. And there also involves interpersonal conflict, you know, where, again, you know, people may feel like they have been mistreated, and, you know, then usually in those situations we need an independent third party to evaluate and investigate the situation and hopefully mediate the situation so that we can have restorative justice and, you know, move forward. But, you know, we also need mechanisms for accountability. So yeah, so the dispute resolution committee would be the first tier. And, you know, then ultimately it would come to a decision of either the coordinating council or the membership, you know, to make a decision, you know, if the dispute resolution committee was unable to, you know, come to that. And the question of, you know, what differentiates misconduct from disagreement. So the code of conduct lays out, you know, what behavior is acceptable and, you know, what behavior is unacceptable. And, you know, it, some of these things are always a little bit subjective, but we're trying, you know, as much as possible to create a, you know, professional and independent dispute resolution process. And, you know, ultimately sometimes it comes down to a judgment call. But, you know, I think also everyone can agree that there is certain behavior, you know, mistreatment of others that, you know, should not be tolerated within the Green Party. And, you know, we want to make sure that there are procedures to avoid that and to hold people accountable, you know, if they are engaging in that sort of behavior. So there's the code of conduct and other policies that have been adopted by the party, including our bylaws. So those, are available for everyone to review. So now we have Cheri, Mike, and Bill on stack. Go ahead, Cheri.
So what I'm hearing here is that this proposed bylaw change could be used to police dissent. And to me, that seems very authoritarian. And I'm concerned about that in a party that is supposed to thrive on respect for diversity and grassroots democracy.
Okay. And also if folks can say pass when they're done speaking, that will help us know when to move on. So then now we have Mike, Bill, Monty, and Barb. Go ahead, Mike.
Do we have an example or a historical reference for when we've tossed out an elected official or more on the or even on the regular membership side anywhere? Because I think that might be a useful. I imagine that this would be rarely invoked, but don't know for sure.
Let me give you a quick response, Mike, before we move on the discussion. The Connecticut Green Party recently unendorsed a candidate who made a social media post that seemed to be advocating violence against people who commit theft. So that would be one example of the Green Party using its process. I mean, not in this state, but using its process to unendorse a candidate who violated their principles. So next up we have Bill. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah. Well, one thing that this is not about is policing dissent. I got involved in the Greens during the Nader campaign. I was intermittently involved over the next decade or so. I've been consistently involved in the Wisconsin Greens for the last 6 or 8 years. And I have never been in an organization that is more respectful, courteous, friendly, and collegial than the way people treat each other in the Greens. That's our norm. That's how it is almost all the time. However, in all this time, I don't even remember anybody being as much as censured. Maybe I'm wrong. So this is the circumstance that this bylaws proposal anticipates is something that might and should be very, very rare. But during this election campaign, we've had the opportunity to see a lot of really bad actors out there. Some of them have very large guns. Some of them kill people. Not to say that we should anticipate that sort of thing taking place in our ranks, but it would be good to have some language in place that says there's certain types of conduct and ways of carrying on that we will not tolerate. And I did see this conflict resolution committee used one time so far, and I think pretty effectively. So I think that the norm is going to be going forward that if we do have any difficulties or personality conflicts or whatever, that we're going to really bend the stick in the direction of working long and hard to resolve them collegially and respectfully amongst ourselves. But if we have someone that is incorrigible, disrupts the work of our organization, someone who doesn't hold our values doesn't agree with us politically, we need to reserve the right to take action to protect ourselves. Now, the only thing I can remember that seemed even close to that is I remember a couple of years ago at a Greater Milwaukee Green Party meeting, a guy walked in and said he was a Green, and then proceeded to kind of denounce in a very wild fashion most of us, and then he left. I'm not sure who he was, but if that person decided to stick around for our whole meeting and disrupt and continue saying some of the things he did, we might, after using our conflict resolution mechanism, we might want to consider that this was functioning or operating in a grossly unacceptable fashion. So I think we need some language in our bylaws to address a potential situation like this. Pass.
All right, next we have Monty. And also, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, and we're almost to our break time, so let's try to.
I'll be quick. In most contexts, I would see this and I'd be like what Cheri said. But 2 or 3 things. First, as Bill mentioned, we're famous for not only not needing this, but also it's unlikely we'll ever use it. If you look at our history, people forget about these things. They don't care about these things. Nobody gets around to these things. If somebody raises a dispute, we'll resolve it better this next time. That's what this is for. And I keep looking at it, and it's very professional. And the more professional I think it is, the more I think, gee, if we had a legal department, they'd have had us do this a decade ago. And so to finish, Cheri, democracy and diversity require policing of abusive behaviors. You can't have democracy when half the people don't want to show up because some butthead might be there. And so, you know, should that butthead be me? I want to get kicked out, period. I want to know about it first, but we're not even good at that. So I am so down with this. Pass.
Thanks, Monty. So we have, let's see, Barb, and then Thistle, Bruce, Sam. Okay, and we probably won't get through our whole discussion before break. So if people could try and make their comments quick, and then if we don't get to you, if you can put your comments in the chat, and then, you know, when we get back, we can pick up where we left off. But, you know, we still have a lot of business to get to. So remember, we're not deciding on this today. This is just discussion. So hopefully this will help us to make a better proposal. All right, so next up we have Barb.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I'm in support of this. We'll be voting on it at the spring gathering, but this is a really important discussion. I just want, people are probably like, why are they doing this now after all these years of having the same rules about removal that we always had? We are getting more attention than ever, and not all of that is good attention. A lot of it is a bunch of trolls coming from the Democratic Party, coming into our spaces and telling us that we shouldn't have any existence at all, and arguing with us about having candidates, like really basic things in our political atmosphere. We have people coming in who say that they're with us, and then it turns out that they're you know, not supportive of our 4 pillars, that they you know, they have a major bunch of disagreements with us and think that they now own the Green Party. So to have a democracy, we need to have rules to stop that kind of behavior so that we all can coexist together, even if we do have some lesser disagreements with each other on how to do things. So that's kind of why we have this in here now. having a really good ethics and process for this stuff so that it's fair no matter who's on the other end of it, using that what's that word, legal term, the curtains, so that if you were on the other side of it, that you would be okay with the results. That's really important to us. So with that, I'll pass.
Okay, thanks. So now we're at 12:30. So this is our scheduled break time. So we want to honor that and give people half an hour for lunch. Like I said, for the folks who are still on the stack, please try to put your comments into the comments section so that we can keep moving things along. But we will pick up where we left off at 1 p.m. when we get back from our lunch break. So thanks everyone for sticking with it. Like I said, this is the most in the weeds we get, discussing bylaws changes. So after lunch, we will pick up where we left off, bylaws, elections, then we'll have our guest speakers and discussion, and that will be very exciting. So see you all at 1, and yeah, see you soon.
Well, I had a late breakfast, so I ain't going to lunch. Anybody want to chat?
I drank my breakfast, or rather,
You
still am
smoked
doing
it too,
so.
I see.
Yeah, that's just between smoking and kefir, peach. I kind of don't need breakfast. I can't find the word abuse.
So I floated the idea of a meeting at 6 o'clock on OPA vote, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. I mean, the Q&A is going to go on probably till 4.
Wait,
Bullying.
this meeting going on till 7?
No. But I think we're going to have a Q&A that'll probably say if the official meeting ends at 4, we might have a half an hour question and answer, and then the back office people, we still have to work out details on the ballot.
Yeah, we also have to remember to self-nominate, and I'm not sure when that comes up. I lost track.
No, you self-nominate online.
Or did we already do that?
We
need to give someone to approve the ability to vote us down, don't we?
Yeah, when does the voting process take place?
That's a good question. It starts
Sunday.
About the time not till tomorrow?
Not till tomorrow. We're not sending it starts after we send the ballots out. We got to review the eligible voter list.
It'll be open we
got to finalize the ballot, right?
It'll be open at least a day, I think.
At least a day. I'm gonna get something to eat.
This is informal, Jen. You don't have to stack.
I know, but I'm just saying.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were here. I was doing something with something.
I tried to contribute my membership fee, and it keeps sending me back to the volunteer sign up page after I put all my credit card information in. And I've done that twice already.
Did we lose Tom? I'm sorry, I wasn't listening to that.
I was trying to pay my dues, right?
Oh.
And it's like I put it in twice already, and it keeps sending me to the volunteer sign up page. I don't know if the transaction went through or what's going
You
on.
can definitely check that before you try again. I'm not yet real familiar with that side of things. So I think we're gonna need someone like Barb or Tom on here to get you an answer.
It sounds like a tech thing. Probably
I
Tom.
just don't want to start mucking about in that something I haven't when it's got to do with finance. Which is kind of a vicious circle because I try to avoid that kind of thing, but it's time I learned right now.
Would I be
I'm
able
gonna grab some lunch too, so.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Would I be able to give my membership dues to someone because I don't have a working debit card?
Yeah. Are you like in Milwaukee?
Correct.
I thought so. I believe the easiest way for you to kind of hit two birds with one stone is, and I'm not sure on any details, but Barb mentioned last night she was planning on having a get together at her house after the meeting. And if you went there, that would probably be easily taken care of.
Barbara, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
What time is the get together?
If people want to hang out at like 6 o'clock,
okay,
I'll be around. I'll have food.
Because I gotta be at the bus station at 7.
Ooh.
So
which one?
The one downtown.
You're like, okay, like
the Breihan
Greyhound
bus station.
Where do you live?
Bayview, basically. St. Francis, really.
Like to get home?
Yeah, you could hit Barb on the way there after 6
Actually,
before
I'm
7.
I'm visiting my friend in Whitewater today,
and
the bus leaves at 7 p.m. So that's why I need to get to the downtown bus
drive?
station. I do not, sadly.
It's all right. I could see coming and getting you, which would make it real easy for you if you did drive. If you don't drive, it would be rough. On the bus, I wouldn't even try. Of course, that's not your only option, I'm sure. There's a lot of us in town, and I'm not even sure who would take the cash. Barb, who's treasurer? I'm kind of a newbie, even though I've been around forever, because I was living in the mid-state for most of the last 12 years. So I'm, went all right over my head there, both of you guys.
Both of our treasurers.
Again, it had to do with money, so I'm lost.
Right now, so Patti lives closest to you, Sam, but also Bill is really the guy who's who will take checks, and he's on the east side, right in Cambridge.
Would you be able to send me Patty's address, or?
Maybe when Patti gets back, I should have her send you her address.
Oh yeah.
And can we add him to the voter list on promise to pay, so to speak?
Yeah.
I hope so. Good.
Well, Sam wanted to be a candidate, and Sam can't be a candidate if he's not a member.
Oh, even better. Awesome.
Yeah, so
I'm good with
you know
that.
Sam is good.
Glad to see it. There were times when we would not have shown that kind of flexibility, and I'm glad to see it.
John, he might be an infiltrator.
I'm the infiltrator, Bruce, don't you know? It's too late. I'm kidding, of course, but how do you know? I am the one who brings it up
You're
the
an
most.
agent provocateur.
What?
You're an agent provocateur.
Could easily be called that, but I'm only working for me. But I'll tell you, if I wasn't me, I would follow my advice, and I tend to try not to say anything about the entire subject except this. The person who keeps bringing it up, that's probably who it is. That's your first suspect, is the one who keeps talking about it. And so since I keep saying that, it makes me a suspect by definition, by mine, so to speak.
There have been agents provocateurs, I think, at the national level. There's people I've suspected, but that
I
just
haven't
comes
really
with the
gone
you
there.
gotta kind of assume they're there.
It's hard. Yeah, if you're having the same impact, what's the difference? It's my way of looking at it. But
When you look at the amount of
I've
money
only
the Democrats have to throw around, they could easily pay somebody to be an informant. I doubt if they would bother at the state level, but
I've only
suspect
seen
at the national level.
I've only seen evidence of professional intelligence when I tried to write the history of the PSN for the third time in 5 years, and found that the only history there was to write was our records got including their list, our member list. Our records got ripped off twice. Just every time somebody finished a history, they ripped off the records. I was the third attempt, and I didn't finish the attempt. So there was no place to put the record. Progressive Student Network is a student network. You didn't have an old guard. We were only 7 years old by the time we stopped kind of doing anything. And that was big time. Why? Because we didn't have a fucking membership. Sorry, people. We didn't have a membership list. And without a membership list, you don't have an organization, much less a network of them. But that was 1985. Methods are not so crude and obvious anymore.
This is kind of off topic, but
so is what we were talking about. Sorry,
but,
Tom.
I was planning on running for school board, and I was wondering in 2023, and I was wondering if there was a process to get the Green Party's endorsement.
Oh yeah, but it's not hard. I mean, it's not complicated at the very least.
Candidate questionnaire is the first step.
We can't hear you, Tom.
Oh, you can't hear me still?
No, I can.
So there's a candidate questionnaire. It's about 25 questions. It'll take you a while to fill out. So that's the formal process. You need to answer that, and then it goes through a committee. Probably the coordinating council takes a week or so to look that through, and then we also started to do like a landlord background check kind of thing, just to make sure there's no skeletons in your closet, So yeah, that's the overview. Oh, and one other thing. So occasionally the agent provocateurs rise right up into the ranks and become co-chairs, and they get into the IT. Like I should be a suspect, right? I'm in IT. So what I'm saying is they're in it for the long haul. So they may just be assets being, waiting and acting completely, positively, and then when they're engaged, it's over. Pass.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I were, maybe just put it in the chat as a reminder, and I'll try after lunch to give you a link to the document so you can start looking at it. My sister told me when you spend all that time cutting up the salad, just eat the individual things in the salad, spread out throughout the day. So that's what I'm trying to do.
I'm sorry.
Hey, how's it going, Dad?
Are you still near me?
Yeah, I'm on intermission right now, but yeah,
How's it coming?
pretty good.
Sorry. We're recording. We want to record the break. Yes. Say, we know we're recording this break, right?
So, sorry, what was that?
You know we're recording this break.
Yep. Probably. I wouldn't see why we. We don't have. I mean, I could do the job, but I don't know how to use the tools we're working with to do it lately. So.
It's just
we
you
need a
don't want to
volunteer
turn
who
off.
cares. What?
You don't want to turn the recording off and then forget to turn it back on.
Yeah,
we
for
can
one thing.
We can chop it out if someone has the energy to do the edit.
Well, and if we're gonna have something like this dispute resolution document, well, that's not the right word for it, but we might as well start thinking like lawyers. As a party, we share a lot of concerns with corporations, particularly a party who stands for what we do and who's been impacting this part of the law. I mean, whose ideologies have been impacting this part of the law.
Yeah, I did a survey of about 4 different code of conduct documents, and then I found an anti-code of conduct document.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it can be, the whole thing can be abused. The
Oh
code
well,
of
yeah. I think and I believe what's her name? Cheri has pegged the actual word that's most abused and most likely to get abused. And that's abuse. She's right. I don't know that should be in there, but bullying is also overgeneral. And as a part of the definition of bullying, I don't know if that's.
He worked quite a bit. I mean, I think he pulled that definition probably out of some other document.
Yeah, but I just,
Well,
and
Monty,
I think it's awesome. It's a good choice.
Monty, did you look at the definition of bullying in the code of conduct, because it's really pretty specific.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I did. And again, as I put in the chat, that actually, when I got to the word of abuse, is when I started feeling Cheri's point, and it was just before she said it, so it was remarkably easy to remember. But because I've never seen it before.
I just let you know that this is a 501c4, which is a corporation. So even though we are corporate, we ourselves are a corporation.
And we're a corporation with a particular concern for our political image, as a matter of fact, is what I'm trying to say. But thank you very much for helping me clarify. And I'm going to eat in front of you all unless you just want me to turn off the camera, because this is my kitchen table, my kitchen counter. Right here.
That's a perfect area.
Yeah, it's not perfect. I've been wanting to rebuild the desk since the day I built it, but when I moved in, I had to mess with my dad's paintings blocking me from getting back behind it again, and now it's blocked in again.
Monty,
so I kind of got to clean my house to do anything about rearranging my screens, much less thinking about rebuilding my desk.
Be aware that the sound causes the speaker view, so that if you make noises with your forks and spoons.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot I was on. No, let me get rid of that speaker too. And then,
I'm just saying that you'll become the foreground speaker if you make noise.
Yeah, well, I'm going to make feedback too if I don't cut this out. Probably better already. It sounds better to me.
If any of you are kind of thinking about leadership positions during the break, just kind of pondering whether or not you could take on that sort of responsibility, I would encourage you to go for it. That because this is a democratically organized party, we are all leaders in some way or another. And we all have something good to contribute. So if you're thinking about it, you might as well try out for it. The coordinating council positions are 1 year long, and there's 12 meetings every year, pretty much. So if you can come to meetings, if you can bring some ideas, it's great to have more people.
All right, 2-minute warning.
See my keyboard. Oh, okay. Okay, my donation did go through. Okay, I'm good. Yeah. It charged me twice. Damn it.
Who said that?
Okay, it's now 1 p.m. So let's get restarted here. So we can pick up where we left off. We're in discussion of the first proposed change to bylaws. We've had a lot of discussion in the comments. So thanks everyone for continuing that there. Is there anyone who hasn't yet spoken on this who would like to? Please get on the stack, and are there any burning issues that have not yet been addressed in the discussion or in the comments that need to be? So if you have either of those, if you haven't spoken yet on this, or if there's a new issue that needs to be raised in this discussion, please get on the stack. Okay, so I see Cheri on the stack. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Dave. I just wanted to ask, oh, here, I'm sorry, I've got myself off. I wanted to ask, so far the discussion's only been about proposal 1 and not about proposal 2, or is this a joint discussion?
That's correct. We haven't gotten to the second proposal yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. But if there is no further discussion on the first proposal, then we can move along to the second. So let's do that since I'm not seeing anyone else on the stack. Okay, so the second proposed bylaws change. Amend Article 10, discrimination, Section 1, conduct. So the proposed text is to change from current language, discrimination on the basis of sex, race, age, religion, economic status, sexual orientation, ethnic identity, national origin, handicap, parenthood, or color in the conduct of the affairs of the Wisconsin Green Party is prohibited. So change that from that to discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, race, ethnicity, culture, national origin, social and economic class, educational level, color, immigration status, sex, age, size, family status, religion, or mental or physical ability in the conduct of the affairs of the Wisconsin Green Party is prohibited. So this updates the language on discrimination in the Wisconsin Green Party bylaws in accordance with the Wisconsin Green Party Code of Conduct and the proposed Green Party US Code of Conduct. Yeah, and basically, the Wisconsin Green Party bylaws were written quite a long time ago, I think originally in the 1980s. So there's some language that hasn't been updated in quite a while. And also the Green Party US is currently working on a proposed code of conduct. As Bruce mentioned, they've tabled a lot of their activity during election season because people were preoccupied with elections. But yeah, basically this just updates the language on discrimination, to make sure that we cover more categories and update some language around, different classes that are, historically or, currently marginalized and discriminated against in our society. So I will ask, are there any clarifying questions regarding this proposal? Okay, not seeing any questions regarding the proposal. Is there any discussion? Okay, I see Thistle on the stack. Go ahead, Thistle.
I'm wondering why parenthood was taken out as a class, because as you know, women traditionally have been discriminated against when they get pregnant and have a child, that can be a point of discrimination. So I'm just wondering why parenthood was taken out. Thanks.
So yeah, that's a good question. I believe that has just been updated to family status. So that would cover parenthood. as well as other, family statuses. So it wouldn't just apply to parents; it would also apply, to children and other family members, and it would prevent or prescribe any sort of discrimination based on family status. That's my understanding. Maybe if anyone else has, any response to that, then feel free to get on the stack. Pass.
I'm trying to have a direct response, but I don't know if I can. Just wondering, family status could be children, and so you can't discriminate against a child, but yet children cannot become members of the Green Party, but being a child under a certain age is a family status. I don't know, I feel like parenthood is a very specific status that traditionally has been discriminated against.
There's not really anything that stops a child from being a member.
Yeah, if we could stick to the stack. Thanks, Monty. So Barb is on the stack next.
Yeah, I can respond to the idea that children, can they be members? People 16 and older can become members of the Wisconsin Green Party, can really become members of any Green Party in the United States, because our Young Green starts at age 16. Pass.
Okay. Thanks, Barb. So we have Sam Chance on stack, then Tomas Ward. So go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, I guess as far as the parenthood versus family status language, certainly we can reasonably lump, or I don't want to say lump, but we can reasonably include parenthood as a family status. So the family status language would be inclusive of discrimination based upon parenthood. Pass.
Okay, Tomas.
Hey, thanks. I agree that it might be worthwhile to keep parenthood in as a specific word. And maybe there can be a friendly amendment for that, and also share the concern that's in the comments about sex being moved down the list of discriminatory potential categories. Pass.
Okay. Thank you. And thanks for putting comments in the chat. Okay. As Bill says, there's no particular significance to the order. I agree with that. I don't think that the order is intended to convey any sort of hierarchy of oppressions at all. And also, I agree with what Barb said, and Sam. Family status includes parenthood, but is not limited to parenthood. And we do have certain age requirements, but I will note that they are significantly lower than the voting age in the country, as well as requirements for participation in most parties. In fact, I believe in the National Youth Caucus you can join starting at age 14, but I would need to fact check that. All right. Are there any other questions or discussion regarding this proposal? Okay. Not seeing any. Well, thanks everyone. As we talked about before, our process is that proposed bylaws changes go through a discussion phase at one meeting. All the feedback is valuable and taken into consideration. And then at our next membership meeting in the spring, we will move forward to make a decision on those proposed bylaws changes. So let's move on to our elections phase. And we only have about an hour before our guest speakers start. So as noted before, we are electing our officers, coordinating council representatives at large, and district representatives, congressional district representatives, as well as national committee delegates and alternates. So here is what I have so far. I'm just pasting into the chat. This is, to the best of my knowledge, people who have self-nominated so far for the various positions. And we're open to more self-nominations from the floor if people would like. So I'll just go through these quickly to make sure that everything is accurate. If it doesn't look accurate, if your name should be there but isn't, or if it is but shouldn't be, please speak up to let us know. And if you would like to throw your name into the ring for any position, then please also speak up on that. We're trying to finalize our list of candidates for these officer positions, and then we'll be able to, everyone will be able to say a few words about their candidacy. We'll have some discussion, and then as soon as our IT committee is ready, they will send out the ballots to all members in good standing who will be able to vote. And we're originally hoping to have the ballot ready today. Looks like it might have to wait until tomorrow. Yeah, so let me quickly list the candidates that we have right now, and then we'll open it up for corrections and further self-nominations. So there's one open co-chair position, and Joe Nathan Kingfisher has self-nominated. For operations treasurer, Bill Breihan has self-nominated. For elections treasurer, we have Patti Ashby. For recording secretary, we have Sam Michael. For correspondence secretary, we have Jeffrey Lewis. For coordinating council district seats, in District 2, we have Thistle Pedersen and Sam Chance. In District 5, we have Bruce Hinkforth. At large, I have not seen any so far. Also for other congressional districts, I haven't seen any candidates self-nominate so far.
Tom Stack.
Let me just get through the list, Tom, and then we'll take the stack. So for national committee delegates, we have Sam Michael, Dave Schwab, Bruce Hinkforth, and Thistle Pedersen. For national committee alternates, we have Tom Rodman and Mike McCallister. All right, so then we have Sam Michael on stack, and let's see, Monty Letourneau has a comment which I don't quite understand. Then I heard Tom trying to get on stack. Okay. And then Thistle wants to be added to at-large and also for alternate. Okay, so go ahead, Sam Michael.
Okay, so what, I have two questions. Is the at-large, is the job of the at-large member basically the same as District 2 and District 5? And what areas are District 2 and District 5? Like, of Wisconsin?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, so let me directly respond to those questions. So yes, the congressional district representatives and the at-large representatives have an equal vote on the coordinating council. You know, as we mentioned before, the congressional district representative should be seen as an organizer for that congressional district who should, you know, work to organize a chapter in their congressional district, you know, if none already exists. And, you know, they should be accountable to the members in that district. The at-large representatives are accountable to the membership at large. And as for your second question, can someone share in the chat an up-to-date map of congressional districts in Wisconsin?
Gotcha. I gotcha.
Yeah, if you know who your member of Congress is, then that kind of makes it easier. You know, as unfortunate as it is, but CD1 is Style, I think the name is. CD2 is Pocan. CD3 is Kind. CD4 is Moore. CD5 is Sensenbrenner. CD6, I think, is Grothman. CD7, Tiffany. Yeah, I'm blanking on CD7 and CD8. But if someone can share that congressional district map, that'll give you an idea of, you know, what your congressional district is.
It's in the chat.
Tiffany and Gallagher.
Only District 2 and 5 are open this election cycle? Only those positions are open out of the 7?
No, that's a good question. Sorry. All of them are open. All of the congressional districts. Yeah.
I was going to throw my hat in the name if 4 was open, but.
Okay, yeah, and it looks like Tom Rodman has also put in for CD4 and Tomas Ward for CD5. Sorry, just catching up on the chat here.
These people nominated in the process of forming the election last night, or were added there by request.
There's a question for Tomas. Are you in CD5 or 6?
CD6.
Okay. So Tomas Ward should be CD6, not CD5.
Yeah, one of the reasons I was posting it there, I was going to ask people to check me on that because it got a little confusing near the end of the CDs. So thank you, Thomas.
Okay. Barb is nominating for at-large CC rep. Okay, and just a quick question: Are folks able to nominate? Are folks able to self-nominate for both a CD rep and an at-large position?
No, because I would fill 2 seats with one person and deprive us of a full council. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, but if
I asked that last night, that's how I was so quick on the draw.
Let's say somebody wants to go to three people want to go to CD4, but one of those people is also willing to go at large. It seems like we should be able to handle that in one election if possible. So they lose for CD4, but then they get the at-large position.
That's a good point, and you should be able to run for more than, but you can only hold one. And so, in the case that, well, if we don't, we can't let them eliminate candidates in one of the races, is all I'm saying. But we can handle that on the back end just fine.
Okay, so yeah, I think clearly you can only hold one of the offices. I mean, you can't have two seats on the coordinating council.
Yeah, I got to think.
The question is, could you run for both?
And the answer is yes. And I thank the questioner very much for clarifying the issue. Very, very much.
Okay. All right. So the decision is that you can run both for the CD rep and for the at-large seat. You know, but
if you win the rep, you won't be allowed to eliminate someone from CD rep, such that there isn't someone filling that seat. That won't be an issue.
Right.
I just was too tired to answer my own question last night. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so if you win the CD rep seat, then that takes you out of the running for the at-large. All right, so there's a question from Bruce. And first, let me just ask, is someone keeping a master list of candidates here?
I'm trying to.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
Thank you, Bill. I'll try to back you up. And between us, we should have it.
So there's a question about the difference between operations and elections treasurers and between the recording and correspondence secretaries. So I will refer people to our officers and committees page, which has more details about the officers' positions. Yeah, so that will explain in more depth. Just for a quick response, the treasurer positions, the difference is very nitty-gritty, so I won't go into it right now. But for the secretaries, it's more clear-cut. The recording secretary takes notes at our CC meetings and our state gatherings. And the correspondence secretary, their main responsibility is to check our PO box in Madison. Okay. So I see Bill on stack. Is there anyone else on stack? Go ahead, Bill.
Well, actually, I think Barbara just made the point I wanted to make, and that is the elections treasurer. Patty's she's offered to do that. It's a job I would not want, just in the sense that you've got to fill in all of these state forms online, which are not very nice. The operations treasurer is the one that handles all the inflow of money and dues and the day-to-day stuff. The elections treasurer has to do all of that governmental reporting. Pass.
All right, we have Patti on the stack, and then Monty. Go ahead, Patti.
Yeah, Bill clarified. I was just going to get on to clarify the elections officer for finance. And just what Bill said, basically it's a matter of submitting financial reports on our elections activity on a twice a year basis. And essentially that's what it is. It's quite a long process. And then making sure that our accounts balance as far as the elections side of income and expense pass.
Monty?
The election treasurer is the most critical officer in the party. They have to know election law, and when they break it, we're all in trouble. And so it just now occurs to me that that's the one officer who should have to show their creds in this context if we continue to do things like this. But I just wanted to add that a good example is this last election, where the election treasurer had to know certain things, or certain other things weren't going to happen. You know, if Howie didn't file right, he wouldn't even have been able to get counted on. And anyways, long story short, they got to know elections law more than any of the rest of us, and they're the ones who are most at risk of having us break it. Pass.
Okay, thanks. So there is a question about how many CDs do we have covered for candidates right now? That's a good question. By my count, we have candidates for District 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And also I would note that right now Sam Michael is the only candidate for recording secretary. So again, with the rule that you can't have more than one seat on the CC, if Sam were to be elected as recording secretary, then you know, he would not also be able to be a CD4 rep. But yeah, so I will share my updated list. Let's see. Oh, actually, so for at large, we had Thistle, we had Sam Chance. Did we have anyone else for at large?
I think we have Barbara Dahlgren, don't we?
Yeah, thank you very much.
And do we also have Barbara Dahlgren down for recording secretary? Did I see that? There's a yes that just, no, that's Barbara.
I was a little confused about that. I thought that Barb had withdrawn her name. Maybe I'm wrong.
I can speak to that. I originally went for recording secretary, but seeing that there's some new people who'd like to try it out, I would rather see people who are new stepping up into that leadership position. So I would be happy to withdraw.
Done and gone.
Duly noted.
Thanks, Barb. Bro.
All right. Okay, so I just posted what I think is the updated list. So for co-chair, Joe Nathan Kingfisher. For operations treasurer, Bill Breihan. Election treasurer, Patti Ashby. Recording secretary, Sam Michael. Correspondence secretary, Jeffrey Lewis. Coordinating council, District 2, Thistle Pedersen and Sam Chance. District 3, Cody Arendt. District 4, Tom Rodman and Sam Michael. District 5, Bruce Hinkforth. District 6, Tomas Ward. At large, Thistle Pedersen, Sam Chance, Barbara Dahlgren. National Committee delegates, Sam Michael, Dave Schwab, Bruce Hinkforth, and Thistle Pedersen. National Committee alternates, Tom Rodman, Mike McCallister, and Thistle Pedersen. So do we have any other self-nominations?
Well, Tom here, I would also go for at large if I don't get the CD4.
Okay. So we'll add Tom Rodman to the CC at large. Okay, and then Barb on stack.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everybody that the way this election works is that we can have 8 at-large people at most, 2 national committee delegates, and 2 national committee alternates at most. But that said, we have a none of the above option. So if you are not interested in some candidates, we don't have winners by default like you can in the general elections. You know, people do have to support other people as well. Pass.
Thanks, Barb. Yeah, and so can we actually turn it over to Tom and Monty real quick for an explanation? So if you don't want, you know, to vote for a particular candidate, yeah, say that Joe Biden was one of the candidates for CC at large, and you know we wanted to make sure that Joe Biden couldn't just walk onto a spot in the CC like he walked into the presidency. Did I say that? So how would with the current system that we're using, how do people you know, express that, you know, they don't want this candidate to be elected?
Tom Stack.
Can I take that?
Sure.
Tom first.
Thank you.
Well, my short answer.
Tom.
Don't actually know the answer to the question,
Right.
so I'm going on their site right now. And
Here's the
searching
way
for-
I tested this for the spring election. I mean, you know, national, and I believe we used it. What happens is you get a list, and then you get a place to drag them to, and that way you have to opt in on a candidate. If you leave it where it was, it doesn't get voted for. In the order that they're arranged on your list, that's your ranking. So the one that's first in there, or that I think you can drag it once you've pulled it across, and you so your top one that you drag over. So you have that first opt in on the candidates you want, and then you rank those. So that way you're very specifically not ranking the others. In other words, it gives you a chance to express disapproval, because you could rank them under the other ones, but you're not ranking them, as opposed to if you list them in a and then if you just don't put a number by them, you're kind of ranking them. And
Monty,
so then you're
rank enhanced versus rank simple. You want to?
Yeah, that's the option we're talking about, and what happens there is it gives you a chance, both in the ownership of the vote, to be opting in and not just passively selecting or not, but it de facto can be taken, as our bylaws ask us to mean not those. And so we haven't set it up to do this, but potentially it could be set up to give those a -1. And if we wanted to make that choice to do so, we could do it ourselves on the back end in our head or on paper. It's real simple. I don't know what else
Tom
to say.
Stack.
Okay, so it sounds like if you don't wish to vote for someone, so you know, if you've made your rankings of the candidates who you want to elect, and then you'd like to say, okay, none of the remaining candidates, then you simply do not add those candidates to your ranking.
Right. And if in future we wanted to turn that none of the above specifically into -1, or you could actually then have a second ranking where you said, you know, I ranked this one most disliked, and that would can be taken in, I believe. And if not, we could do it in two questions on the same slate that we could then adjust on the back end. But for now, that's the easiest way for us to get to a none of the above without arriving at ridiculous results when we try to resolve what do we do with that vote and how does it get its voice. And so I say, let's just give us all the need to opt in on a candidate before they get any ranking at all. And then if nobody opts in on a candidate, they don't win the election, they lose. Which they're going to do anyways, because even if one person ranked them, they're probably going to lose.
So, Tom, Stack.
Go ahead, I'm done.
Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I think what I'm, if I were to summarize, I would say that we're speculating, and you know, I was going to try and get on their site this afternoon and look for none of the above, but that using this rank enhanced choice, which you basically have to drag, you could literally vote with a blank ballot and have nobody on there. You have to drag all the candidates you're going to rank onto the ballot in the order you want. That if for some reason it doesn't behave exactly the way we're hoping, we have access to all the anonymous ballots, and we could run the election through manually, and we could implement the none of the above just by ourselves. But yeah, I mean, it seems intuitive to me that that's what they're intending. But again, we'll look into it this afternoon and tonight. Pass.
I'd like to add one more thing. In my opinion, when I've had a class in the mathematics of probability that covered these issues, and it's a moot point is what it really is, because none of the above doesn't really have any meaning in a ranked choice context. But we want to express that ability to express a discontent with the remaining candidates. And so this does that. You haven't selected them in. That gives us another data point that we can use to express that however we decided to. And I'm just saying it's hard to decide because it doesn't really have a context here.
Okay, so that was a lot of words to basically say, you know, rank the candidates that you support and don't rank the candidates that you don't support. And, you know, candidates that pass a certain threshold of support will win seats, and candidates that don't pass that threshold will not win seats.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
And if we want to decide that today, we can. If we want to make a proposal to formalize it next time around, I think we should. If we don't, that'll probably work too. Because again, in my opinion, it's moot. But I think we need to deal with it somehow. And I've always wanted to have an election where you could vote against people. And
yeah,
we could do that next time.
It's in our bylaws that we have none of the above voting. Yeah. And the elections committee made the decision on Tuesday. So the decision has already been taken.
Right. I'm just saying how that gets expressed. It can get magnified. We can get more out of it if we want.
Okay. All right.
That's just my own axe I'm trying to grind by accident. I'm sorry.
Okay. Moving on. So we have a few people on stack. I see Bill. I see Cheri. I see Mike. Then quick question from Barb Eisenberg at large. Yeah, it's for coordinating council. Sorry, I meant to, I left that part out, but where I wrote at large, that's CC at large. So go ahead. I'm sorry, who was the first person on it? Bill, Cheri, then Mike. Go ahead, Bill.
It's what Dave said. Ranked choice voting is wonderful. You can make it simple or you can make it very, very complex. Simple is better. Pick the people you like in order. If you run out of people that you like, stop. We've already got it set up. Let's go forward.
Thank you, Bill. Cheri?
I actually can pass. Bill clarified for me. I just wanted to be sure that you didn't necessarily, if you want to rank 3 of 4 candidates, you can say 1, 2, 3. And if you don't like the 4th candidate, just not put anything by their name. And that's where we're going. Okay. Thank you.
Yep, exactly. Yep, rank the candidates you like, and then, don't rank the others. So
Again, I want to be very specific. You have to drag them from the. I'm sorry. Okay.
Let's keep moving. We've explained
It's just
it.
simple. You drag it from one box. You can't leave. If you don't drag them all, don't leave them all there. You have to move them to vote.
Yes. Yeah. That's how you will rank your candidates, is drag them from one box to another. Thank you. Okay. And then there was one other person on stack. I think it was Mike.
Since it appears we have one candidate for each of the officer positions, secretaries, treasurer, co-chair, can I just nominate? Can I move to elect those people here, or do we have to go through the formality?
You can move to elect them.
I would do so then.
Okay. So the proposal is to nominate the officer candidates as a slate.
Yes.
Monty, could you mute, please?
I'm sorry.
So we have for co-chair Joe Nathan Kingfisher, for operations treasurer Bill Breihan, elections treasurer Patti Ashby, recording secretary Sam Michael, correspondence secretary Jeffrey Lewis. And yeah, so we have exactly one candidate for each open position. So yeah, I think it would simplify things if we basically move those forward as a slate. So I'll second that motion. Are there any questions or discussion? Okay, so it's also been seconded by Bruce. Patti is on stack.
I think in the chat that Jeffrey said he's withdrawn his self-nomination because it was something he put in months ago. If we can go back quickly through the chat and double check that.
I removed him. That was Jeffrey Jacobs.
That's the other Jeff.
Sorry. Okay.
Tom Stack. This sounds great. I love it, except that I want to be fair to somebody. Maybe we might want to defer it. Somebody should go through Nation Builder. It's conceivable I don't think you caught the fact that I self-nominated this morning online. But I did.
In my email, but it was really a freak accident.
So what I'm suggesting is somebody maybe in the next half an hour could just go on Nation Builder and verify that nobody snuck in. And then we could go through this motion. It would be embarrassing if someone else wanted to run for co-chair and we missed it.
Yeah, I'm actually checking that right now just to make sure there isn't anyone that we've missed. And I can confirm that, yeah, there's no one who's nominated through the page that.
Oh yeah, you can look right at that page's own log. It's history. Yep. That's cool. Awesome. Okay.
Yep. So okay. So Patti's off the stack. All right. So do we have any further unresolved concerns about accepting these 5 officers as a slate?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me? I'm on the stack. This is Barb Eisenberg.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I just want to express a concern about the lack of gender balance. Being a female myself, but not nominating myself for any office, I want to encourage the other women to consider it. Pass.
Okay. Yes. Thank you for raising that point.
And I'm sorry, and I don't think it would be a bad thing to have like co-recording secretaries, so that if one person isn't available, the other person could do the job. Is that
Okay. Yeah, that might require some further discussion. I mean, in our bylaws, it's just one person.
I just thought of that. Thank you.
Yeah, I do know, Barb has offered to, be a mentor to whoever takes that position. And, so maybe we could have some sort of informal arrangement. We have Bill and Bruce on stack. Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, just to address that concern, there are a couple of people who regularly volunteer to be substitute note takers when secretaries have been unavailable, and I'm one of them. So I think maybe between Barb and I, if there might be a situation where somebody has to miss a meeting, there's usually people to cover that for the one meeting.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay, now we have Bruce on stack.
I was going to say the same thing that Bill said.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah, and we, I'll just respond quickly to Barb, say that, we do strive for gender balance and, other kinds of balance in our positions. And, unfortunately, we are a small organization, and, a lot of times the, people who step up are the ones that we've got. So, yeah, it's certainly an important point. And, it's something that we'll continue to strive for. So, unless there are any other further unresolved concerns, I want to call the question of approving these nominees as a slate for the officer positions. So all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Hallelujah.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Hearing none. All abstaining, please say meh. Not hearing any. Okay, we have consensus. Congratulations and welcome to our new officers. Can sparkle that. All right, so next up we have the coordinating council and national committee elections. All right, so here we do have some contested elections, and we will be doing this by secret ballot with the app is called OPA Vote. So all members in good standing will receive a ballot, as soon as they're ready, and then we'll have a set period where you can get your vote in. Yeah, so do folks want to start out by making a quick, just presentation, try to keep it to 2 minutes or less. Less would be great. And, we'll just do one for each person, since we have some people who are running for, more than one thing. I'm also noting that Sam Michael, having been elected as recording secretary, will be taken out of the running for District 4 CD rep. People can make their short presentations, and we'll have some time for discussion, and then the actual voting will take place after the meeting once the ballots are sent out. Tom and Monty will be in charge of that, and they'll let you know how to contact them if you have any trouble getting your ballot or any questions about voting. So first up, we have for District 2 Coordinating Council. So first up is Thistle, and we have 2 minutes, so let's try to keep things moving. Our first speaker is in 25 minutes, actually less. Go ahead, Thistle.
All right. Hi, everyone. I live in Madison, as stated before, District 2. And I'm really interested in the mechanics of democracy, and I'd like to learn about policy making and be in discussions with fellow Green Party members on the state level and then eventually on the national level to better participate in civic life and also to fight the two-party system, big corporations, big oil, big gas. I have a lot of experience in organizing in a very grassroots way. I'm a musician. I just recently wrote a song for a Georgia Green Party senator candidate that, he got 15,000, he was on the ballot in Georgia. He got 15,000 votes. So I love to use my songwriting talent for environmental causes of justice, Indigenous solidarity, clean water. And thank you so much for allowing me to present.
Okay, thank you. So next up, we have Sam Chance, also for District 2 Coordinating Council. Go ahead, Sam.
All right. Hi, I'm Sam. I'm from Madison. I am a active member in the Flex Greens. I'm passionate about green politics. I share the same sort of passion that Thistle also expressed. I put the work in. When there have been needs that have come up with the Forex Greens, I've been a person who's stepped up in those situations. And I'd like to do that within the Coordinating Council. I'm not really too much for giving speeches, so I don't, if this isn't the most inspirational thing, but I'd really appreciate to serve on the council and to put that work in. I'd like to see the state party grow. I'd like to see us stronger. I want the party to be a place which is safe and inclusive for all people. So that's what I'll say.
All right, thank you, Sam. So since we are running short on time, I would like to ask if the folks who are running unopposed in districts 3, 4, 5, and 6, if you could just put your you know, your information into the chat, you know, just to introduce yourself and, you know, let folks know why you think you'd be a good fit for the position. You know, unless there are any major objections to that, you know, you can take your time if you want, but, you know, we are running very short on time. And Barb gives a reminder that every officer has to serve on at least one committee. So with that, I'll invite the candidates for District 3, 4, 5, and 6 to put their information into the chat. And then for the CC at large, we've heard from Thistle and Sam. So I'd like to hear from Barbara Dahlgren and then Tom Rodman. Go ahead, Barbara.
Hi, you all know me from being the co-chair the last 2 years, so I don't think I have a whole lot to say about my sort of governing style. I figured I'd put in for this position so that I can continue to help out in any way that the coordinating council and the officers need me. When I was talking about possibly helping out with the secretarial work, I have a bunch of boxes of stuff that could really be digitized and things to help keep us really transparent within our organization. So I'd be happy to help Sam accomplish some of that if he's interested in working on the documentation for the organization in general. And as the previous co-chair, I'd be happy to you know, keep my number open for people like Joe Nathan and others who might need a little support in those areas. So thank you all for allowing me this chance to talk a little bit more about myself, but I think you all kind of get the idea. All right, pass.
Okay, thanks, Barb. So next up we have Tom Rodman. Go ahead, Tom.
Oh, okay. So specifically, we're talking about getting on the coordinating council, either through CD4 or the at-large, and then the other one is, I don't know if the alternate delegate position at the national level. So I'm on a bunch of committees: IT, communications, membership, platform, elections. I'm retired, so that's the only. So I'm wearing too many hats, but nonetheless, that helps kind of bridge some of the committees. Also been involved in the Wisconsin campaign training school, prep work, got out in the petition drive, relearned about River West neighborhood. Let's see. With respect to the alternate delegate position, I'm still learning about the national committee level, and I look forward to working with Bruce Hinkforth. He's got a lot to teach on that. I worked on the gubernatorial campaign with Michael White and Barb and John. So that's some of my background. A separate topic, I'm wondering if we can possibly avoid OPA vote, because we might be able to resolve the conflicts, but we can look at that later. Pass.
Okay, thanks, Tom. All right, so let's see. So next up we have for National Committee delegates. Sam Michael, we haven't heard from yet. So Sam, do you want to make your pitch for National Committee delegate?
Basically, I just want to be completely honest with you guys. I'm not quite a member, so I'm hoping we can get that squared away. Just let me know if I can deliver the money in person. That'd be great, because I don't have a working debit card. But anyways, back to the point. I'm really hoping to build up the Green Party.
Sorry?
Yeah, I'm really hoping to build up the Green Party from the ground up. like I said, I'm running for school board, so I'm hoping that we can build up from the local level, and that's what that would be. Basically, my main goal is growth and ensure that we become a very viable option. I haven't really ran for any position before, so this is all kind of new to me. But I'm hoping that we can make the Green Party extremely prosperous, and that would be my goal, is to ensure that we get out there more and that we're well staffed. I don't really have anything else to say.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot. So next up, so I'm next for National Committee Delegate. So I'll just say that, you know, I've been the co-chair of the Wisconsin Green Party for a few non-consecutive terms now. I have been organizing the Wisconsin Green Party and the Four Lakes Green Party since I came to Wisconsin in 2012 to work on the Jill Stein for President campaign. I worked on the Jill Stein campaign in 2016 as communications director. And I also worked on the Lisa Savage for U.S. Senate campaign for the past year as communications director, and also did some work for the Howie Hawkins campaign in terms of communications and fundraising. So I've also been on the National Platform Committee. So I've worked with the Green Party at the state, local, national levels. I've even been on the international level to the Global Greens Congress in 2017. So I'm, you know, very passionate about building the Green Party, and I'm experienced in it. You know, I've experience with campaigns that really punched above their weight, and including local campaigns, you know, that have won on, you know, a shoestring budget, and, you know, national campaigns that have made a big impact and really built the Green Party. I want to take my skills and experience to the national party, where I think we have a lot of potential in this moment right now, as I talked about before. And I also have more free time now, since the national committee can be very time consuming and take a lot of energy with very long discussions. But I feel like I'm prepared for it, and I hope you'll consider me. So that is my 2 minutes. Then let's see. Okay, so Bruce is up next for National Committee Delegate. Go ahead, Bruce. Bruce, we can't hear you. I think Bruce said he had to step out. Okay, well, hopefully Bruce will be back soon, and we can, you know, hear from him soon. Okay, so Thistle is also running for National Committee Delegate. I mean, we heard from Thistle on the for the CD2. You know, is there anything that you'd like to add quickly regarding the National Committee?
Yeah, I also have a lot of time on my hands and feel really passionate about engaging in important conversations. And I forgot to mention that I speak Spanish. I happen to have a master's degree in Spanish, and I taught it for a while. So that's also a good skill, I think, to have in general for these positions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if Bruce is not back yet, okay, so we have Mike McCallister for National Committee Alternate.
On the self-nomination form, I've listed a whole bunch of positions that I've in offices that I've held over the past long time. In addition, I'd like to continue to be an alternate on the National Committee to provide an eco-socialist perspective to the National Committee and keep the focus on how we get to fight the climate crisis and bring working people to power.
Great. Thanks, Mike. All right. Is Bruce back yet? Okay. Sounds like Bruce is not back yet. Unfortunate that he had to step out at this moment, but hopefully he will be back soon and can make his pitch. So then, yeah, it's already 2:06 and our first speaker comes on at 2:15. So I'd like to start, a quick discussion period. Anything that hasn't yet been said, now, and please try and keep comments brief. I'll put myself on the stack. I'll say first of all, in Congressional District 2 in the Four Lakes Green Party, that, Sam Chance has been an excellent member this year, has, consistently showed up for meetings, has put in a lot of work. Sam drafted our racial justice statement, which you can find on the Wisconsin Green Party website. I really think Sam would bring a lot to the coordinating council. And I didn't want to have to do this, but I cared too much about the Green Party to stay quiet. And when someone puts themselves forth as a candidate for leadership, we have a responsibility to honestly share information about that candidate and hold them accountable. So there's been a national conflict over the Georgia Green Party Executive Committee signing on to the so-called Declaration on Women's Sex-Based Rights, which is a backlash against the trans rights movement that seeks to deny the right of self-determination to trans folks, specifically by saying that trans women are not women, they're men. And this action by a small group in Georgia has been extremely divisive in the national party. It's given ammo to detractors of the Green Party to frame our entire national party as transphobic and regressive. Thistle has joined the Wisconsin Green Party specifically to further this agenda, which she stated in her self-nomination. She has made herself a pariah in Madison area progressive community through her trans exclusionary agenda. She antagonizes people and groups with this advocacy, then portrays herself as a victim when she's no longer welcomed in those spaces. Her participation in the Four Lakes Green Party has been very sporadic since joining earlier this year. And her only other initiative has been signing us up to create a Black Lives Matter mural on State Street, which she then didn't follow through with. So it just was left empty saying, reserved for Four Lakes Green Party. And she also attempted to misrepresent correspondence with Barb Dahlgren to try to bend the rules so that Cheri Bruss could join the Four Lakes Green Party to support Thistle's agenda. She's disrespected other Greens, refused to call trans folks by their pronouns. She insists that trans women are not women, they're men. And she's called the trans rights movement sinister, parasitic, and blood-sucking. So Thistle has been very disruptive and divisive in her short time in the Green Party. She's a bridge burner. Putting Thistle in any type of leadership position would alienate Greens and progressives in Madison, in Wisconsin, and nationally, and create major problems when we otherwise have huge opportunities to move forward united. So therefore, I will not be ranking Thistle for any positions whatsoever. I encourage others to do the same. We need strong, united leadership, and with that, I will pass. Okay, so I was not able to keep track of who's on the stack. Barb, are you able to take stack?
Yeah, I'm trying to find where the last stack was. Hang on, to try and get to the top of it. I believe Thistle is first, and then Tomas, and then Bill, and then Melissa. Okay, so first Thistle.
Yeah, it's true that I haven't gone to many Four Lakes Green Party meetings. I've had a conflict with an herbalism course that I've been taking. But I collected signatures for the Howie Hawkins, Angela Walker campaign, and I think that there's been a lot of defamation and slander against me because I am a radical feminist, and I think that that needs to be taken into consideration, that Dave is framing this in a way that is defamatory, and that goes against our, it's like, that's why Cheri and I have been concerned about using terms like bad actor or gross misconduct. And it's because we disagree with we disagree with transgender politics and transgender ideology because we're in favor of women's sex-based rights, which the Georgia Green Party has ratified and endorsed the declaration, the International Declaration on Women's Sex-Based Rights. And it's a document that it makes sure that girls and women, for example, in sports, are competing against girls and women and not competing against males. So there are lots of reasons to support women and girls' sex-based rights. That's just one of the reasons. There's also children's rights that are involved with this issue. So I would just encourage you to do your research, do a Google search on the defamation campaigns that have been happening against radical feminists, and also look at the difference between what radical feminists are saying about transgender activism and transgender politics, and what trans activists are saying about radical feminists, and then make a decision. I'm here to serve. I want to be a part. I want to be included, and I feel like what Dave just did is excluding me, especially considering our power differential, him being in the Green Party so much longer than I have been, and his positions of power in the Green Party, and him being a white male above me in that sense of the term too, getting back to what Barb was saying about protecting classes of people. Women are discriminated against on the basis of sex. Women are systematically excluded from public life and political life because because of opinions that we may hold. And women have the right to be in public and to be a part of public discourse and to express dissenting views. So thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so as Barb just pointed out in the chat, we have to stop discussion right at 2:15. Cheri Honkala has joined us. So people can continue the discussion in the chat, but we have a tight schedule with our guest speakers. So
So it sounds like I have 2 minutes for my stat comment, right?
You've got 2 minutes. If you can keep it shorter, that'd be great.
Sure, no problem. Hey, I'm glad we're having this discussion. I'll go ahead and go on record and say I am an advocate for women's sex-based rights, and I think that there are times when transgender rights are at odds with that. I don't think this. I think as Greens we want to go with what we do agree on, which is anti-militarism, ecological wisdom. I'm hoping we can use those things as our basis for movement forward in solidarity. Pass.
Okay, so we have 1 more minute. I think we had one other person on stack. Barb, who was it? Bill. Go ahead, Bill.
I can't do it in a minute, but just let me say that I agree very strongly with Dave, and I disagree very strongly with Cheri, Thistle, and Tomas. Although I will note that Cheri has been extremely respectful and supportive, and has been a good activist in our chapter in Milwaukee so far. I think I still have several seconds left, so I'd like to say something on behalf of Barbara Dahlgren and Tom Rodman for whatever they happen to run for. I can't even see what they're on the ballot for, but they collected, between the two of them, close to half of all the signatures that were collected this summer. Barb reminds me of me when I was in my 20s. I'm no longer in my 20s. I had the same drive, determination and activism that she's demonstrated, and she needs to be in the leadership someplace. Same for Tom. Pass.
Thomas.
Okay, thanks. We can keep the discussion going in the chat, but now Cheri Honkala has joined us. And we'll have Howie Hawkins joining us at 2:30. So we now have some time for Cheri to speak. And if you have, we might be able to get to a question or two. So if you have any questions for Cheri, please share them with me and Barb, and we'll be moderating any Q&A. So without further ado, Cheri Honkala is our 2012 Green Party Vice Presidential Candidate and National Coordinator of the Poor People's Economic Human Rights Campaign. Welcome, Cheri.
Hi. Hello, Wisconsin. How's the weather? It's been like 70 degrees on and off here. First of all, I want to, I don't know if they're here right now, but I definitely want to acknowledge Angela Walker from your wonderful state, who stepped forward and played the thankless role of VP, something I have experience with doing, but it's a very important thing. And I think that she did an amazing job being a working class person and having to hold down a job and have to deal with, all of the Zooms and speaking engagements and all of those kinds of things. I just really want to say thank you for playing that role in the party. I also have been asked to talk a little bit about the work that I'm engaged in and basically how I approach my life as a Green. And, the Kermit the Frog thing, it ain't easy being Green. Boy, did I learn that after, running for various different political offices. It's this last year and around this election was just very toxic and hard. And I'm very proud to be a part of a political party that doesn't take money from the bad guys, doesn't take money from the corporations. And I have really continued to instill those kinds of values and morals into the organizing work that I do, not just in Philadelphia, but around the country in the Poor People's Economic Human Rights Campaign. And one of the things that I have been doing is there was another, we were doing a lot of organizing here in Biden country. Biden decided to put his national headquarters in Philadelphia. So that made it very difficult, mostly because everybody from various different nonprofits, no matter what they were working on, there was a lot of money going around. So a lot of the soft Democratic Party money specifically for like social media, for organizing, for music. If you were a Biden person, you could get a lot of money for organizing this last year. And there was a super abundance. And I live in the belly of the beast here in Philadelphia, because this is where his headquarters were. So here I am running around Philadelphia doing organizing where Biden's got his, national office. So of course, as a good Green, we organized the Lives Over Luxury March during the pandemic, and marched to Biden's office. We've seen, many organizations and different individuals that are engaged in this kind of anti-poverty work, who were like putting up testimonials about, like, I've never voted as a Democrat in my life, but I have to vote for Biden because, because somehow he's different than, both of the two similar corporate political parties. So it's been a very strange experience organizing. And I think it's going to be very interesting as days go ahead, when many of those organizers took Biden money, gave testimonials, and now are not going to have that Biden money under the auspices of, getting people out to vote for Biden to do their organizing work. And especially if we continue to see problems with poverty, hunger, unemployment, the climate, and everything else, not just in this country, but around the world. And so I know in my work, in September, over 6 million people couldn't pay their rent. So we've had to, out of necessity, be frontline organizers and workers. We haven't been able to afford to just, solve various different problems by being online and having Zoom conversations. I was one of the people that got COVID-19, and I was hospitalized. But we had and we have no choice with record numbers of people that are physically being thrown out onto the streets. Some of the homeless organizing work, was not being talked about, again, because of the suppression of the media, because this being, Biden had his headquarters where homeless people were living outside, about 12 blocks from his national headquarters. But so the crisis in this country has taken us out literally onto the street. And we formed what we call the Poor People's Army, and it's the Army for Humanity, and demanding that, they bring the domestic dollars that they spend on war and take that money and bring it back home. And so we have been knowing that, we're the Poor People's Army, but pretty much everybody in the Poor People's Army sees themselves as an independent or a green. People are very clear that we're definitely not the people on the Biden payrolls or the corporations or the banks. And so what we've been doing is we've been moving families. We've been doing it for 30 years, but never in this kind of record numbers. We've been moving homeless families into abandoned government-owned properties out of necessity because they can't go into the shelters. The shelters, 50% of the male shelters here, people all had, 50% had COVID, and they're no longer, doctors stepped forward and said it would be better for people to live outside as opposed to go into the shelters and get sick from COVID. So, we've been taking matters into our own hands, and people visibly know that I'm a green and I work with other greens. as a part of the Poor People's Army, kind of taking a page out of history from the Black Panther Party, in which every day, every single day, while the Democrats have an entire apparatus of food that's distributed through the churches and through political allegiance to the Democratic Party, we've begun to identify people that want to be separate of the Democratic Party and separate of corporations. And so we are developing food bases and mutual aid centers across the entire city as we take over abandoned government-owned properties to house people. And then, of course, we're providing, you know, in those houses, we're providing political education and talking about why people are poor in the first place, why people are homeless in a country that has more abandoned properties than they do homeless people, and providing the necessary kind of political education. And now I know on Wednesday this week, we're doing a training for Baltimore. We're doing them for, you know, Texas, California, Minnesota, you name it, we're doing it for people across the entire country, because people are having to move away from just having conversations and figuring out how they're going to deal with the millions of new people that are ending up on our streets because they haven't been able to pay for the basic necessities of life, and because we live in a country that doesn't have you know, a system that's set up to you know, keep families in decent, accessible, affordable housing during a pandemic. So you know, we look forward to continuing to work with as Greens, with other Greens across the entire country to develop the kind of infrastructure that really supports our ideas and our values, and takes us away from just like talking about our values and actually living them out on a day-to-day basis. So with that, I will, I actually made a timer for myself. I will shut up for a moment. So thank you guys. We desperately need people to lift up our work that's taking place right now. At any given moment, things could get really bad.
Thank you, Cheri. Yeah, we appreciate you joining us. And yeah, so if folks can, you know, we want to pass the hat virtually for the Poor People's Economic Human Rights Campaign. You know, Cheri and her comrades do awesome work. And I think, you know, Barb has shared that link, so maybe we can share it again. And we have time for one question for you, Cheri. And it's a good one. So the question is, the Green Party itself is a working class party that, oh, okay, sorry, keeps bumping me out of the chat. So the Green Party itself is a working class party that's competing with full-time workers and other parties as volunteers, has led to a lot of burnout. How do you see the party moving forward to economically support itself in a more sustainable way?
Well, I think the first thing is, I think that when you're on the right road, you don't get burned out. And I had to really learn that, I think, the hard way over time, because I felt like for many years I was on the treadmill and I wasn't going anywhere. And when I finally learned that just because you get a bunch of different people in the room that say that they represent different organizations doesn't necessarily mean that you're on the same road. But when I began to become a critical thinker and really understand who really supports and is aligned with independent politics and doesn't take money from corporations, and I pulled back the curtain, then I became energized at finding out who are the different people that are doing like work and have the same kind of vision for the same kind of world. Because the people that have been the most giving in the work that I've done over all of these years are people that have nothing. And it's the people that have nothing that have continuously refused to take money from the corporations and from the banks to do their work. And so that would be my answer. If you're on the right path, you get up every day with a hop and a skip because, you know, I feel good every day. I mean, you know, physically, it's hard on my bones because I feel like I'm a full-time mover. But every night I go to bed and I go to bed sound and I feel good about myself inside and out, because every day I know as a Green, I'm not just talking about my visions of a new world and my policies and da-da-da-da. I'm helping to feed, clothe, and house people each and every day and helping to develop other generals and political leaders in this process. And those things are inseparably connected to each other. And I think we have to move away from trying to get the liberal left in the room and then beg them to do the right thing. I think we need to do less talking and more working, and we'll sleep better and we won't be so tired and we won't be burnt out and we'll love each other. That's my few words.
Thanks, Cheri. Yeah, awesome. Well, we really appreciate your work and we appreciate you joining us today.
I've got one last quick question for Cheri. Can anybody around the country join the Poor People's Army or just people in your local area?
Actually, we are trying to start divisions of the Poor People's Army across the entire country. And so if you want to get 3 or 4 people together on, you know, whatever part of the country or whatever, then we can help you do that. But we're very clear that we will not take any money from banks. We will not take any money from corporations. And, you know, we want to change the world, and we're done just talking about it. And now we're in a situation in this country where we can't just put forward policy ideas. We've got to help people stay alive. And I think why not Greens take the lead in that?
Thank you so much, Cheri.
You guys are awesome. Have a beautiful day. Howie, thank you for your work this last year in running for president. Okay, bye.
Bye, thank you.
Thanks, Cheri.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so our next speaker, we're very excited to have him here, is a co-founder of the Green Party US, a longtime champion for the Green Party and all the causes that we stand for, has been involved in countless social movements, has run for office many times, from local city council to the presidency, and has also written an excellent free short ebook on building an independent left party from the bottom up that I highly recommend everyone should read. So with no further ado, let's welcome Howie Hawkins. Howie, you're up. You might be on mute.
Yeah, he's on mute.
Hey everybody, how you doing? First of all, I just want to thank you all for going out, getting a petition, and the Democratic Party broke the law to get us off the ballot. I've been talking to a lawyer. He's a Democrat. He can practice in Wisconsin. He's doing election protection now, but he thinks we are done wrong. So unless you guys object, we want to sue for damages. Like maybe they give us our ballot line. Maybe they pay for the petition. Or at least we point out what the Democrats did. I think the difference in Wisconsin, it's harder to make the argument that the Democrats can crow that Biden won because we were knocked off the ballot. He's ahead by what now? About 40,000 votes. Jill got 31,000 votes in 2016. They are making that argument in Pennsylvania. And they're, slapping themselves on the back, the Democrats, because they think because we were not on the ballot, Biden won. And we know from like 2016 exit polls, 61% of Jill Stein's voters would have stayed home. We bring new voters to the polls. So suppressing the Green Party is suppressing voters. And I think that's something we need to raise going forward. I don't think we should beat ourselves up. It was a tough year, but we have to understand that we were in a larger dynamic we didn't have much control over. This was a referendum on Trump. And Biden was not Trump. The issues we tried to raise about the climate with the Green New Deal, about economic inequality with the Economic Bill of Rights, with the new nuclear arms race, with our peace initiatives, they weren't discussed. This was not a campaign about issues. So it's very difficult for us to get a word in edgewise. Certainly, we were blanked out in the corporate media. Although I have to say, we're something of a phenomenon right now on TikTok with teenagers and 20-somethings. I mean, they put stuff out from our campaign that have got upwards of 2 million views. And Angela and I are getting all kinds of encouragement to keep going from these young folks. So I think that's one bright spot. And then you know about Emmanuel Estrada and Franca Mulder Paz and Lisa Savage. We ran a lot of good campaigns, and I think that's what we need to focus on now. My campaign is filed again for 2024, not because I'm running. I don't have any idea whether I should, but we want to keep raising and spending money on political organizing, which a political committee can do. And we want to help local Green parties get better organized and learn how to really organize and organize a mass base, not just mobilize the usual suspects. We want to help Greens elect local candidates. You know, we've elected over 1,200 over the years. We have over 100 in office now. That should be in the thousands. And that's the foundation for getting in state legislatures and Congress. When we have a caucus of Greens in Congress, we run a presidential ticket, it'll be hard to ignore. So we want to help get ballot access. I mean, we're putting together a plan. We can start now for 2022 and 2024. And that's one priority. We want to engage in some issue campaigns. One I'm particularly interested in doing is abolish the Electoral College and go for a national popular vote with ranked choice voting. There's a bill in Congress for just national popular vote, but not with ranked choice voting. And I've been working with Rob Ritchie at Fair Vote to see what we might could do about that, as well as push the Fair Representation Act, which would create proportional representation in Congress by having ranked choice voting for multi-member districts. And you can look that bill up. It's called the Fair Representation Act. One of the bright spots of the election is Albany, California passed a bill to have ranked choice voting. All the candidates are at large, which means they're going to have proportional representation in that city. Cambridge, Massachusetts has had it since the progressive era, but it's been the only one. Now we got two. So I think that's something. And the good thing about ranked choice voting is while we can raise it as a national demand, we can push it in our cities and counties. I don't know what the number is after the election. Going into the election, we had it in 23 cities and counties, and now the state of Maine. We lost in Massachusetts and Alaska, but we can come back. I just think that's one issue that for us is important because we're always going to be called the spoilers, and we got a solution to that. And this is a way we can build a broader coalition and deal with that issue. So I think another thing that we need to understand is that it wasn't just the green left that got clobbered. It was the whole damn left, because our radical intelligentsia, the prominent personalities and socialists with their open letters. I mean, this year they didn't advocate safe states. They advocated 100% Biden everywhere. And then, you know, they closed ranks behind Biden after the Democratic establishment closed ranks against Bernie Sanders. So they made no demands on the Biden campaign. They made no public campaign for progressive changes in the general election, at least in the presidential election. Which means the guy that had an economic message was Trump. I mean, it was full of lies, but he talked about it. And if you look at the exit polls, for Trump voters, the economy was their top issue. And the Democratic Party, which is a party ideologically of the professional managerial class, right? They don't have an economic program for working class people. It's meritocracy. And they talk about, you know, breaking down barriers for different groups that have been marginalized historically, but it's about formal equality, not substantive equality. So a lot of these working class people that voted for Trump, and actually more black people, more everybody voted for Trump than actually white men, who went down a little bit, 2%. So the Democrats left that field open. It was the Clinton campaign that they lost to Trump all over again. So there's a vacuum there. And I think as we do local organizing, you know, we want to go to working class people, people of color, and the youth who vote in low numbers, are disgusted with the two parties. But I think we also got to find a way to have conversations with, you know, white working class people in, you know, Trump districts, and talk about, you know, how we can deal with these problems they're facing, you know, which is evictions, loss of jobs, the opioid epidemic. The Democrats got no solution for that. There's a vacuum there that we can fill. So, you know, what we want to keep doing is organizing and, you know, helping people improve their skills, improve their strategic orientation, and elect a lot of people to local office and make that a foundation for getting a stronger foothold in the political system. And the last thing I'll say, and then I guess we do question and answers, is there may be a recount in Wisconsin. I've been working with Lynn Serpy to see where Greens might observe recounts. We put out a call to Georgia. We don't have a strong party there. Didn't get much of a response. That recount's ongoing. As we understand it, you have an automatic recount if it's less than 1% difference. Right now it's 1.7%. So there may not be a recount in Wisconsin, but we may send you all a message just you know, what to know, when to be ready. I think it's November 17th, which isn't that far away, that we'll know if they're going to do a recount there. But that's a good opportunity to exercise our election protection muscles, to understand how recounts work, because some of us may be in recounts in the future, and also to make sure our write-ins get counted. I know we can't cover the whole state. You got a hell of a lot of jurisdictions, I know. But, you know, if some of us do it and report to others what they learned, that would probably be beneficial. So that's all I got. You got questions, or what's next?
All right, so people are asking about the Q&A. So it looks like folks have some questions for you. Yeah, so if people want to put their questions in the chat, then Barb and I can pull them up. So while they're composing their questions, I just want to ask, you know, Howie, for people who want to, you know, keep organizing, keep building with you and Angela in the campaign, because I know you're, you know, continuing your work, you're continuing to organize the Green Party from the bottom up. You know, what's a good way for people to, you know, stay in touch with you and stay involved?
If you're not already signed up as a volunteer with the campaign website, do that. And we're, getting things together. We're going to have some kind of way for people to have horizontal communications and discussions, of people that supported the campaign. And we're still working out, but it probably involves Zoom calls and some kind of platform where people can send emails to each other or, base camp messages to each other and share information and ideas. And the other thing we want to do is be in touch with some of these socialist groups that supported us, some DSA local chapters, Socialist Party, Independent Socialist Group, Socialist Alternative. I'm not sure how much they really believe what they say about we need to build a mass party. It needs to be bigger than any of us. But we're going to continue those discussions. And that'll probably be worked out state by state. The Greens are everywhere pretty much. These socialist groups are here and there. So yeah, I think that's something that has to be worked out state by state. But anyway, we're going to set up a way for people to get involved in these discussions and, share experiences and ideas and maybe work together on issue campaigns.
Great. All right. So I see a question from Patti, which is how can we tap into your help and resources to grow the Wisconsin Green Party? And a reminder to other people to put your questions into the chat so Barb and I can get them to Howie. Yeah, so the question, one more time, how can we tap into your help and resources to grow the Wisconsin Green Party?
Ask. I mean, we're going to put together materials on organizing, on running local campaigns. We want to do some popular materials for political education, like why are we politically independent? What do we mean by eco socialism? Around some policy issues. I mean, the way this campaign unfolded, we were in 47 primaries, and we finally got the nomination on July 11th. And then we had a mad scramble for ballot access. So we have stuff in the works on tax reform, on what part of the military budget we can cut to get to a 75% reduction, a whole media reform platform, education policy. So we want to keep rolling these out at timely moments when they might, make a difference, at least within the movements. I'm not sure the corporate media is going to pay us any attention, although we'll keep trying. So that's kind of what we're doing now in the next couple of months. But if you have, specific needs that you think we might be able to, help with resources, people, state them. And, we'll do the best we can to help.
The next question's from Sam. The question is, how do we leverage over the Democrats and Republicans to achieve our agenda? What is the carrot and what's the stick?
Well, the stick is we take votes from them. I mean, the Democrats pay us no mind. We can do all the protests in the street we want. Look at the protests against the war in Iraq, which both parties supported. But because, particularly in 2004, after the war got started, most of the peace movement lined up behind Cheri, who was actually pro-war. They took us for granted. We got to run our own candidates. If we start taking votes, then they're going to listen. I mean, I've used this example a lot, but when I got 5% running against Andrew Cuomo in 2014, in a year when all the media reports were he wanted to run up the vote to get ready to run for president, get more than his daddy, Mario Cuomo, ever got as governor, get more than he got in 2010 when he was first elected. And he got less. And we're sitting there with 5% of the vote. So to compete for our voters, he had to adopt policies he had not supported before, like a ban on fracking and a $15 minimum wage. That's our leverage. And I think the other thing is when we're in movements, we shouldn't call defeats victories. You hear a lot of happy talk, from the Sunrise Movement, 350.org, et cetera, say on climate, when Biden is terrible on climate. And, they put all their eggs in the basket of Biden, and Biden owes them nothing. The role of a movement is to make demands for real solutions. I mean, the example I like is the anti-Vietnam War movement. In '68, we put our demands on Humphrey and Nixon. We didn't say Humphrey was a lesser evil. We put them on Kennedy and McCarthy, because they weren't for out now, they were for negotiations now. And in the aftermath, Nixon won, but by 1970, him and Kissinger realized, because of the mass opposition, that they couldn't carry out their secret plan to end the war, which was to use tactical nukes in North Vietnam. That's how you get anybody in office to respond, when the movement gets big enough and you're clear on your demands and you don't compromise. So in the movement work, I think, you know, our role is to not accept compromises. And, you know, I think, you know, we have a role to play both in the climate movement and, you know, Black Lives Matter. My perception of that movement is they're kind of settling for what the Democrats are willing to do, which is use of force reforms for the most part. But that leaves the police in charge of policing themselves. And, you know, we had a ban on chokeholds in New York City in 1993. In 2013, Eric Garner was killed by a chokehold. And the officer that did that got no sanctions from the department internally. So that's an example where we can raise the demand of community control for the police. And, you know, the broader movement may not accept it, or adopt it in terms of dealing with their local communities, but, you know, that's where we can bring it into an election campaign and get a real debate on it.
Cool, thanks. We have a lot of great questions coming in for you. So we'll try to go through them quickly. So Tom asks, Howie, how do we identify leaders? How do we recruit them?
Well, I think what you got to do is what organizers do. They go out and they listen. They talk to people and they listen and find out what's on their minds, what are their issues, and then find a way to work with them on that basis. I mean, our tendency is, you know, we got the 10 key values, we got a Green New Deal, whatever it is, and preach. But if we don't have a relationship, then people are like, well, you know, who the hell are you? So I think now identifying leaders is if you like knock doors on a block, you're gonna find, you know, Big Mama of the block. You know, there's a woman that kind of looks after all the kids everybody looks to. Everybody asks what's going on. You find the same thing in workplaces. Informal leaders that, you know, people kind of look to, like, what are they thinking? And so that's one thing you need to identify as an organizer, because those are the people you want to be working with because they have influence. I mean, there's a lot to say on that, but that's the beginning of that discussion.
Okay.
The next question is from Bruce Hinkforth. Howie, what is your position on making the GPUS a membership organization instead of its current structure?
Well, I've been for that forever, and I haven't pushed it at the national level because the national structure is so dysfunctional, you can't even get a real discussion. And representatives, I find a lot of people doing a lot at the national level are doing nothing locally. I don't even know who the hell they're representing. I think we need to look to Canada, which has, you know, got a foothold in their parliament, elected a lot of people to their provincial legislatures. They're a membership party. They have some resources, and they have a living, breathing membership. You know who the members are. You know, our basis of representation in the National Committee and Conventions is a whole very complicated formula. How many candidates they run, how many votes did they get, how many petition signatures you get. I mean, there are like 30 categories. So you get the anomalies like Texas had gave up when they lost their ballot line. But because in the election in which they lost their ballot line, they got a lot of votes. It's a big state. So their number of representatives increased at a moment when they had no party. Didn't make any sense. Now the Republicans gave them back their party by legislation and they came back to life. But, you know, that's an example. I think we need to think about having, just for the purposes of democracy, one member, one vote. So we need a membership. And now how we get there, I think the way to push it is to have locals and state parties do it and make it work. And we'll know when we can pass it at the national level because, you know, majority of the state parties will be doing it. I don't see much, and the other people can try, but I'm not interested in putting a proposal to a national committee that I don't even know who they're representing. And, you know, I know there are people there that will object, and I just don't see that as a fruitful thing. I think we got to do that from the bottom up.
All right, thanks, Howie. So our next question is from Patti. How can we motivate the Gen Ys and Gen Zs to become engaged and activists for us?
Okay, Gen Y, what age is that? That's like 30s? Or is that 20s?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Do you mean millennials?
No, I think that's older.
Yeah, so the Gen Ys would be like the millennials, and the Gen Zs are the younger ones, like up to age 23.
Okay, well, the millennials we know from polling are the most progressive cohort in the country, and from voting behavior. So I think, you know, the way to recruit them is to have organizations, local parties that look like they're getting something done and are effective and are, you know, fun to participate in or fruitful to participate in. The Gen Z, all I know is that Angela and I are getting scores of messages from teenagers and people in their young 20s pleading with us to keep going, to run again. They want to vote for us because they'll be able to vote next time for the younger ones. And they put stuff on TikTok, which I don't have much of a feel for, but I'm told some of their posts about our campaign have got upwards of 2 million views, and a lot of them in the hundreds of thousands. There's definitely, we did strike a chord with those real young folks. And so we just had a campaign team meeting figuring out how we can get them engaged. And we got some ideas that I think we're gonna have to have a discussion next week, because we had a long meeting and in the end didn't really have anybody take responsibility for that, but a lot of good ideas. So I think the Gen Z kids are, look, they're fighting for their futures, their climate. They want racial justice. They don't have good economic prospects. They want economic justice. And they want real solutions. I mean, sometimes young folks just got a clearer picture. They haven't, you know, been defeated a bunch of times or made compromises. And they wanted what we were talking about. And I think one of the ironies of the campaign is talk about the Green New Deal, Medicare for all, tuition-free public college, legal marijuana, go through our whole program. Our platform was much more popular than Trump and Biden. You know, the terrible thing about the campaign is the dynamic was a referendum on Trump. And it just, we couldn't get a word in edgewise. In the, you know, traditional media, in the social media, the kids found us and they were excited.
Awesome. So Howie, we only have a couple minutes left, but we still have a couple of great questions. So if we could try to do them real quick, but I want to get to them. So Eric asks, can I ask Howie about the need to create new media to promote the Greens, since the corporate media is content to ignore or defame us?
When we talk about social media, I think we also need, like we used to have, a newspaper that will be online, but also we can print out locally and distribute. It's physical. I think we need a literature of, you know, very readable leaflets on issues, on what the Green Party is about, and, you know, an organized way of distributing that. So that's kind of traditional print media, which has really taken a beating in this environment, but we distributed it to grassroots. And of course, social media, you know, that's where a lot of people can find us if they want to.
Cool. All right. So then Bill asks, what are your ideas for strengthening the National Green Party?
Strengthen the grassroots. And then, you know, they'll take care of the national party. I have a lot of ideas. I mean, just one. We shouldn't have a steering committee that's both has administrative responsibilities and national spokesperson responsibilities, especially with 9 of them. I mean, it just can't work. You need an administrative committee, you need a chair or co-chairs to speak for the party. And then I would say the working groups that we have, particularly those where every state party gets to put 3 people on it, that just doesn't function. You should elect a leadership in the administrative committee, and they can co-opt people on the committees like ballot access, for example. And if people aren't doing the work, you replace them. That's a big subject, but I'll leave it at that.
Awesome. Well, I'm sure we could continue this conversation for hours, but you've got places to go and we've got other speakers. Yeah, so thank you so much for joining us.
I'm gonna hang around for the next hour.
Awesome.
I'm on a listening tour myself, hearing what Green's saying and seeing where we're at.
That's awesome. Great. Well, then I will just introduce our next guest, who it gives me very great pleasure to introduce because I've gotten to know her over the past year, and it's been an amazing experience. Lisa Savage is a longtime activist, a public school teacher, a former union negotiator, former small business owner. She's a mother, grandmother, and she was the independent Green candidate for U.S. Senator in Maine's ranked choice voting election. And full disclosure, I had the pleasure of serving as her communications director over the past year. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Lisa Savage. Welcome, Lisa.
Thanks, Dave, and thanks, Howie, and thanks everyone who's here. It's great to be here. I'm speaking to you from Solon, Maine. I'm up here in the woods again. I had to move a little bit because my internet access at the time was not very good, but we've made some fixes, and I think I'll be able to get through a Zoom from my actual home here in the 2nd District in Maine. So maybe I'm going to way back to more than a year ago to a press conference that I helped organize for a conversion campaign I'd been part of here in Maine, coalition of many environmental groups and also pushing back on militarism, anti-war groups, peace groups that were waging a campaign to convert our weapons manufacturer, Maine's biggest employer, Bath Iron Works, owned by General Dynamics, and have it stop building warships for the Navy, which is all it builds, and have it instead build clean energy systems or public transportation like light rail, passenger rail that we don't have here in Maine. And so I had been on that campaign for some time, and I was always like the press person. I would write the press releases and put them out with my contact info on them. And we had a press conference in Portland, Maine. This is long before COVID. So this is in the late spring, almost summertime of 2019. And some of our local Greens here in Maine had come to that, as well as many other speakers. So we had some Indigenous speakers, we had some water justice speakers, and we were all talking about this, the climate crisis, how it was a true emergency and what could be done about it. And one of the Greens here in Maine, Justin Beth, had seen me a few days earlier, and I knew he was coming. He said, "How would you like to have Jill Stein speak at your press conference?" I said, "Wow, that would be amazing. Are you inviting her?" And he said, "Yes, I will." So in fact, Jill came up and spoke to climate, to a Green New Deal and what that could look like in Maine, and met some people and so forth. And then a bunch of us the next day went to Bath Iron Works and committed an act of civil resistance and were arrested. I think that was the 4th time I've been arrested there. Because they were holding a christening, a celebration for their latest warship. So that's kind of where I was coming from. I was still working full-time as a teacher in public schools here near where I live. But a little later in that summer, a couple of National Greens contacted me and said, "Hey, your Senate race is the one to watch because Susan Collins is super unpopular and you guys have ranked choice voting now. What would you consider running? Your name keeps coming up when we say, who would be a good person to put the real Green New Deal, the Green New Deal in front of voters and really embody that."
and bring that along as a project. So that was not something I was planning to do. I was going to teach one more year at that point. I was going to teach 2 more years at that point. This is summer of 2019. But it was one of those summers when everyone came to Maine. It was pre-COVID. All my grown-up kids came back with their families. My uncle came, my sisters. And I had a chance to talk to many people that know me well. And to a person, they were like, yeah, this is perfect for you. We didn't know what you were going to do after teaching. Go for it. This will be great. So with their support and with strong, and with Green saying, we've got your back. I was a Green at the time. My husband had been a Green since forever. I think he's been blamed for every Republican administration since the first Ronald Reagan administration. He's never, ever accepted that whole spoiler argument. He's like, fuck that. I'm voting for who I think would be good. I'm not compromising and voting lesser of 2 evils. Sorry. I admit I had been a lesser than 2 evil voter at times. I had been a Democrat at times. And early on when Obama got nominated and completely blew it in the Senate, voting for the war supplemental and giving, the telecoms immunity from spying on us, I was like, I'm done. I'm Green now. So going into it, I was a Green. So I sought ballot access as a Green. Well, here in Maine, we may have ranked choice voting, but boy, do they have the system stacked against third parties getting on the ballot. So the rules were we could start January 1st. We had until March 15th to gather 2,000 registered Green signatures. Now, on the books, there were 40,000 or more registered Greens, but it was a Super Tuesday primary that year, which Maine doesn't usually have, but we did last year. And many people had switched to Democrat because they wanted to vote for Bernie in the primary. Many Green-leaning people had done that. And also, many people had registered Green, and then who knew where they were? They weren't at their last known address. Maine's a very big state geographically. So we started at the stroke of midnight on January 1st, and we put pedal to the metal for about 2 months solid, January and February. And we had put in 900 hours of both volunteer and some paid gatherers toward the end. And we had only gathered 900 of those 2,000 signatures that we needed. And we realized we're looking for a needle in a haystack, and we're doing it in ice storm season. One of our big volunteers, Bruce Gagnon, literally slipped on ice at the top of some stairs and fell all the way down the stairs and ended up in the emergency room. It was not a good time of year to be canvassing in Maine. So we had hired a ballot access coordinator named Isaac Schattenberg out of Massachusetts that had worked on the ranked choice voting campaigns here in Maine, had some familiarity with Maine, and his name, kind of popped up. And so Isaac said, Lisa, I hate to break it to you, you're going to have to unenroll as a Green if you want me to get you on the ballot. And I was like, but that would be disloyal. I can't do that. These, people have brought me so far. They've worked so hard. He was like, I'm telling you, if you unenroll and run as an independent, it's just a bureaucratic thing. You don't have to change your platform. You don't have to stop being Green in your heart, Green in your values and your issues. But if we run you as an unenrolled, that's what it's called in Maine, but essentially independent, we need 4,000 signatures, so twice as many, but we can get them from any registered voter. And I believe we can get all the signatures we need in one day. I'm like, come on, Isaac, we've been at this for how many days? And he's like, no, Super Tuesday. We stand outside the biggest polls, and anyone emerging is a registered voter because they just voted in the primary, and we gathered their signature. Well, turned out he was right. And because we had overbuilt so much during the very difficult Green access period, we ended up getting more than 9,000 signatures in that one day. And so we only needed 4,000, verifiable ones. Then the pandemic hit almost immediately. So then most of our signatures were in city clerk's offices somewhere. And Portland in particular, Portland is the biggest city in Maine. We had maybe 5,000 some odd signatures from Portland. They shut down early and they did not open for months. So they were processing nothing. In the end, we applied for ballot access with no signatures from Maine's biggest city because we had enough without them. And we were like, well, I guess we should go ahead and do it. And so we did indeed gain ballot access using that maneuver. My platform always had been a real Green New Deal, you know, a Howie Hawkins, Jill Stein Green New Deal, not that watery version that Democrats like to promote and pretend like that's a Green New Deal. So I like to call it a demilitarized Green New Deal, because I know that, one, we're not cutting our carbon emissions significantly unless the Pentagon, as the biggest greenhouse gas emitting organization on the planet, is reined in considerably. And number two, where are you going to get the money for a Green New Deal's program? The Pentagon budget is a big fat elephant in the room. On paper, they're getting over half. Really, that's an artificially low figure. Military, if you count the VA, if you count all those CIA secret ops and black ops that we don't even know about, and all the nuclear weapons, which are in the Energy Department budget, it's really more like 70% a year going to our military adventures. So I knew that you know, that is the federally funded jobs program in Maine. Bath Iron Works is the biggest employer in Maine. It employs thousands of people in a state with very few good union jobs. So if we could, you know, turn the federal contracting toward building something we need, or something to mitigate climate change or get us out of our cars, that would be a double win for climate. No bombs, that's a win. Build something that helps, that's a second win. And the third big win would be, obviously, New Deal means it's a jobs program. We had research from the University of Maine at Amherst, University of Mass at Amherst, that had shown economists had built this model and put $1 billion into their model in different sectors of the economy to see, like, how many good union jobs does that generate? Turns out building weapons is a terrible jobs program, just in terms of how many jobs it generates. You would generate 50% additional jobs if you built clean energy systems instead of warships at that same facility with that same $1 billion investment. So I was really excited to learn about the other aspects of a complete Green New Deal, like consumer-owned and operated utilities, investing in regenerative agriculture so our food supply is sustainable. And I was really, really proud to carry that banner here in Maine. And just like Howie said, for the young people, the people that are like in college now, or just out of college, or can't afford to go to college, or struggling to pay their student loans, this platform resonated amazingly well with them. And as Bernie dropped out, or, you know, was no longer in the running, and then there was a very Bernie-like progressive in the Democratic primary for the Senate race here in Maine named Betsy Sweet, and she had a lot of young followers and a great volunteer base, and she lost the primary to a very corporate centrist Democrat named Sarah Gideon. So we got a lot of the Bernie people and the Betsy Sweet people going, our hearts are broken, where do we go? Oh my gosh, look at this candidate. These are my values. Medicare for All was also became very, very important in our platform. Universal health care is, was a huge need before the pandemic. So many people lost their jobs and their health care. And in a pandemic, you know, if we don't have public health care, then our public health is going to be about as bad as it is right now. So Medicare for All also resonated hugely with the young people that came along. My base were the older peace activists and climate and militarism activists that I'd been, you know, working with for years. That base stayed so engaged. I just got off a volunteer, you know, celebration call with, and it was just about 50-50. It was the base, the people I've known for years and gotten arrested with, or, you know, bannered with, or marched and protested with, and about half much younger people, many of whom had staff jobs with us as the campaign, became better funded and had a chance to pay people. It was really amazing luck that a couple of elder Greens told me early on, you want to consider hiring Dave Schwab part-time for a comms director. So Dave was in fact the first staff hire, and they said, Dave is such a good fundraiser, he will more than make his salary back. So at the time, it was early days, we had very little money raised. And I was like, geez, you really think we can pay someone? They were like, you will never regret bringing Dave Schwab on. And boy, did that turn out to be true. Not just the fundraising part. Obviously, eventually we had a fundraising director, and we did really well. We raised I think in the end, $185,000. Many people from around the country, probably people on this call right now, contributed. Greens were very generous with us and very supportive throughout, and that was amazing. But the best thing that Dave Schwab did was craft a message that was clear, that was compelling. And, I knew enough to try to stay on message. I realized, like, I'm a communications person, really. I was trained as a journalist and I'm a blogger, and, teaching's really a communications job. But I really realized from watching the way Dave did it that, staying focused on the message and finding a slightly different way in, or a way to couch it, or, a little flavoring or a little style to put on it, but stay with your core message, was super powerful and valuable. And Dave is just amazing at doing that in so many iterations, so many different ways that he helped us get that message out. We had many of the other progressive things on our plank. I think, if you ever saw our issues page, we had a beautiful piece of socialist realist art that one of my base here, Russell Ray, an artist here in Maine, had painted of a Green New Deal, like starting on the dark side and moving into the light. And then we had more issues and more substantive material on our issues page than either of our opponents. Susan Collins ran on, "I'm Susan Collins. I bring home the Navy bacon. If you don't elect me again, you're probably not going to get any more Navy bacon." It was successful. She pulled off 51% in the first round. We never went to runoffs because she managed to eke out a majority in the first round. Her opponent is Speaker of the House, Sarah Gideon, much younger woman, the Democrat, ran on "I'm not Susan Collins." Her page website really had no issues on it, other than like reproductive rights, really ever, even until the end. And there was one more independent in the race who was to the right of Susan Collins, big Trump supporter. And if you saw any of the debates that we had, there were 4 debates that we got into, and we were excluded from the final 5th debate. But in the first 2 debates, this other independent, Max Lynn, put on a clown show, wouldn't answer the questions, cut up masks to show what he thought about that. And in some ways, people were like, "Oh man, that really makes independents look frivolous." But in the other way, when it would be my turn to speak, people would say, "Wow, you sounded like the only grown-up in the room," because Max was doing a clown show, and the other 2, they would just do what politicians do in debates, is recite their talking points. If they heard the word healthcare, they're giving you their healthcare talking points. I was actually trying to process the question and answer it in the time given. And so I had a really good team that coached me on debating. Dave was part of that effort too, and several other people really helped me understand how to perform well in that type of a setting. So once we hit the debates, it was like, then the campaign went into, I would say, phase 2, really ramped up. Donations and volunteers started flooding in. And so now I understand why they work so hard to keep Greens and other third-party candidates and independents out of debates, because we sound too good. And people go, "Oh my God, there's someone there who's talking about the issues. Oh my goodness, it's like an actual person who appears to be telling the truth and saying what she really thinks." So, you wouldn't think that would be so remarkable, but in this particular race, it stood out a lot. And then we did something a little edgy in the final debate. It was the 4th debate. Collins had gone back to the Senate, not to pass a relief bill for the people. Oh no, to, hear the Supreme Court confirmation, which she voted no on because they didn't need her yes vote. And so we did it all on Zoom. She had to Zoom, so the rest of us had to Zoom. So I did it from a hotel room in Portland, where there was a Black Lives Matter action going on that evening. And the organizer of that Black Lives Matter main group, Hamdia Ahmed, who's a former Somali refugee, first person in her family to graduate college. She's quite young still, she's 22. I invited her to give my closing statement. And because it was a Zoom a debate, we were able to, I had some of the team was in the room with me, and Hamdia came in. I introduced her and then stepped aside, and she gave the closing statement about why Black Lives Matter and why we need justice for Breonna Taylor. And that was, not what people were expecting, but it made kind of a big impact with our base. And I was really happy that we did that. That's not why we were excluded from the last debate. They had been working to exclude me and the other independent long since. It's a Hearst Corporation, ABC affiliate in Maine. And they said a bunch of things like, oh, they're not newsworthy enough. Well, by then we'd been in Politico, the Wall Street Journal, and we were about to get in the New York Times. So that wasn't very plausible. And then they did some other stuff like, oh, she didn't raise enough money. Oh, she didn't poll high enough. We polled around 5%, 3%, 6%. I think 7% is the highest we ever got. And as I said, we raised about $185,000. The problem is that TV station had let a person into the Senate debate 2 years ago when Angus King was running for re-election, who was a Democrat, but didn't meet any of those criteria. Raised way less money than we did, polled about the same, had never run for elected office, so had no past performance. So really, that is an illegal campaign contribution under FEC rules. If you're being kept out just because of your party, that's like an in-kind donation to the Republicans and Democrats. And Max Lynn, I was the only non-millionaire in the race, which I said a few times in debates. The other independent is a retired financial planner. He lawyered up and filed a complaint with the FEC saying, hey, that was an illegal campaign contribution on the part of WMTW and the Hearst Corporation. Are you going to do something about this? The FEC, I guess, doesn't have a quorum seated, so they can't hear complaints right now. But that some legal action may ensue from that. Anyway, I think that we got 40,000 votes. We got 5% of the vote. We were very disappointed that it didn't go to a runoff round, because if Susan Collins had not quite made it to, right over 50%, then we would have seen how many number twos we got from Max Lynn. He got 1% of the vote. So he would have been crossed off under Maine's ranked choice voting law, and anybody that ranked me number two, we would have picked up those votes. You might think, who would do that? You were really far left. He was really far right. But independent is a huge label in Maine that means a lot. And many people, when I was out canvassing, were like, oh, you're independent? Definitely. I'll take your palm card. I'm voting for you. So I think many uninformed voters might possibly have said, oh, independent, let's rank her second. Also, a lot of my former students were old enough to vote. And I live up here in Trump country, and Trump surrogates and Trump himself campaigned in the 2nd district. They were working hard to get that one electoral vote, because Maine, we split our electoral votes. We only have 2 congressional districts, and the 2nd district had gone for Trump last time. So Maine gave 3 electoral votes to the Democrat and 1 to Trump. It worked again, and I think that's what bumped Susan Collins. She had never polled higher than 45%. At any point in the run-up, but incumbents always have an advantage, of course, because name recognition, because of the pork barrel that they've been providing. But also, I believe the GOP did a really, really strong voter turnout effort. I saw a lot of Trump voters in line with a lot of Trump insignia on, down in southern Maine, where they are not so thick on the ground. And my guess is that a lot of those, they had polled as undecided, and probably while they were in there voting for their preferred president, they probably ranked Susan Collins because they'd voted for her before, and she was a known quantity. So we feel like it was a success in terms of, we got a lot of earned media. We did an advertising blitz at the end because we'd been fundraising pretty strong. We bought a lot of local radio, newspaper, digital advertising on newspaper sites and that kind of thing. But we built a great network of grassroots, just kick-ass organizers that were out in the field all the time. Once the pandemic hit, we mostly did farmers markets because people wore masks there. It seemed safe. People were, following safety protocols. But there was an entire month of the campaign from the shutdown in mid-March when my teaching job just kind of evaporated on me. So that was kind of a lucky thing because I could really devote myself to this campaign. And then I retired at the end of that school year, a year earlier than planned. But for a month, we raised no money. We really couldn't do anything other than Zoom. And then slowly the momentum started to build again. The retirees still, they didn't really lose any income in the pandemic shutdown. They kept giving. We got back out there and started finding some ways to be out in the field. And then at the very end, we had an interesting thing happen, which was that a group that tries to flip Senate seats from Republican to Democrat had reached out to Sarah Gideon's campaign to say, hey, we could come to Maine in October and help you. We do street theater, we do tabling, we do canvassing, we can help you out, especially with younger voters. And the Gideon campaign wouldn't listen to them, wouldn't respond. Same thing that happened when we said to the Gideon campaign, hey, you want a preference swap? I'll tell my people to rank you second. You tell your people to rank me second. The Gideon campaign started doing that like 1 week before the election was over, but we had realized way back when, that's probably to our advantage. Anyway, the Flip 2020 group heard nothing from the Gideon campaign, so they reached out to us and we said, sure, come on down. So if you've maybe seen a video of a bunch of animals dressed up on Halloween, with with our field manager, Amanda Leach, playing Lisa Fermain as a superhero, flying in and saving them from the corporate Democrats and Republicans. That was the sort of Flip 2020 favor. They did a bike rally through Portland with us, and so a lot of canvassing at night, handing out our Medicare for All condoms. That was probably our best merch, or at least the merch I felt the best about was we had Medicare for All Lisa Fermain branded condoms because we want to protect you with universal health care. So it was like a constant series of pivots and like, oh my gosh, now what? And I felt like we were flexible problem solvers throughout. We had some really good people that stayed with us once they got involved. And I just feel really lucky to have met so many wonderful people and learned so much and, really had a great experience. I think that's probably about all I had to say, and I imagine you might have some questions.
Awesome. Thanks, Lisa. And I just want to reiterate that I didn't ask Lisa to say nice things about me. That was totally unexpected, but appreciated. And I could say a lot of nice things about Lisa in return, but we only have a few minutes for questions. So I've seen one so far from Barb. And if there are any other questions, please get them up soon because we have Angela Walker joining us at 3:30. And I know Lisa has a volunteer celebration today to go to. So I'm sure we have to let her go in a couple of minutes. But yeah, we're getting lots of appreciation for Lisa in the comments. And Barb, do you want to ask your question?
Sure. Am I unmuted now?
Okay.
Excellent. Could you see yourself running for president in 2024?
Thanks for that question, Barb. No, I could not see myself running for president in 2024. Howie and Jill both came to Maine when they were running, and I was, able to meet them at that time, and we got to do some campaigning together with Howie. Actually, we did a bunch of interviews that day, and we're out in the field a bit. I know Maine really well, and I felt that even though I hadn't run for elected office, I was elected vice president, chief negotiator in my local bargaining unit of the teachers union, but it was a pretty big bite to run for senator. I couldn't believe in myself as a presidential candidate, and I'm 64 years old. I don't think I have the physical stamina to run a national, in a national election like that. I was continually amazed by Howie and Angela and how much energy and, just sheer hard work they put into it. I really admire that. I am a hardworking person, but I'm not as young as I used to be. So I'm not sure what the future holds for me. Definitely going to stay involved with, the progressives and the Greens here in Maine and, support younger people who want to try this amazing experience.
Yeah, I will say keep an eye on Lisa. I have a feeling we haven't heard the last of her. And Lisa has been, Howie has been running on a Green New Deal since 2010. Lisa has been active for a Green New Deal, since before, most people heard the term. She mentioned, going to Bath Iron Works and saying, we need to stop pouring all this money into the war machine and start saving the planet from the climate crisis. So yeah, I'm sure that Lisa will continue to do great things, but she's earned a little vacation at this point. Yeah, it's been quite a year plus. So thank you so much, Lisa, for joining us and for everything that you do. Yeah, and we'll let you go. Say hi to the Lisa from Maine team for me. Wish I could be there with y'all, but we've got too many great things to do. So thanks again, and yeah, you rock. Have a good one.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Lisa.
Be well. Stay well out there.
All right. Awesome. So now, right on time, it's an extreme pleasure to introduce our next guest speaker. She is a Milwaukee native, longtime organizer, was active in the Wisconsin uprising with the Milwaukee Transit Union. I recently learned was actually on the ground in Florida 2000, demanding for her vote to be counted. And I just think it's so amazing that, she fought harder for the vote to be counted in Florida 2000 than Gore and the Democrats did. And she ran for ran for Milwaukee County Sheriff in 2014 as an independent socialist, was endorsed by the Green Party that year in an early instance of Green-Red cooperation. And we had the great pleasure of nominating her as our VP candidate this year. So without further ado, let's say hi to Angela Walker and turn it over to Angela. Welcome.
Hey everybody. I hope everybody's doing well and that fall feels like fall up there, because it's still entirely too warm for me down here, which is a big reminder of climate change and how present it is. Folks are loving the fact that it's in the 70s in November, and I'm like, nah, this is horrible. So yeah, it's been a heck of a year. And not just for us, as folks living through a pandemic and living with, rebellion happening in the country, as it should. Yeah, interesting times, but also as a party. I mean, we got the crap handed to us, and we dealt with a lot, particularly with the chicanery around getting our petition signatures in Wisconsin. And, I hope that the Wisconsin Democratic Party is, I think I've, messaged them and let them know, I saw you, and I have a real long memory. So I want to thank y'all. I did a little video after, all of this, but I need to thank y'all personally in Wisconsin for fighting as hard as you did and for fielding the absolute nonsense that was thrown at you around this, because people are so eager to believe that the Democratic Party is somehow, benevolent, and having to be reminded, because those of us in Wisconsin who have followed politics in Wisconsin are very well aware of the fact that the only time that the Democrats in Wisconsin show any backbone is when it's opposing us. They have rolled over for years and let the Republicans in Madison basically steamroll whatever they want past them, but they get courageous when it comes to us, cowards. So, that's my piece on that. I could say a lot more, but it would be cuss words. I just want to thank y'all, because I know this was not easy for you. And I know that you were, hey, Eric, tell Luce I said, hey. I know that you were at ground zero for a lot of the poo flinging. So I want you to know personally, as somebody who is, from Wisconsin and was at the center of this foolishness, that I saw you too. And I saw y'all fight. And I know that it was hard. And I know it was disheartening. And to see you dig your heels in, hey, Greg, to see that y'all dug your heels in and said, we weren't wrong. And we're going to stand on our decision, and we're going to stand on, pushing our candidate. That took a lot of courage. So I'm sending y'all big love from me to you personally. Not this candidate crap is over. This is Angela, the person talking to y'all. So I'm not running again. I want to put that out there immediately, explicitly. I absolutely have no intention of ever running for public office again. Y'all can have this. If the Green Party fields candidates in 2024 that, the party gets behind, then hey, I'm here with it. But I will tell you right now, it will not be Angela Walker. I'm done. I'm looking forward to organizing spaces with y'all. I'm looking forward to doing popular education, political education, because as Howie and I said at the beginning of our campaign, one of the objectives that we have is to do our part as a party to not only grow the Green Party, but also to unify the left. Because whether people want to admit it or not, we don't have a left in this country. We need a unified left, because people in the absence of that unified left are going to go with the fascists, who are unapologetic and very explicit about who they are and what they stand for. We those of us who are here on the left, we have to be equally unapologetic and equally bold about who we are. That yes, we are eco-socialists. Yes, we are Green Party members. Yes, we are independent, and we are not backing down, and we're not going to tap dance to make our policies soften them so people are ready to hear them. People are ready to hear them, and they don't need us watering them down. And we can't be afraid to give people what we are about at 150 proof. They're ready for it, they want it, and they need it. And so, just making sure that we are continuing to build the connections in our communities. And that's me here in Florida, here in South Carolina, where obviously my community, activist community, is up there with y'all. And so I'm having to rebuild here and find out who's moving things here. And just making sure that we are adamant about our independence, that, the Democratic Party is very good at co-opting, as you saw them, swipe the Green New Deal from us, and then act like it didn't come from us, and then scrap it. And it's like, no, it was ours to begin with. And so I think, we're going to have to be very, very bold, in these years coming, and just unapologetic about who we are and what we stand for. And coalition building, where we, across the left, we don't all have to get together and hold hands and sing Kumbaya. No one is expecting that. But where do we intersect with other parties, with other independent organizations? Where do we intersect with them, and how can we lift those up to the benefit of our people? Because at the end of the day, our people are suffering. There's still a pandemic that has not been handled properly. We still have no health infrastructure in this country. We still have no economic bill of rights for people to fall back on. So many people are unemployed, and the winter is going to look really interesting. So our people are going to need us, and we are, after this, we have dealt with coming through this campaign with everything that has been thrown at us and things that are still to come. We are more than equal to the task. So I appreciate y'all having me today, and I thank you for the invite.
Thank you, Angela. Yeah, so really, grateful for all your efforts this year. It was a tough year for all of us, for many reasons. And, to be on the very front line, it takes tremendous courage. So, lots of love and respect for you and Howie. It got it got pretty tough there for some time, and they threw everything at us. But we're still standing, and we've got people who contacted us and said, "That's it. I'm done with the Democrats. This is the dirtiest thing we've ever seen." And we could say more about that, but we appreciate that you guys stood strong, and and I feel like we were kind of on the front lines together, the fight for real democracy in this country, and yeah, we appreciate that. So now I think we have Angela on. I'm not sure how much longer you can stick with us, but I think Howie's still on too. So we've got some time. If folks have questions for Angela, it'd be great to start with that, and then maybe we can ask questions for Angela and Howie. So do folks have questions for Angela? And she already said she's not running in 2024. So, and you've earned a break as long as you need. Okay.
I see a question.
Okay, go for it.
Jeffrey Lewis asks, does the GP have a program for popular and political education?
I believe that the Young Eco-Socialists, from what I understand, had such a program, and they're going to be reviving it. Do not quote me on this. We're like putting it all together. And I think one of the things with the Green Party, because every local is different, and I think that as a national, I guess, folks could come up with something. But I'm also thinking of individual locals developing, something that works best for y'all. I mean, there's places that prefer to get people together, and like places, well, I guess it's more difficult now, especially with this winter coming, and, we're not going to be doing so much in person because it's just not safe. Where folks are getting together, or were getting together at like, restaurant, and then doing it that way or whatever. But I think that we will be putting, as a campaign, materials together that we're going to make available to all the locals if people choose to use them. And you'll make it, at the end of the day, you're going to make it your own. I think it's the most important thing that locals need to know is that people have no understanding of how our electoral system works. Not really. And they also really, all of us need to really brush up on the history of the left in this country. And the fact that our roots are not, this place where we've gotten to where we're ready to collude with the bosses. It didn't start like that. No. And so I think people need to know how we got here, and, making sure that the history of the left, and is something that we're talking about too. And I think that'll be different from local to local, but we in the campaign are working on stuff to put together that can be shared throughout the party if, you know, folks choose to do it. And not all locals are going to be on board with this either. And I'm aware of that. So, you know, not everybody feels like our focus needs to be that, and that's fine. But, you know, coming from, you know, me and Howie, we think these are very, very important things that we need to be doing with our members and with people who want to join, because a lot of people are interested in what we're talking about because of what our policies are. And they're paying more attention to the Green Party because we've been framed in such stark opposition to what we've been given.
Thank you. So we've got a couple more questions now. And so from Tom, he says, Angela, how about a few lessons learned that you might share for others that may want to run? What was the best and what was the worst that you experienced in the campaign? You can kind of take that and go wherever you want.
I'm thinking of all 3 times that I've run. What is the best experience? What is the thing that is the responses of people who weren't aware that you don't have to have all of these titles behind your name. You don't have to have all of these degrees. You don't have to have all of these things. If you believe in something strong enough, stand up. And having people tell me that, like, you know, I didn't realize I could do this until I saw you do it. Stand up and stand on what you believe and be unapologetic about it, because I promise you our opposition is. So there's no need for us to tap dance and try to make nice with people. You know, one of the best things about being on the left and being independent is that we're not beholden to anybody. We can say whatever it is we want about what we believe in because no one's pulling our strings. We don't owe these people. So give it to them at 180 proof. They're ready for it. You know, it is what it is. But I think that's one of the best things is that running for office as an independent leftist, I can say whatever I want. And the people, you know, we're not beholden to anybody. We can give people our policies at 150%. And the worst thing is I'm an introvert. Being this exposed and having to, it called on all of the diplomacy that I possess to manage this campaign as gracefully as I did, because I have a mouth and it's a certain way you're not gonna talk to me. And to have to be mindful of navigating these things and pulling the lessons out of them. You know, when people are disaffected or disgruntled, is there a reason for it? And where is their anger? Where should their anger actually be directed? Because 90% of the time, like the things we were taking as a party, you shouldn't exist. You have no business running this, that, and the other thing. That at the base of that is fear. And and it's also coming from people who don't understand that the individual that is currently occupying the White House is only a symptom of a disease. He is not the disease itself. And a lot of their anger is misplaced when they're flinging things at us. And so just having to navigate all of that, it's exhausting. It is absolutely exhausting. So I think that's the worst thing. But if you are someone who is considering running for office, do it. Do it, because we need you. And also, the policies that this party is putting out, no one else is. And people need what we're offering them. So don't be afraid to do it.
Awesome, thank you. Mike McCallister has a question. So Angela, the Journal Sentinel said that turnout among Black people in Milwaukee was exactly the same this year as 2016. How can we best connect with the disaffected here?
And that doesn't surprise me a bit. And I'm gonna tell you what I told the Democrats in 2016. I said, I'm gonna give y'all this advice for free. If you want people to show up, give them a reason to show up. Joe Biden in the Black community, come on now, really? This is a cat that is clearly riding on Obama's coattails. And truth be told, when you talk to Black folks about President Obama, a lot of us are lukewarm about him because we understand his presidency did nothing for our community. In fact, we lost ground under his presidency, and we're aware of it. And so people, want to chide Black folks when we don't show up, but they gave us no reason to show up. Medicare for all was not on the table. There was no eco-socialist Green New Deal, no Green Deal of any shape, form, or fashion. And certainly the thing that Black Milwaukee would have definitely shown up for, because of the economic disparities and health disparities in that city, there was no economic Bill of Rights saying, you know what, we're going to make sure that people are taken care of in a way that is immediate. And, we are going to alleviate the constant taking away that happens to your community. None of those things happened. None of those things were offered. And for the Democrats to expect, new voters to just get excited about Joe Biden is absolutely ridiculous. And so, I'm not above saying that I'm petty, and I am personally gratified to know that the turnout was the same as in 2016. That's what they get.
Okay. And so our new co-chair, Joe Nathan Kingfisher, asks, while representing the Green Party in debates, I found a hostility towards nature, especially by the Republicans and business interests, and really seeing criminal violence advocated by the same types. How do we as Greens respond to that kind of open attack against us and our values?
We stand on what we believe. I mean, the purpose of them attacking us is to get us to back down or to say that our policies are not worth the stance we take for them. They absolutely are. I mean, part of the reason I campaigned and agreed to this campaign is because I feel very strongly about the health of this planet. That's something that matters to me. And it shouldn't be, for me, it's a no-brainer. But I also understand that capitalists think another way. And they see this earth as a commodity and have a hostility toward, as you said, have a hostility toward the planet because they view her as a commodity. And all of the non-human and human life and natural resources of this planet are viewed as commodities. So knowing that, I expect a level of hostility from them. But as far as, I'm not in this to win hearts and minds of people I know are against me. I'm not here to convince them why they should be kind to us. I am here to remind them that we're going to fight you, that this is where we stand. This is the hill I'm gonna die on, right here. And I'm not backing down from it. I'm not watering, as I saw suggested any number of times. Maybe y'all should water down the language of the eco-socialist Green New Deal. I'm not watering down anything. You're gonna get this the way we wrote it. And you're gonna get this with all the passion that we feel behind it, because climate change is not negotiable. The way this planet is being abused is not negotiable. It is not acceptable. We're not gonna act like it is to make other people comfortable. And so in order to combat the way that other people are, pushing against us, you push back with what we believe in. And we're not backing down from that.
Wow, yeah. I think you hit it right on the head. We can't downplay the climate crisis to try to make other people comfortable. That's in a nutshell. And yeah, all right, so we have some other good questions coming in. Bill says, for both of you, what are your plans post-election? I understand your campaign team is still meeting.
we're just strategizing around how best to do the things that I talked about, like developing a program for political education and popular education, and also encouraging, folks to get involved, and locals to get involved with whatever's happening in their individual communities. Like if you've got folks that are feeding people, and a lot of these are little independent organizations. And I'm thinking of Milwaukee with, it's over in Sherman Park, and it's not Sherman Phoenix, but there's a group over there that has been doing the work of feeding folks. And they're small, they fund themselves out of their own pockets or whatever money they get. Groups like that, that need another pair of hands, another pair of eyes. Our people in our communities need to know who we are. And so just getting not Alice's Garden. Sherman Park something.
Repairs of the breach?
No, I know Repairs of the Breach. They're over there by over there off of Elite, if I'm not mistaken. This group is working out of Sherman Park, and it's not Sherman Phoenix. And I can't remember their name because I'm like horrible with it, but they've been doing the work of like making sure to feed people and things like that. And they're just an example of like small organizations that are community based, that are not nah, baby, it's not Heart Love Place. I know where that is too. But these little organizations that need support. And then, they'll know who the Green Party is. Because I think a lot of our problems, people don't know who we are. And they don't know what we're about. And so building those relationships in a lot of communities across the country is part of the work that we're going to be needing to do going forward. And as a campaign, those are some of the things that we're working on, is like how to put all of this together, because it's kind of big. And other things, I'm still driving a truck, so that hasn't gone anywhere.
Cool. Howie, did you want to add on?
Well, for myself, I see myself as an organizer now with a network we built up during the campaign, and see if we can get people to follow through on the things I talked about: strengthening locals, running local candidates, doing campaigns around particular issues strategically. Like RCV, I saw in the chat, that's something we can do at every level. We can raise abolition electoral college and national popular vote using ranked choice voting for president, but we can get it passed in our cities, towns, and states. And that's how we build a movement to get it at the national level. And then the popular education. And the other thing we're going to do is speak out. We got a title: President and Vice Presidential Candidates of the Green Party in 2020. So we can send a release to the media saying, Biden's climate plan isn't a climate plan, and here's why, or whatever the issue is. If they put what's his name, Moniz, the guy that Ernst Moniz, all the above energy guy from the nuclear and fossil fuel industries, back in the Department of Energy as its secretary, you best believe we're going to have something to say about that. So we'll use what little platform we got to speak out, for all of us.
Cool. Yeah, I just need to tag on to that, Howie, because you touched a couple of chords for me. I know for a long time you've been saying that Greens need to step up and lead movements, and I think now is the perfect time for that. I'm not sure if you were on when Mike McCallister was talking about the Milwaukee chapter and how they're already planning to host a forum on pushing for a Green New Deal in Milwaukee. So I think that's an issue that we need to take ownership of. And also, I think of Eric's point about needing to create more of our own media, because it's clear the corporate media has an agenda. They want to marginalize and smear Greens, and they'll never give us a fair shake. So we can try to get more exposure from the corporate media but at the same time, we need to build alternatives. In the same way that we build political alternatives, we need to build media alternatives and get our own message out. So people aren't just hearing the smears and attacks on us. They're also hearing our perspective and, our positions. And yeah, I think, as many people have said, when people hear from us, they agree with everything that we say.
Just one point on the corporate media. We can get in there. When we have a Green like AOC elected as a Green to Congress, people that will sell eyes, get eyes on the screen. I think, when we get to the point where corporate media has to cover us, because people want to, they want to watch what we got to say. And that comes out of the movement building and the elections. In one sense, they're commercial creatures. They're beholden to these big conglomerates. But at the end of the day, they got to get people watching them. And if the Greens are interesting, we're going to get covered. But we got to have more political leverage so that we can't be ignored. So I'm just saying, don't give up on and that includes your local mainstream media. I mean, all of us should have a regular program of news releases, build relationships with local journalists. A lot of those journalists, they find us more interesting than the Democrats and Republicans. They want to cover us. And their problem is their editors and producers. So I'm just saying, keep communicating with the mainstream traditional media.
Yeah, that makes sense. So we're now at 4 p.m. So we are at the official adjournment time of our meeting, but that doesn't mean that people have to go. In fact, we invite people to stay and talk if they want to. And we did want to open up space a little bit for our members to join in the discussion. And, maybe people, we've had very active discussion and chat all day. But, there are some people who we've heard more from, like me, and some people who we haven't heard as much from. And I also want to respect Howie and Angela's time. So, whenever you have to leave, just let us know. And, we don't want to keep you any longer than you want to be here. I'm sure you both are very busy, but we really appreciate you joining us. And we appreciate, everything that you did this year. As I said, they threw everything at us, and we're still standing. We're still building. And, you've really been models of, how to keep organizing, keep building in the face of, a tremendously rigged system and, basically every arm of power coming out against us to try to stamp us out. And they, it's not going to work. We're still here and we're still growing. So anyway, I'll get off my soapbox for a minute because, again, if folks have to leave now, then they can. So why don't we make a couple of quick announcements, but if folks want to stick around for the discussion period, I think we'll want to discuss more about, building the Green Party on the state level, on the local level in particular, because that's, what most of us are going to be working on going forward. So a couple of real quick announcements. One is that we really encourage people to volunteer to serve on our committees. Like we said, that's where the work gets done for our state party. I know we have a lot of people with great skills and experience. And also we have folks who've been active for a while who can train you. So our committees page is where you can volunteer and just write a little bit about what committees you're interested in and, what you want to bring to them. And then we'll follow up with you. Also, if there's anyone who has, stuck through the meeting so far, first of all, thank you so much. And second of all, if you still have not yet become a dues paying member, then we really encourage you to, do that today or renew your dues. Again, it's a sliding scale, suggested amounts. We do have the low income / student / financial hardship option. If you really have nothing, then, you kind of just let us know and apply for a waiver. But we appreciate people doing what you can to support our party, since, we are everything we do is financed by member dues and donations. And, also, everyone who is currently a dues paying member in good standing, you'll receive your ballot as soon as they're ready via email, along with instructions on how to vote for officers. It's coordinating council and national committee right now. So, so please keep your eyes open for that. Let us know if you don't see it. I think you can contact Tom. So Tom, if you could share your info, let us know if you have any questions about voting. We want to make sure everyone who is a member is able to participate in that. And I think that's all I've got for announcements right now. Is there anything that I'm forgetting, Barb, or anyone?
I think you covered everything.
Okay, yeah, and we're also passing the hat for Cheri Honkala's organization, the Poor People's Economic Human Rights Campaign. That's poorpeoplesarmy.com.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. So, yeah, we can keep the discussion going. So is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet, hasn't had a question yet for Howie and Angela, who would like to, or, would like to say something about organizing at the local level or at the state level?
I was hoping to mention something, if that would be okay.
Go for it.
So on the subject of original Green Party media, because of the whole deal with the corporate media not really paying attention to us, I've been doing this talk show for the last year or so. I don't actually, I'm not, I direct and do all the edits and stuff. That's actually, Angela, that's how I met Luz in the first place, because we got her to debate someone on the Trump team in Spanish. I don't know if you saw that video, but we were one of the only people that actually set up a debate between a Bernie rep and a Trump rep directly. And now we're doing, I've since sort of parted ways with my original host, and now I've got a team of anchors that I'm working with. But we just recently got set up to take Skype interviews. So how the official newsrooms will have 2 panels, and there'll be the host in the middle if they do a column thing. And right now, the new page that we're promoting for the talk show is called Whis Conversations. And I can actually, it's going to be kind of interesting because we've filmed 1 episode so far. Our guests were the owners of this company called Bravebird that is they're a husband and wife team of filmmakers from LA. The husband was actually in Jurassic Park 2 when he was a kid, and the Ellen Show as well. So that's our first guest, and I'm looking to get more guests. And I was thinking if we got somebody from the Green Party, maybe to even, since it's Wisconsin related, we could even talk about what the voter suppression efforts by the Democrats, or any other topics that Wisconsin Greens want to talk about. And I'm really open to really anything. It's just I figure we need to, because the media is not going to wait for us to be ready to start doing getting our message out there. I really want to be on like the front lines as far as like, you know, and do everything I can to make sure that we get the exposure that we need. Right now, our current Facebook page, well, the Facebook page that we did the Spanish version, that's at 5,500 likes. The new one, you know, we still have yet to release our first episode, but that's happening on Monday. And so if you would like, I can like email somebody, maybe like Dave, I can send it to you or anyone else that wants to see it. I'll send the first episode out and you guys can take a look and see if it would be something you'd be interested in doing over Skype.
Yeah. Thanks, Eric. And we've had a couple of other things actually come up in the chat while you were talking. And yeah, I love the ideas about media. And also, I want to plug the communications committee. That's an area where we could do a lot more. And I'm hoping to recruit some folks to work on that. I'll have more time for it now that Lisa's campaign is up. And I know we have you know, a lot of folks who are skilled in various kinds of media. So there's some talk about local elections, but as for announcements, so we have a campaign school that we're planning for Saturday, December 19th, that will be on Zoom like this meeting. So you can, you know, attend from wherever you are with an internet connection. So please mark your calendars for that. You know, whether or not you're planning to work on a campaign or run, you know, it's a place where you can learn some valuable skills. And then the Green Social. So on Monday nights, since early on in the pandemic, Barb and some other folks have been hosting a Green Social. So it's a time when people can just hang out and, you know, there's no like set agenda like today. You can just kind of talk about current events and, you know, different green stuff and I guess non-green stuff. Maybe you want to say more about that, Barb, but you know, it's more kind of like a social get together. You know, it's been really good since the pandemic started. And
yeah, I can say a few words about it.
oh, and yeah, and sorry, I've got checks in my possession from Greg and Jeff Reese. So that's why I'm not the treasurer. I'm not good with financial stuff, but we have received your checks, and I'm forwarding everything to Bill and Patti from here on out. So sorry about that. Oh, Wisconsin Conservation Congress is another thing that came up. So I'll just pass it over to Barb.
Yeah. So the Green Social, Monday nights, 5:30 to 6:30. We've changed the time a few times, but seems like it's working right now. And it's a chance that literally anybody can just go onto the link. It's more the merrier. So you don't have to be a Green Party member. It's not a business meeting. In fact, we strongly discourage business talk at these gatherings so that people can actually get to know each other, because it's really our social bonds, our trust with each other that furthers us as a organizing force and a group. And that's just so important to actually know the people that you're doing all this work with. So we talk about cooking, baking, gardening, hobbies, music, all kinds of stuff. Whatever you're interested in, I'm sure you're going to find somebody else who is also interested in that thing, and we'll be able to vigorously debate you on the merits of whatever subject that is. We've had shared recipes. I'm usually doing like cooking for the week when I'm on, so you'll often see me baking some bread or, you know, doing something like that. It's very informal. But you know, it's more the merrier. So if you have friends that are maybe interested in green politics a little bit, but they don't want to dip their toe into a business meeting, this is a good time to like invite your friends over and get to know people. So there's that. The Conservation Congress stuff, I am a representative right now. So if you want to talk about running for those offices with me, I'd be happy to talk about how running for office works in that space. We're always looking for new people to run all around the state. Every county gets 5 people, and they are all considered elected statewide officials and can really do some interesting things. We're the only state with a body like it. And because of that, even though right now it's not really a force that's doing very much, we could really change it into a really good lobby for environmental policies and proposals. Right now, some of the leadership is very averse to actually doing their job and bringing proposals towards the legislature, where whenever they see something come up, no matter what it is, they're just like, well, I don't really feel like pushing that towards the legislature, so we'll just like drop it. And then so these same things come up year after year: anti-fracking, anti-mining, things about PFAS, keeping the agricultural waste out of the water. All of these different things come up year after year after year, and they're like, oh, well, it needs legislation. We're just not gonna champion this. So the more people we have on it, and the more people that we can get county by county to take those leadership positions, the more that we're capable of making this group a force for change. So I'm really excited about getting more people to run for those offices. Was that what I was supposed to talk about? Was there anything else? Any other questions?
Yeah, that was a great overview. Yeah, so, Barb, actually, I think both Barb Dahlgren and Barb Eisenberg are resident experts on the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. There might be more, but yeah, I know, you're always willing to talk with people about that. It's a great opportunity that we have, and yeah, it's something that we can organize more around.
I put my phone number in the chat, so if you want to hang out with me and talk about Conservation Congress stuff like a nerd, I will be around for that every day.
Yeah, cool. Well, so is there anyone who hasn't really had the chance to speak much today, who would like to, join in the discussion? Even you just want to say kind of what your interests are and why you got involved.
I'm gonna run, y'all. I'm jumping in here. My potatoes are like boiling over.
All right, well, that sounds important. Thank you very much, Angela, for everything. Thanks for making time for us today. Thanks for running. And we should definitely stay in touch, and we want to support you in all your efforts going forward. Yeah, so thanks, and lots of love and respect from all of us.
Well, thank y'all. I'll be on the ground with you. Y'all have my email. I'll put it in the chat. Y'all holler at me if there's something that I can help with. And yeah, I'm gonna go get them potatoes before I start a fire.
All right, yeah.
All right.
Thanks, bye-bye. Wow, Angela for sheriff at gmail.com. I didn't even have that one. I like that.
That way she knows it's from Milwaukee. I mean,
good point.
Wisconsin,
Right. Yeah, we have privileged access as Wisconsinites. As we should. I mean, we're on the fucking front lines. Is there anyone else who hasn't really had a chance to say much who would like to say something?
I'd like to say something if that's okay.
Yeah, sure thing.
I know this is really early, but considering no one really knows who I am, I figure it's best to be prepared. But if anyone's willing to knock on doors, I'm probably gonna try to start like a paid campaign on the southeast side of Milwaukee. So if anyone wants to get in touch with me and maybe knock on some doors for me for my school board run, just let me know. I'd really appreciate it. I can write my email down on the chat in case anyone wants to stay in contact. That's ideal.
Awesome. Yeah, that is very cool. And I don't think I mentioned yet, Wisconsin Greens, we have, I haven't done the calculations recently, but when I did them a few years ago, we won, nearly 60%. We won about 60% of the local elections that we had endorsed candidates in. And some of those were unopposed, but when they were contested elections, we still had like a 50% win rate in local elections. So, we really can win grassroots campaigns, especially in the spring, local nonpartisan elections. We've had a lot of talk already in the chat about Milwaukee, about Madison. I'm hoping that we see folks in some other areas because, we've had Greens elected all around the state, going back 30 years and more.
And is there anyone on the southeast side that could just directly accept donation or dues, I should say? Like anyone in the Bayview area or St. Francis area that I could go to pay my dues because
yeah, I can take them.
My bank
I wrote it
canceled.
in the message.
All right, cool. So Rick, yeah, it sounds like Rick and Sam should connect. And yeah, don't worry, Sam. We'll consider it in the mail, and we'll put you on the member list now.
You know what? It might be better if I meet up with them because I'm the treasurer.
Oh.
So we'd kind of save a step.
How are you?
So Patti, jumping in here really quickly. So Sam, are you paying your Wisconsin state party dues? Is that what you're?
Good question.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, well, either
then
I or Bill. Bill ideally, because Bill deposits the checks, but I'm in Bayview, St. Francis area. So where did you say you are?
Yeah, I'm in St. Francis actually.
Okay.
I'm in St. Francis too.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, good. Well, you're already on it, Rick. So either way, Bill's going to be the one to deposit your check, and I'm going to be the one to record your membership. So
Okay.
as long as we're all in the loop.
And the address, Sam, if you want to mail a check, is in the chat.
Oh, thank you.
So you just want to do that? You just want to mail it to Bill?
How much is it?
So you can see on the website, we've got various levels. So we have suggested levels here. Can you see the website? I'll put it in the chat on the contribute page.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you can kind of look at that, think about your situation and determine the level that you can afford.
Yeah, disclosure, I am a student, so I'm not exactly loaded, but
Okay. Well, if you can do the student level, that would be awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Yeah. Howie's calling for stack. Okay. Sorry, I didn't see that. Howie, you got something to say?
You're muted, Howie.
I think I know how to do that by now. Brief comment and then a question for y'all. This question of partisanship. They went to nonpartisan races so they can hide the power behind the candidates. I was talking with Larry Redmond, who wrote the law for community control of police in Chicago, tried to run as a Green for Congress in Chicago. And he was active in the Harold Washington party, you know, elected Harold Washington, and that was the legacy. So the Daley machine turned Chicago elections into nonpartisan elections after that. So they can hide, you know, there's a thing about the transparency of having party elections at the local level as well as higher levels. And on the flip side of that, I learned in the course of this ballot attack on us that for a while, Wisconsin had nonpartisan election administration, and then the Republicans turned it partisan. And I wonder if the Democrats really don't want to change it. Because I'll tell you, in Wisconsin, every state we had these disputes, election officials and judges acted like partisan hacks. The facts and the law didn't matter. You had that one Republican flip over to the Democrats in the Wisconsin Supreme Court in our case. Other than that, it was strictly partisan. So I think, you know, those are issues we should look at. But my question was, I don't know if y'all heard, but Enbridge Line 5 got canceled or shut down in Michigan yesterday. And so that means the Enbridge lines terminate in Superior, Wisconsin. And I wonder, you know, I know there's a campaign to, you know, stop it there too. And it seems important now because what they'll probably do is bring the tar sands oil and fracked oil from the Bakken fields to Superior and then ship it out from there to the refineries. So I was just wondering if somebody can briefly, you know, tell us where that campaign is at to shut down the leg of the Enbridge lines before Enbridge Line 5, which is now shut down.
Well, what I know about it is that, oh, this is Rick. What I know about it is that the Indian tribes in Michigan, Upper Michigan and Lower Michigan, have been trying to stop Enbridge from redoing the line because of there's an old line underneath Lake Michigan, and they want to build a tunnel to make a new line. And American Indians in Michigan there's a campaign to stop it because recently found, well, not recently, but I think as of 2006, and then again in 2012, there's some historical rocks, some kind of artifacts, all lined up in the Mackinac Straits, probably going back to, you know, thousands of years ago, and they're probably related to tribes. So there's a campaign to stop that from building that tunnel. And I forget, I had
no, the news is the governor of Michigan, because Enbridge has not cooperated in any way, they're shutting that down. Not just, they're not going to do the expansion, they're going to shut down the whole line through Michigan. Yeah, so now it ends in Superior, Wisconsin. The Enbridge line's going back to the tar sands and the Bakken fields. So the question is, you know, how do we stop them in Wisconsin?
From what I know about it, through the Conservation Congress, which is a very conservative group of people for the most part, there has been a lot of concern from that group about continuing the Enbridge pipeline, and the committee, the environmental committee part of the group decided to push forward a citizen proposal to stop that pipeline dead in its tracks and completely get rid of the whole thing in the first place. So now it's probably going to be, that proposal might be backtracked with this news of what happened in Michigan. But from what I gauged, even in that organization, which is full of very, very conservative people and people who have a lot of sympathy towards industrial companies and things like that, even they're like, you know, they're not terribly happy about Enbridge at all. So I think that if there isn't already a big movement, that we could possibly lead it. There's a lot of support from all kinds of Wisconsinites, not just people who are very socialist and things like that. Pass.
Tom Stack.
And Dave Stack as well. Tom, go ahead.
Just briefly, so Barb, myself, and Greg, we did some door-to-door stuff, and we looked at all the Enbridge lines. But my information is old, but it's maybe somewhat interesting. It was like 2 years ago. But one of the strategies they were using, maybe Enbridge, was to say, "Oh, this isn't really a new pipeline because we're using this. We're just going to be a few feet away from the existing pipeline." You know, I think it was around the Mackinac area. But an issue too, they had a little submarine with a video camera, and they ran it, and you could watch this video. The supports were falling away, and more of the pipeline that exists there was unsupported. So it's just that existing pipeline is an accident waiting to happen, or maybe it's shut down now. But that's all I have to say. Pass.
Okay, I wanted to actually address the other part of what you said, Howie. And I know it's a big conversation, but I wanted to share my perspective. First of all, you're correct that we went from the nonpartisan Government Accountability Board to the partisan Wisconsin Elections Commission. And, you know, it's definitely been a step backwards. And I think what we see is similar to other states and at the national level, where a lot of the staff is fairly professional, but the you know, a lot of the commissioners are partisan hacks. And you know, one example of that would be that we communicated with the WEC staff that Angela was moving, and you know that we needed to address that with our petitioning. So we had some correspondence with them. We followed their instructions. And then when it came to the hearing, the Democratic members of the commission were saying, well, we don't know that she moved. There's no evidence that she moved. And, you know, as you know, wouldn't even allow us to present any evidence that she moved, because they said, oh, we're not taking any evidence anymore. So they just, you know, pretended that we hadn't told the Elections Commission that Angela had moved. And like I said, they really invented a false reason to keep us off the ballot in a very blatant fashion. And yeah, you know, and the narrative control around that was so intense. They started attacking the Green Party for supposedly holding up the printing of ballots. And then, you know, days later, the Democratic Party sued in Pennsylvania to overturn another decision because they wanted to keep the Green Party off the ballot in Pennsylvania. So the Democrats, after they accused us of holding up the printing of ballots, which was this unforgivable sin, they then kept filing more lawsuits to delay the ballots in Pennsylvania, which is, you know, a much bigger state, just to keep the Green Party off the ballot. So yeah, your point is well taken. You know, the election, this partisan election administration is, I mean, I don't like to use the term third world country stuff, but, you know, it's exactly the sort of thing that the US media looks at in Belarus or Russia and says, oh, those countries aren't real democracies because they use these dirty bureaucratic tricks to keep opposition parties off the ballot. So I think that's so amazing. They've been screaming about Russia for 4 years. And, you know, then they turn around and they act like Vladimir Putin, you know, stomping on opposition parties. So, and, you know, the other thing I wanted to address is the nonpartisan local elections. And, you know, I see what you're saying. It's another one of these things where, it's unclear what the intent is. Oftentimes they do things to try to benefit themselves, but sometimes the results can actually be kind of good from our perspective, or even from a democracy perspective. For example, Scott Walker, was a terrible governor, but one thing that he and the Republicans did when they came into power was get rid of straight party line voting, because they thought that Democrats were benefiting from it. And I think most of the people I know applaud that move, because instead of just saying, oh, yep, straight party line vote, and not even having to look at or think about the people who you're voting for, now at least you have to go down the ballot and vote in every race. And I think nonpartisan local elections are even more so, because you don't have people showing up, oh, I'm just going to vote Democrat for president and then vote for all the Democrats I see, or, vote Republican straight down the line, with no party names on the ballot and a dedicated local election where people aren't voting for Congress or president or governor. The people who vote are those who are paying attention. And, if they really want to, they can probably find out which party is supporting who. But in general, people look at the ballot, they see the names on the ballot, and they look up the different candidates and say, which of these candidates do I support most? So we remove a lot of that blind partisan loyalty that has been, a huge, I think, one of the biggest problems for local Green candidates is that if you just had people voting in the local races who were paying attention, then we would win a lot more of these. But instead you have people showing up and voting straight party line. They don't even know who the local candidates are. They just vote straight party line. And so we can have incredible candidates who are at a huge disadvantage because of that. So I think, no matter what the intention, it's a real opportunity for us in Wisconsin. Like we can elect Greens at the local level in those nonpartisan local races. And what we need to get better at is just fielding a lot more candidates and, building up our bench and, building a base of power so that we can then leapfrog from electing people to local office, which we've done for decades, to start electing people to state legislature. And the last thing I'll say to kind of prove my point is that, in 2010, we had a local Green, Ben Mansky, run for state assembly against a Democrat who was a coal lobbyist. And, he ran a very strong campaign and had a lot of support, and he won among people who specifically voted in that race. But he lost big with the people who voted straight party line. And afterwards, he even had a lot of people come up to him and say, I voted for you, I voted Democrat. And he was like, nope, I ran as a Green, you voted against me. So yeah, I think, anyway, I think I made my point, so I'll pass and see who else is on stack. Do we have anyone else on stack here?
I'll go on stack quick.
All right, go ahead, Tom. Then we have Barb.
Yeah, I got kind of obsessed with this. I took the hearing, the Wisconsin election hearings, and listened to it twice and slowed it down and speeded it up and recorded timestamps, hoping that maybe some video expert would take sound bites and video snips and put together an interesting collage. So I put a link in the chat, and you guys can look at it. It's not simple because the sound on my recording is not as good as the original, but it's all doable. So all the video is available.
It would give me a chance to make me watch it, so I'd love to do that.
Cool. Pass.
Especially since I don't really even know what platform I'm using to do that in nowadays, so it's about time I figured it out.
All right, so we've got Barb on the stack, then Sam. Go ahead, Barb.
Yeah, I want to shift the discussion just a little bit. And this has to do with all of the stuff that we have dealt with this year regarding lockdowns and quarantines and things that we could have easily been given some relief for, but the Democrats and Republicans could just send out petitions to all of their supporters, and it didn't matter. If they needed 200 signatures, they could send out, 4,000 or 5,000 petitions and get them back individually and not really, feel it in their bank accounts. But we couldn't do anything like that. So we had to go out and petition. And so did just about any other independent sort of candidate. So the vote was really stolen from us in that way. But there's also other ways that the solutions to the pandemic so far, they really disturb me. And I kind of want to hear what other people think about this. Because we know the history of quarantining and medical experimentation has been used as part of a program of discrimination against poor people and other marginalized peoples by the government. And we know that we have massive spying programs and unlimited detention, especially since the Patriot Act. And we also know that people have used the pandemic, the Congress specifically used the pandemic as an excuse to give trillions of dollars to already rich people and to starve everybody else out. And so we're coming up against this, and I find that a lot of Greens are pretty much saying the same as a Governor Newsom or anybody else would that's on the Democratic side. And so how do we think that we ought to deal with this pandemic any differently than the Democrats would? Because I hear a lot of the same, oh, the Democrats are doing it right. And I'm not quite sure that is. I'm very concerned about track and trace as a policy and very concerned about quarantining and the government taking personal health data for whatever use that they want to use it. So any thoughts? I'd be welcome to hear them. Pass.
Okay, and we also have Sam on the stack. So, yeah, and
that's actually a really important issue that Barbara raised. I have something to add to that, but I actually saw when the curfew started getting in effect in March, I saw people, predominantly minorities, getting arrested for being outside during curfew. So what she raised is actually a really big problem because it's a civil rights issue. I mean, police are able to arbitrarily fine or even arrest people for being outside after an arbitrary time. And I do think that what the Democrats are doing is an erosion of our civil rights, especially when we look at the history such as the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, and the testing. I know that we're doing the testing in South Africa for the vaccines to determine if it's safe. So, yeah, I agree with Barbara. It's a huge issue, and it will probably have serious ramifications. So, I'm not sure if anyone else wants to talk about the pandemic. Otherwise, I was going to talk about local elections, if that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly introduce that. I think some other people are getting.
I was just hoping to get it on the agenda for next meeting because I don't want to take up everyone's time here. I don't know how I would do that exactly.
Okay. You mean for your local meeting or for the next state meeting?
let's see.
For the Greater Milwaukee Green Party meeting, or for the next Wisconsin Green Party Coordinating Council meeting?
Yeah, I guess local meeting, because I'd be working at the Milwaukee level first.
Yeah, you can talk to Greg and Mike about that.
Okay.
I'll put something in the chat about it.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I just wanted to get it in.
All right, we're kind of losing your audio, but I think we got the information through. So we have Tom on the stack. I'm on the stack as well. So Tom, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, with respect to the COVID thing, I try to keep an open mind. I just put a link to TWIV, This Week in Virology. It's fascinating. It's very mainstream, very pro-Fauci. And then at the same time, I listened to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. There's been some late breaking news that's just really eye-opening. But we all have to fact check, triple check everything that we hear. So yeah, I think it's being leveraged, as Barb suggests, and our rights. People are too compliant. People need to question everything. That's all I'll say. Pass.
Okay. Well, this is a big topic to tackle. So, I'll start by saying I take the pandemic very seriously. My fiance's parents have 3 friends now who've passed from COVID. And one recently was a gentleman who was part of the Oneida tribe with the reservation near Green Bay. And her father was a longtime social worker with the tribe. And so, yeah, and as we know, the pandemic is disproportionately hitting already marginalized communities. I mean, it's been much worse for people of color, for low-income people, for folks without health insurance, and without access to health care. So my feeling is that the pandemic has really laid bare the dividing lines of inequality in this country. I personally think the Democrats' response to COVID has been atrocious. The only people who've been worse are the Republicans. But yeah, basically to tell people it's on you, they don't give us a lot of resources to deal with it. They're both standing in the way of universal health care. They're both, refusing to implement solutions that have worked well in other countries. And yeah, they're basically saying it's survival of the fittest. You get a $1,200 check, but we'll transfer trillions to Wall Street. So it's an extremely unsustainable situation. And I think we have to take the pandemic and COVID very seriously. We also have to recognize that it's really bringing a lot of suffering to the surface, and we have to figure out ways to address that. And I think, again, the Green Party is the only party that has the solutions. We're the only party for Medicare for all. We're the only party saying, that people should have, paid time off and, sick leave and universal health care, universal child care, that people, have a safety net and have the resources to take care of their health. So I want to hear what Howie has to say about this, because I feel like Howie, was really on top of the policy response and, had far and away the best proposals for COVID response and COVID relief. So Howie, if you're still there, it looks like you're muted right now, but.
We also have Sam on the stack, Sam Chance.
Oh, okay. So, all right.
And
so
myself, if
okay, so let's do Sam, then Howie, if he wants to address it, then Monty.
Sure. I mean, I'll keep my statement relatively brief because I also am interested in what Howie has to say about this topic. You know, I'd say that the failure of both the Democrats and the Republicans was not implementing effective economic relief that would allow people to make personal choices about it that would keep them and those around them safe without having to make a choice between their personal health, the health of their community, and then also economic hardship. You know, I think that that's really one of the big areas where the rubber meets the road with this. We've got people who are forced to go into situations which, from what I've seen, are dangerous to their health and the health of those around them. And they're doing it because they're facing a choice between that or not being able to pay rent, not being able to afford medication, things like that. You know, I think that we all kind of agree on what some policy solutions to that would be. A Medicare for all type of system. You know, I don't really need to go into all of that. I think that as far as domestic surveillance and things like that, you know, we've got broken systems there. Anything that we need to load onto those systems to address are going to carry those issues with them. Abuses of power, you know, inequities around race, class, things like that. But you know, we need to weigh those impacts and the potentials for those to be abused. And, you know, we do see a lot of these same sorts of measures being used in other countries without the same sort of abuse that we're wary of. The United States is not every other country. You know, there are meaningful differences, but it's also worthwhile to consider that. But I think I sort of lost my train of thought. But just to say that, you know, we need to weigh those impacts against the impacts which Dave brought up, which are being experienced by these communities, you know, in the form of death and sickness and human suffering and the loss of people who mean everything to other people. You know, because that's a reality. That's a reality that we can't deny. People are dying. Hundreds of thousands of people have died. And each one of those deaths is an absolute tragedy. And we need to, you know, we need to do what we need to do to save those lives. Pass.
I too will be brief.
Well, hold on a second, Monty.
Wait, sorry. If Howie's next, go, fine.
Yep. Howie?
Well, my thought is, you know, the public health advice is clear. You need to scale up testing, contact tracing, and isolating those people exposed or infected. They've done that throughout the Pacific Rim and in some European countries, and they suppress community spread. We're approaching 250,000 dead. That's like World War II casualties for the United States. I mean, come on. Trump, I mean, the guy is incompetent, don't care about anybody, and he's running around like Typhoid Mary, making his own people sick. And now those chickens have come home to roost. He got his campaign staff sick. He got the White House staff sick. Now the Secret Service, 10% of them are out. I mean, this seems to me obvious. Now, the concern about surveillance, Come on now. We had Edward Snowden tell us they spying on all our phone calls. I mean, COINTELPRO, the Phoenix program in Vietnam, was generalized when they formed the Department of Homeland Security. We're already under surveillance. And to stop public health measures for fear of surveillance, where you been? We're under surveillance. So that's my thoughts on that. You know, and I also want to say, I'm really pissed at Biden. He's been silent throughout this whole thing. I mean, right now, this pandemic is accelerating faster than the whole pandemic. I mean, the projections now are 400,000 dead by the inauguration. And Biden's sitting there with Trump acting like a fool, like he didn't lose, and he's suing everywhere. His own lawyers are dropping out now. And Biden can't, he did say something kind of mild yesterday. But come on, people are dying. And this guy has been AWOL, and he wants to be the leader of the free world. Man, oh man. So, and you know, and then the COVID relief. I mean, you know why the Democrats lost a lot of votes to Trump? But Nancy Pelosi, with her $13 ice cream and her $250,000, whatever it was, freezer, said, I'm good for the lockdown. You know, how did the average person see that if they saw it? They're just out of touch. You know, people are losing their homes. They lost their jobs. People are going hungry. And, you know, the Democrats, I mean, obviously McConnell's a problem and those crazy Republicans are a problem. But why can't they mobilize the people against them? You know, we need the personal protection program. You know, they did that in Europe. They just paid the companies their overhead and the salaries so people could, you know, maintain until the emergency ended. Here, we've had terrible carnage among small business. Like a third of them are bankrupt now. They're gone. Those jobs are gone. And, you know, there's no negotiations going on. I guess the other thing that, you know, Trump got people so scared, they got scared stupid. Where were the demands on the government to provide this relief? You know, the CARES Act, what was it, CARES and then the HEROES Act. It's been sitting around since May. Why the hell didn't Biden beat up Trump in those debates over that? So I'm venting, but I think number one, we need the public health measures. Number two, we're already under surveillance. And number three, people are really hurting. And we're just hanging out for a couple more months. And you know what's going to happen then? Biden is going to negotiate with his co-president, McConnell. And it's going to be fiscal austerity. It's the old, you know, social liberalism. That's the stuff that Biden will talk about. And the fiscal conservatism. And people are going to get crumbs. And the incentives are going to, it'll be trickle down economics. Trump gave a big tax cut. Biden's going to give subsidies and targeted tax cuts for his Build Back Better program. But it's going to be for the rich to invest and create jobs for us. And you know what happens? It never trickles down. They buy stocks, bonds, commodities, real estate. They buy the productive assets we already got with that money. So I'll stop there because I could go on. I'm pissed.
Thanks, Howie. All right, so we have Monty and Barb on the stack. Monty?
2 prongs, 1 issue. I do believe that even if only at a state level, we should have some kind of statement. Like, hey, have the state sell bonds to give out cash and have the Fed buy it if we were in charge. But for instance, I think there, at the very minimum, needs to be addressed that privacy concern, even though I'm thirsty for the data and I want to see us move into the 21st century on this and start eradicating the flu even. But at the same time, I'm not sure Americans really are ready to trade. It requires a certain amount of regimentation and obedience, and although I don't think asking someone to wear a mask is asking anything at all, you know what I'm saying? Until the people are ready to go there and half of them understand science, we might be, what's gone on is we tried to change horses and we thought we were on the other horse, but now here we are mid-river and we're still in the 19th century. And so I'm not personally don't have an axe to grind here, but I think at the very minimum, you know, we do have to, as a culture, decide: do we want to let the scare us into tracking them all the time for a 1% to 3% death rate at max for most of us? And I don't think America's ready for that. I was ready in the 70s. But I still think we should find a way to make a statement about what would have happened different if it was us.
Thanks, Monty. All right, so we have Barb on the stack. Also, it's almost 5 p.m. and we're kind of dwindling. It's been a long day, so I'm going to propose that we seek to wrap it up soon, and we can stay on a little bit longer and talk about some practical stuff. But yeah, as for the open discussion, kudos to everyone who stuck around. I don't want people to feel like they have to stick around much longer. So let's kind of wind it down here. So Barb is on stack. Go ahead, Barb.
Yeah, I wanted to push back a little bit that just because we have massive surveillance that's unacceptable, that doesn't really mean that we should have more massive surveillance that's also unacceptable. There are many, many other ways to deal with a problem like the one we have. And I'm not suggesting that people haven't died from COVID or that it's not an important health concern. As many people were saying, it definitely affects marginalized people the most. And why does it affect marginalized people the most? Not just because it can tell people's skin color or anything. It's because those people live next to we energies, that they live in places where they have a poisonous water. They live in places that we already have all of these other problems that are compounding. And it's the same with all of the people who are most susceptible, who already have other health conditions. A lot of those are lower respiratory illnesses, which we know are caused by living next to these power plants and, living in these industrialized cities. And I was looking into what the NIH spends on this kind of surveillance of pollution and solutions for living with all this stuff and mitigating it. And it's really peanuts in comparison to virus surveillance, vaccines, and basically pharmaceutical cures. So I think that it's really important for us to think about really sticking with our systemic values and how important that is to a healthy community, and not think about each other so much as possible disease carriers and murderers of each other. And the other reason I think about it this way is because I had somebody pass on me this year that was considered a COVID death, but he was also 99 years old. And I was not allowed to celebrate his birthday with him. I wasn't even allowed to visit him in the hospital on his deathbed. And I recognize that a lot of elderly people are in that situation right now where they're extremely, extremely isolated from everybody. And they're treated as if, this is the way to save their lives. But people who are in their 80s and 90s, their days are numbered. And I would rather have a more humane policy towards the elderly, to allow people to visit with family members and things like that as much as possible, because those things keep people alive. People are dying from basically diseases of despair. We had 12,000 people hospitalized this year for COVID, but we had 14,000 hospitalized for alcohol. And those are just as important. We cannot distinguish that COVID deaths are the only kind of important deaths. And we really have to think about all these kinds of solutions that are humane to all people. So that's really where I want to leave it, is really thinking about those holistic other kinds of solutions. Because when we thought it was ventilators, we were pretty much wrong about that. The NIH had to come out with a statement saying use those ventilators much more sparingly, because 9/10 of those patients are passing away. Whereas when they put them on oxygen, it was a much larger percentage were surviving. So I'm not one of these people that's saying that, COVID isn't a problem or public health isn't important. Public health is vital, but we need to think about it in the ways that Greens always think about issues. And Medicare for all, I mean, that's the obvious solution. And it's just totally been shoved to the sidelines by the major two parties. I'll pass, though. Thank you all for hearing me, though.
Yeah, well, I want to applaud everyone, for really modeling a, civil and respectful discussion, with some strong viewpoints, and, always bringing it back to our values, even when we don't agree on everything. I also wanted to just echo something that Melissa said, which I think sums the whole thing up. And like, I would just leave it here, where Melissa said there should definitely be more discussion about how this pandemic has utterly exposed the failures of capitalism. I think that's really the bottom line. For me, that's the big picture. So thanks for saying that. Yeah, clearly there's more to discuss, and I think we can all agree this has been a very tough year in a lot of ways. But, we're still standing, and I feel really good about this group. And yeah, I think, we have a lot of challenges, but we also have a lot of opportunities going forward. So I think, at this point, why don't we just bring it around to any sort of practical kind of next steps or follow-up. And, people want to keep these discussions going, obviously. So I encourage everyone to get involved in your local chapter, join us on social media, sign up for the state party committees, where, we can really use help. And, two of those are communications and platform and policy committee, where we can really hash these types of things out. I want to thank Howie again for joining us and for really sticking with us. And I mean, it's such a, this is pure Howie, like, being invited to the meeting and like sticking it out to hear what we have to say and like really contribute your encyclopedic knowledge and, activist experience to the discussion. So, yeah, and I'm looking forward to, continuing to organize with Howie, because I think he's got absolutely the right ideas for building the party. So one of the main housekeeping things, as we mentioned, is we're going to put the ballots together and send the ballots out to all the dues paying members in good standing. So make sure that you're up on your dues if you haven't yet. And be on the lookout for the ballot. I mean, we'll let people know when the ballots go out. Keep an eye on your email. If you don't see it, there's a question, how long do we have to vote? I think last time we had about a 48-hour period. So it will probably be, 48 to 72 hours. We're hoping to send it out, tomorrow afternoon, but I will be moving tomorrow. So I will definitely be trying to keep tabs on that, but I'll be a little preoccupied. Yeah, so, and, for folks still with us who are in the Dane County or South Central Wisconsin, I want to really encourage you to get involved with the Four Lakes Green Party. We've been building momentum all year, and I think we've got a lot of opportunities ahead of us. And I'm really excited about the crew that was here. And I also want to give one more plug for building congressional district chapters in places where we don't have them yet. But I think that's kind of the next step towards building our presence across the state. Do we have any other kind of announcements or just practical issues?
I'd like to
Tom
ask.
Stack, if you're done.
Sorry, you should go first. You did it right.
Oh,
okay.
Okay. Oh, sure. Yeah, just after, I don't know if we could maybe do a 10-minute meeting. I'm kind of exhausted, but I think to work on the ballots, a meeting to schedule the meetings for tomorrow is basically it. And then also to ensure that we get all the proper information on the ballot from the secretary and so forth.
Are you done then?
Yeah, sorry, pass.
I expect it to take no more than 10 minutes to be done preparing the election. So I want to know why we're not sending it out tonight.
Okay, this sounds like something for Tom and Monty and the IT committee to work out. So
well, if it's okay with people, it might come out soon. I don't know why we're waiting till tomorrow, but I've got it all ready to go.
We're in effect having that meeting right now.
And
I mean,
I know we still have to load. We have to load a list of people that get the votes. So I don't know anything about that process. I'm asking.
All right. Let me jump in here. These are important issues. Let's let everyone who isn't involved with this, wrap up here.
Well,
and then, and then we will have a meeting to figure out.
We could do what Zoom calls a breakout room.
Okay. Well, right now, this is our fall gathering meeting, and
I just didn't want us putting out. We had to do it tomorrow when I thought we could be done tonight.
Okay, so just go to the Google chat, and we'll deal with that.
We'll go there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Cool. All right. Any other last words before we say thank you and good night?
This meeting has been awesome.
Agreed.
Ditto.
Thanks, everyone. I guess I'll see you over in the gathering chat.
All right. Thanks, you all. It's been a great meeting. Appreciate you all, and talk to you soon.
Take care, everybody. Take care.
Bye. See. All right, I'll be the last man standing probably, and then end the meeting. Kill the stream.
Does this chat get recorded on?
Yeah, the chat ends up being a file.
Oh, okay.
And then we can and if it's too big a file, we can't put it into the YouTube. I think the YouTube only allows you like 1,000 characters.
All right, cool. So if I press leave, I'm not the one that destroys the chat. Bye.
Well, you can save. Guys. You can
see you, Sam.
Later, Sam. You'll be on the. Don't worry. We'll put you on the. You're going to get on the ballots, so don't worry.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Bye now.
See you, Jeff.